Chapter 362. Good kid, you've really surprised me. Magistrate Chui smiled faintly, then lowered his eyes and continued to read, ignoring the battle in the distance. Zhou Xuanji held the sun-devouring Tiango sword in his left hand, and the true Lord Xianxing sword in his right hand as he stepped on Lu Wuji and descended quickly. Under his suppression, Lu Wuji was unable to break free. This guy's life was indeed tough. Even though he had lost his head, he still had the strength to fight. Soon, the two of them passed the Yin-Yang junction and fell into extreme darkness. Zhou Xuanji continuously used universal attraction, using the soles of his feet to latch onto Lu Wuji, making it so that he could not escape. Being in this darkness, his senses were ineffective. He couldn't use his divine sense to see the situation below, so he could only go with the flow. Interesting. There are actually two great tribulation bodiless immortals between yin and yang. A soft laughter came suddenly, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. This voice was illusory and hard to discern. However, to be able to appear between yin and yang, it must be an expert that surpassed the mortal world. Hee, I'll give you a palm strike to see if you live or die. If you live and meet me in the future, I'll bestow you with an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji heard him and almost cursed it out loud. Who needs your opportunities? Is there something wrong with him? Before he could curse out loud, a terrifying force struck him, instantly causing him to lose consciousness. A wave of bird cries woke Zhou Xuanji up. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a field of weeds. At this moment, he was lying in the grass, his arms and legs in an exaggerated posture. Not far from him was a headless corpse. It was Lu Wuji. The chaotic memories gradually became clear, and after a while, he regained consciousness. Damn it! Don't let me find out who you are. Zhou Xuanji thought as he gritted his teeth. He took out the Holy Light Redemption sword and used his will to control it to stab into his back. When he saw Lu Wuji's corpse, he felt proud. This fellow was finally dead. Just in case, he took out the ancient god sword and stabbed Lu Wuji several hundred times. Only after confirming that this guy was really dead did he change his direction. Lu Wuji's soul emerged from the ancient god sword, and he said, "You really are ruthless." After all, it was his corpse and he still had feelings for it. Emperor Zhao also appeared and exclaimed, "That guy from before was really strong. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to come out." Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask who it was. He was really unhappy that he had been hit for no reason. "I'm not sure. To be able to travel between yin and yang, one has to at least be a real god." Lu Wuji sighed, his tone complicated. True god. Could they be immortals and gods? Zhou Xuanji became even more curious and continued to ask. Lu Wuji and Emperor Zhao refused to say anything, making him feel like a cat was scratching his heart. Following this, Zhou Xuanji's attention began to wander. He was wondering if this was the world of the living. No. It shouldn't be the northern wilderness region. During his 13 years in the underworld, he had learned about the existence of many mortal worlds. The northern wilderness region was just a speck of dust in the vast sea of sand. This should be the northern wilderness region. This familiar spiritual energy. Emperor Zhao opened his arms and said in a mesmerized tone. Zhou Xuanji was relieved and began to focus on recuperating. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a tiger's roar came. A black tiger the size of a bull walked out from the forest. It stared at Zhou Xuanji fiercely with its ferocious eyes, as though it wanted to eat him. Zhou Xuanji was disdainful. Wanting to eat him with only first-rank cultivation? He could just lie here and let the beast bite him and he would be fine. Demon! Get lost! A childish shout could be heard as a chubby boy dressed in animal skin rushed over with a wooden sword in hand. He was white and tender just like a pig. The black tiger turned to look at him. This little fatty looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. His face was chubby, and his eyes were squinted. There were only 2 lines under his eyebrows. He held the wooden sword and cried out fiercely. Demon, get lost. I'm Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple. When my revered teacher comes, he will slaughter all your ancestors. This guy spoke as though he was acting in an opera, which almost made Zhou Xuanji laugh out loud. The black tiger stared at the little fatty and roared softly. It leaped up suddenly and pounced at the little fatty. The little fatty was so frightened that the fat on his body trembled. He held the sword with both hands and thrust it toward the sky. Emperor's way! He roared. Thousand-hand sword Buddha! Piff-if, the sword flashed, and the black tiger fell to the ground. Its head rolled into the grass, and blood splattered all over the ground. The little fatty maintained his posture of swinging his sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to attack, was stunned. This guy really cultivated sword chi. His cultivation was so low, but he could kill a first-rank demon. The little fatty tried his best to open his eyes wide and cried out excitedly, "Yay! I'm so powerful!" After that, he turned around and squatted down in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Little brother, are you okay?" He chuckled. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What sword technique did you use just now?" The sword chi was formless but powerful. "Not bad." The little fatty heard him and laughed proudly. "This is the Emperor's way thousand-hand sword Buddha. Have you heard of the sword Emperor? This is what he taught me." Zhou Xuanji blinked and said, "Zhou Xuanji is very young. How can you call him old?" The little fatty glared at him and said, "That's an honorific. He's the youngest top cultivator in history, and he's only 73 years old this year." At the mention of the sword Emperor, this boy could not stop talking, as if he really was the sword Emperor's disciple. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt him and felt quite pleased. 13 years had passed, but my legend still exists. The little fatty suddenly saw the Holy Light Redemption sword, and his eyes lit up. He instinctively wanted to draw it. "Stop! Don't draw it!" Zhou Xuanji cried out, causing the little fatty to tremble and fall to the ground. He felt wronged as he said, "I'm not greedy for this sword. I saw that you were injured and wanted to help you." He noticed Lu Wuji's headless corpse and felt a chill in his heart. What kind of intense battle had happened just then? He felt fear in his heart and wanted to leave. "Tell me your name and where is this place? How far away is it from Skyfall?" Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the little fatty. His murderous aura almost made the little fatty piss his pants. He did not dare to lie, nor did he dare to run. "I'm Long Xiaoshui. This is the Southern Snow Kingdom, and it's very far from Skyfall. I don't know exactly how far it is either. I'm just a lonely young man from a poor family." The little fatty cried out with a sobbing tone. He felt quite wronged. He had come to save someone, but he had been shouted at instead. The auntie in the village was right. People were sinister and could not be easily trusted. Southern Snow Kingdom. Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. What a coincidence. He had never thought that after returning to the northern wilderness region, he would end up in the Southern Snow Kingdom again. However, he was not too familiar with the Southern Snow Kingdom. He had only met Zhang Shui at the border of the Southern Snow Kingdom. "There are many demons nearby. Don't run around." Seeing the little fatty's bloodshot eyes, Zhou Xuanji said gently. Long Xiaoshui heard him and immediately became anxious. "I'm not a child." When Zhou Xuanji was 6 years old, he traveled the world with his sword. "I'm doing the same. Not only me, but Zhou Xuanji's daughter is doing the same. I heard that we lost contact with that girl, and the entire Emperor Sword Court is going crazy. As long as I find her, Zhou Xuanji will take me as his disciple." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 363. What? My daughter is missing? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and instinctively tried to prop himself up. His muscles were aching as if they were being torn apart, and his bones were cracking. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Why did we lose contact with Zhou Xuanji's daughter? Doesn't Emperor Sword Court have many experts?" Long Xiaoshui sighed and said, "It's said that the little princess is very arrogant. She keeps saying that she wants to surpass the Sword Emperor, wanting to imitate the Sword Emperor's path. She tried to run away from home before she was 8 years old and was caught many times." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "You want to copy me?" he asked gloomily. "How did you know about her?" Long Xiaoshui looked at him in disdain and said, "She was a genius from the moment she was born, and she has a keen understanding of the sword way that surpasses ordinary people. The entire northern wilderness region is talking about her legend. She managed to cultivate sword will at the age of 10. Don't you think that's terrifying?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide again and asked, "Really? He had the supreme legendary sword system. which was why he was able to master sword intent so quickly. Could it be that his daughter also had a subsystem? Or was he also a transmigrator? He was thrown into confusion. Long Xiaoshui placed his hands on his hips and shook his belly as he chuckled. My master's daughter is just that powerful. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, You spilled the beans just now. Long Xiaoshui replied nonchalantly, It's only a matter of time. What's the harm in calling him master now? Zhou Xuanji was speechless and ignored him. At the thought of his daughter's disappearance, he could not remain calm. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. Can you tell me where was the last time Zhou Xuanji's daughter appeared? Zhou Xuanji walked up to Long Xiaoshui with difficulty and asked. Long Xiaoshui was very nervous. He held the wooden sword tightly and replied, It's the Southern Snow Kingdom. I've already said that she wants to imitate my master. I've also traveled thousands of miles to come here. Do you know how much danger I've encountered on the way? Seeing that this guy was going on, Zhou Xuanji became impatient. He waved his hand and interrupted, saying, All right, go home. Little kids shouldn't run around. Wait until you're strong enough before going to Skyfall. With Long Xiaoshui's capabilities, he would definitely die a horrible death if he were to encounter a powerful demon. Long Xiaoshui snorted. I won't. I'm going to become the disciple of the Sword Emperor, so how can I be afraid of such a small obstacle? Any later and I can only be the Sword Emperor's grand disciple, or even his great-grand disciple. Zhou Xuanji was so angry that he laughed and punched him. Even though he was heavily injured, he still sent him kneeling on the ground. You? Long Xiaoshui covered his head with his hands. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Zhou Xuanji asked, You said that you are all alone, is that true? As soon as he came back, he bumped into his little fan. He was hesitating whether he should promote him or not. Long Xiaoshui nodded and stood up. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, I grew up without parents. I wandered the world without any worries. Looking at his smug expression, he seemed to be very proud. Follow me, let's go find Zhou Xuanji's daughter. Zhou Xuanji instructed. After that, he burned Lu Wuji's corpse into ashes before walking in a certain direction. Long Xiaoshui knew a lot of information. He could use him to understand his daughter's mental state. They both wanted to imitate Zhou Xuanji, and perhaps they could think of the same thing. Hearing this, Long Xiaoshui immediately became excited. Even though Zhou Xuanji looked like he was going to die, he was still quite ferocious when he roared at him. If he could come with him, he would feel very safe. Just like that, the two of them set off together. Brat, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you look like this and you're called Xiaoshui? I'll be handsome after I slim down. With your talent, even if you enter Emperor Sword Court, you will only be an odd job disciple. You're looking down on me. Haha. Zhou Xuanji continued to bicker with him as he recovered from his injuries. In the netherworld, Magistrate Cui was incredibly busy every day, and did not have time to chat with him. It was rare for him to meet such a shameless person, so he naturally could not help but chat with him. Even though this brat was unreliable, he had a righteous heart. He was not bad. Within a mountain range, two women walked through a pine forest. The woman walking in front had a graceful figure. She wore an exquisite green dress and had a pretty face. Her long hair was coiled up on her head, and she was thinking as she walked. The girl behind her looked relatively young, only 13 or 14 years old. She already had a slender and elegant posture. She was dressed in white, and her black hair hung down naturally. There was a treasured sword at her waist, and her eyes were lively. She looked left and right with a vigilant look. Big sister, is there really an ancient sword emperor's inheritance nearby? The girl in white asked, her tone filled with doubt. There should be many powerful demons gathering around such a powerful inheritance. But the surroundings looked so peaceful, and there was no sense of danger. Little girl, the more powerful the inheritance, the more unexpected it will appear, the woman in green said with a smile. The girl in white could not help but nod when she heard this. She quickly walked to the woman in green and asked, Big sister, you said that the most powerful person in the world is not my father. Who is it? This girl was Zhou Xuanji's daughter, Zhou Xiaoxian. The woman in green lowered her head and smiled as she said, Of course it's Yang Di. Before your father was born, he became first in the world 3 times in a row. Even the number 1 demonic cultivator, human Xian Xianghua, could not do anything to him. He fell to second because he went to the True Dragon Clan and was defeated by Lu Wuji and Sun Hill. The world thought that he lost, and your father defeated Lu Wuji, so he fell to second. Zhou Xiaoxian came to a realization, but she was still a little doubtful and asked, could it be that Yang Di never fought with my father? Since she was young, everyone she knew said that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful, apart from this woman in green. As such, she disliked the halo around her. But deep in her heart, she still hoped that Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful. No, your father is too young. To the northern wilderness, he's just a child. Yang Di used to be first in the world, so how could he lower his back to fight with him? Your father disappeared for 13 years, so Yang Di had no chance to regain his title, the woman in green said as she shook her head. The woman in cyan skirt shook her head. She paused for a while and then said, of course, your father's power is beyond doubt. Give him some time and he will surpass Yang Di sooner or later. He is the strongest genius in the history of the human tribe. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and did not answer. What a joke. How can Yang Di compare to Zhou Xuanji? Little girl, don't take your ignorance as fact. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from the front, and a black-robed elder appeared on a large tree. Wanzong, king of ghosts, 51st in the world. Compared to when he was at Juadi Cliff, he looked even more weathered. He stared at the 2 women and sneered. Lu Wuji can easily kill a 7th tribulation scattered immortal. Do you know what a 7th tribulation scattered immortal represents? Reaching 4th tribulation scattered immortal gives one the right to become number 1 in the world. If Yang Di had the power of a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, he would have long since established the Great Canal and become a great emperor. He would be undying and indestructible, and he dares to say that he is stronger than Zhou Xuanji? What a joke. Com. Wonderful Bookstore. Com. Chapter 364. Who are you? What do you want? The green-dressed lady said in a deep voice. She was embarrassed by Wanzong King Ghostly King. Zhou Xiaoxian was secretly pleased, but she was even more nervous. The reason why she followed the green-dressed woman was to obtain the inheritance of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword, so that she could catch up to her father. As such, when the woman in green said that the number 1 in the world was not Zhou Xuanji, although she did not completely believe it, she did not object either. After all, Zhou Xuanji had not truly fought with Yang Di. Have you heard of Wanzong King of Ghosts? Wanzong King Spectre said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a black dragon descended from the sky and coiled around the tree he was on. Zhou Xiaoxian quickly unsheathed her sword. The lady's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Wanzong King Spectre, we have no enmity between us. What do you want? The person before her was one of the Northern Wilderness top 100. Even 10 of her would not be a match for him. Wanzong King Spectre said with disdain, You are not qualified to fight with me. I like the girl beside you. His gaze fell on Zhou Xiaoxian as he shook his head and said, Little girl, it's reasonable for you to want to chase after your father, but do you know the consequences of your blindness and ignorance? If she uses you as a hostage to threaten your parents and the entire Emperor Sword Court, what will you do? Zhou Xiaoxian was moved. She subconsciously glanced at the green-dressed woman. The lady in the green dress did not look at her. Instead, she stared at Wanzong King Spectre and said in a deep voice, King Spectre, don't talk nonsense. Wanzong King Spectre said with disdain, I will count to 3. If you don't scram, you will die. 3. The green-dressed woman clenched her fists tightly under her sleeves. She was extremely angry. However, Wanzong King Ghostly King was too strong and she was powerless to resist. Seeing that Wanzong King Spectre was about to count to 1, she gritted her teeth and fled without looking at Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian did not panic. She just frowned. The green-dressed woman fled very quickly, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Wanzong King Spectre landed on the ground and smiled. Little girl, follow me. I know of a place where the ancient sword emperor's inheritance is. Zhou Xiaoxian ignored him and sighed. Sure enough, you're unreliable. With that, she flipped her right hand, and a blade of grass appeared in her palm. She popped the grass into her mouth at lightning speed and disappeared from where she stood. Wanzong King's specter was stunned. He thought that she was going to consume some kind of medicinal herb to raise her strength and fight to the death, but who would have thought that she would vanish just like that? He furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings with his divine consciousness to capture Zhou Xiaoshuan's aura. However, Zhou Xiaoshuan's aura had stopped at the place where she had disappeared. It was extremely strange. Without hesitation, he hurriedly chased after them with the Black Flood Dragon. The Hunyuan Imperial City, which had once been razed to the ground, had been rebuilt. Sunlight Emperor was floating in the sky, looking down at all the common people and cultivators. He was high above like a god, looking down from above, his divine might vast and mighty. The Hunyuan Empire has declined because of Lu Wuji. I can't bear to see this happen, and I'm determined to take control of the Hunyuan Empire. I'll lead you to establish a great fate empire and bring it to unprecedented heights. I have the help of the true Dragon Clan, which can increase the Hunyuan Empire's luck. Are you willing? Sunlight Emperor said slowly. His expression was indifferent. No one could see through him. I'm willing. The great emperor is mighty. I will definitely follow the great emperor. Long live Sunlight Emperor. Everyone shouted. Ever since the Hunyuan Imperial City was massacred by Lu Wuji, all the empires wanted to hit them when they were down. It was Sunlight Emperor who supported them after he returned and helped them rebuild their empires. Moreover, Sunlight Emperor was already very powerful. He was once the world's #1. Following him would only bring benefits and no harm. With Sunlight Emperor's support, who would dare to bully them in the future? Sunlight Emperor raised his arms and 9 golden dragons came out from his back. They grew rapidly and turned into 9 giant dragons that roared continuously. An unparalleled divine might wreaked havoc in the world. Everyone looked up. An even larger golden dragon shadow appeared and occupied the sky above the imperial city. It was the dragon Vane. Sunlight Emperor looked up and a golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, shining on the dragon Vane. He wanted to absorb the dragon Vane. In the north, Feng Kuel sat at the edge of the cliff. Behind him was a wooden house and in front of him was a bonfire. Even though the sky was filled with snow, the bonfire was still burning. He had been guarding here for more than 10 years, but Bai Hao Isin had not come up yet. However, in this world of ice and snow, he had learned a lot and had a deeper understanding of divination. Boom! A figure shot into the sky from the canyon, causing the cliffs on both sides to shake violently. Feng Kuel stood up immediately, looking very excited. Following his gaze, there was a figure shining with intense light in the snowy sky. That person was covered in silver battle armor. The wind turned into a silver divine dragon that wrapped around his body. He held a long spear in his hand. The spear's blade was 5 feet long, which was close to half the length of the spear's shaft. He floated in the air and stood proudly. His aura was so strong that the snow couldn't get close to his body. Ha ha ha! I'm back! Bai Hao Isin laughed wildly. His heroic spirit soared into the sky and he was filled with battle intent. With the divine weapon in hand and the divine armor on his body, he had nothing to fear in the world. He quickly landed in front of Feng Kuel. The intense light on his body dissipated and his original body appeared. He had a handsome face and a domineering gaze. The corners of his mouth were raised, and he seemed quite arrogant. Do you have the urge to bow down and worship me? Bai Hao Isin held the divine spear and smiled proudly. Feng Kuel nodded excitedly. His aura was no weaker than Lu Wuji's. Let's go and find Lu Wuji for revenge, Bai Hao Isin said with a pleased smile. Bai Hao Isin laughed complacently, not placing Lu Wuji in his eyes at all. Feng Kuel shook his head and said, He's already dead. Having heard this, Bai Hao Isin was stunned. How did he die? Bai Hao Isin asked with a deep frown. Lu Wuji was so powerful. Who in the world could kill him? He was killed by Zhou Xuanji and has been dead for 13 years. Zhou Xuanji disappeared for 13 years as well, and it seems like he perished together with Lu Wuji, Feng Kuel sighed. Before, he had never thought that Zhou Xuanji would be able to kill Lu Wuji. Bai Hao Isin fell silent. Damn! How could that brat be so powerful? Zhou Xiaoxian hid in a valley. She leaned against the mountain wall and panted. She rejoiced in her heart that she had stolen her mother's concealment grass, or else she would have died today. Thinking about that, she held her breath and looked around the valley. The valley was not big, and there were trees everywhere. There were many birds and insects, and there were all sorts of flowers under the trees. Her eyes lit up and she immediately walked over. She hid in the forest and began to entertain herself. A while later, 2 male voices came. Oi oi, don't go in. There are demons. What do you know? This is a good place to hide people. Zhou Xuanji's daughter must be hiding here. Zhou Xiaoxian heard them and became extremely anxious. She quickly hid in the bushes. Zhou Xuanji and Long Xiaoshui walked into the valley. Long Xiaoshui trembled and gripped his wooden sword tightly, afraid that demons would rush out. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be calm, but he was laughing in his heart. Little girl, I know you're here. I'll scare you to death. Chapter 365. As for Zhou Xiaoxian running away from home, although Zhou Xuanji felt guilty, he was more angry. This girl was too arrogant. He must learn from her mistakes. To find Zhou Xiaoxian, he had spent a whole month searching. Fortunately, his cultivation was high and he could sense Zhou Xiaoxuan's bloodline when he was near. Or else who knew how long he would have to search. He pretended not to know Zhou Xiaoxian was here and wandered around the valley. Long Xiaoshui did not see any demons and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped his sweat as he complained. Big brother, are you stupid? Zhou Xiaoxian can't be hiding here. She's Emperor Sword Court's genius. Even if she wanted to hide, she would be in a city. There's a city nearby. Let's go and take a look. We must hurry. If someone finds us and goes to Emperor Sword Court to claim credit, I will not be Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple. At this point, he became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was hiding in the bushes, heard him and relaxed. Seemed like they were not enemies. They were her father's admirers. Someone's here. Zhou Xuanji cried out suddenly. Next, he tossed out the book-cutter sword, which cut through the bushes and landed in front of Zhou Xiaoxian. Her face turned pale. She quickly got up and said, Don't do it. I have no ill intentions. Long Xiaoshui looked over and opened his eyes wide. His chubby face blushed immediately. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time seeing Zhou Xiaoxian, and he was a little dazed. She really looked like Jiang Shui but also a little different. This girl was pretty like her mother, but her eyes and brows were very similar to his. They were filled with fighting spirit. Zhou Xiaoxian saw Zhou Xuanji too. She felt that she had seen this face before, but she could not remember where. When she was young, her mother showed her Zhou Xuanji's portrait, but she could not remember clearly after a long time. Usually, she would not want to see her father's portrait. Because she had heard too many stories about Zhou Xuanji, she began to rebel from the age of 6. She wanted to roam the world with her sword every day and shake the world when she was young. Such a pretty girl. Let's kill her and make a stew. Zhou Xuanji suddenly smiled evilly and licked his lips intentionally. Zhou Xiaoxuan's body tensed up when she heard that. Long Xiaoshui's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, Big brother, what are you talking about? Thinking about the days he spent with Zhou Xuanji. If this guy really liked to eat people. F***ck. I'm in such a dangerous situation. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the book-cutter sword returned to his hand. He walked toward Zhou Xiaoxian and chuckled. Little girl, do you have any last words? He was quite pleased with himself. He didn't expect Zhou Xiaoxian to have already reached the 10th level of the foundation building realm. She was very close to the enlightening realm. This girl was only 13 years old, but she was already so talented. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons and phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes. Zhou Xiaoxian unsheathed her sword and assumed the stance of the vibrant raindrops sword. You man-eating demon, do you really think I'm a pushover? After that, she entered sword will mode straight away. Stomping on the ground with her right foot, her body spun as she charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh, the blade trembled and countless sword flowers appeared. They looked like falling petals or a torrential downpour. The sword chi inundated Zhou Xuanji. Long Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. Such a cool sword technique. Compared to her, his Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha was like T. Zhou Xuanji pretended to receive the attack with great difficulty. He gritted his teeth purposely, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Zhou Xiaoxuan's aura grew more powerful. which caught him off guard. Finally, with a loud thump, Zhou Xuanji's book-cutter sword flew out of his hand. The tip of Zhou Xiaoshuan's sword was pressed against his throat. "You lost," she said with a cold face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "You should kill me. I want to eat you." Zhou Xiaoxian frowned and snorted, "You are trash. Even if you want to eat me, you can't." Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. This girl was too arrogant. And a poisonous tongue. Why was she so similar to Xian Xianghua? At this moment, Long Xiaoshui came over and said with a big smile, "My lady, we don't have any ill intentions. He's just joking with you. If he wanted to eat you, he would have eaten me long ago." Even though he said this, he was not confident in his heart. After spending a month with Zhou Xuanji, he felt that this guy was temperamental like a lunatic. Zhou Xiaoxian sheathed her sword and said, "You are looking for Zhou Xiaoxian?" Long Xiaoshui nodded. "You are Zhou Xiaoxian?" He asked with his eyes wide open and breathing rapidly. She was so young and had such exquisite sword techniques. She must be. He became excited immediately and said, rubbing his hands, "Follow me back to Emperor Sword Court and ask the Sword Emperor to take me as his disciple." The heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Zhou Xiaoxian sized him up and shook her head, saying, "Your talent is too poor. You can only be an odd job servant." Long Xiaoshui's smile froze immediately. "Moreover, my father disappeared for 13 years. I have not seen him since I was born. Don't think about him anymore," Zhou Xiaoxian said with curled lips. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Speaking of this matter, she was filled with righteous indignation. She had not seen her father since she was young, so naturally, she was indignant. However, she did not object to Zhou Xuanji fighting Lu Wuji. If she were Zhou Xuanji, she would do the same. Just like Emperor Sword Court's motto, to support the world with the sword and save the world with the sword. But even though she was rational, she was still very sad without her father. Sometimes even she could not understand her own complicated emotions. Don't worry. The Sword Emperor is unparalleled in the world. He must be an isolated cultivation. Long Xiaoshui said with his hands on his waist. Seeing how he was acting like Zhou Xuanji's fanboy, Zhou Xiaoxian did not have any ill feelings toward him. Zhou Xuanji said, "You are not powerful enough. Instead of wandering around, why don't you go back and cultivate? There are so many sword techniques in Emperor Sword Court, enough for you to cultivate for a few thousand years." Zhou Xiaoxian stared at him and said, "What do you know? I'm going to search for the inheritance of the ancient sword emperors. My father obtained 2 inheritances. I want 3 too." Zhou Xuanji was furious. Why did this little girl have to fight with him for everything? "JJ, I finally found you." A sinister laughter came. A strand of ghost chi descended from the sky and landed beside the 3 of them. It was Wanzong King's specter. Zhou Xiaoshuan's face was pale. She only had one concealing grass. It was over. Long Xiaoshui was also shocked by Wanzong King's specter's appearance. After the ghost chi dissipated, Wanzong King's specter appeared. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian but did not care. "Hold on. He is." Wanzong King's specter opened his eyes wide as though he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he turned into a strand of ghost chi and flew away immediately. "Ugh!" Zhou Xiaoxian was stunned. "He left just like that?" She looked at Zhou Xuanji and Long Xiaoshui instinctively but did not see anything wrong. She looked around and thought that there were horrifying demons hiding in the dark. "Okay, I have to go. Bye." Zhou Xiaoxian waved her right hand and left on her sword. Long Xiaoshui wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Zhou Xuanji. After Zhou Xiaoxian left the valley, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and slashed out with the wind-cutter sword. "Ah!" A miserable cry came from the top of the mountain. Next, a silhouette fell down. It was the girl in the green dress who followed Zhou Xiaoxian. Chapter 366. The lady in green dress was stabbed in the abdomen by the wind-cutter sword. Blood gushed out along the blade. She climbed up from the ground and stared at Zhou Xuanji. "Who are you? You are so powerful, but you pretended to be weaker than that girl," she asked with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction, sucking her in front of him and gripping her throat. He stared into her eyes and coldly said, "Evildoer, Don't think that I can't see through your true form just because you're in human form. Zhou Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Monster. Long Xiaoshui shuddered. However, he was more curious about Zhou Xuanji's strength. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. After interacting with Zhou Xuanji for a month, he still could not tell how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. It was as though no matter what demons they encountered, they could not even withstand a single blow from him. Could it be that the old evil devil was scared away by this guy? The green-dressed woman's expression changed. Even Wanzong King Spectre could not see through her true form, but Zhou Xuanji could do it with a glance, which made her shudder. Speak or die. Zhou Xuanji said coldly. A horrifying murderous aura engulfed the lady in green, and she trembled in fear. The truth sword was drawn and pierced into her chest. She gritted her teeth and said, I am Jihuang Demon Lord's daughter. I want revenge. I want to capture Zhou Xiaoxian and force Zhou Xuanji to come out. Her eyes widened and her face was filled with fear. Why did she tell the truth? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He did not expect Jihuang Demon Lord to have a daughter. That's right, as the sovereign of the demon race, he must have countless children. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sheathed his sword and smiled. So that's how it is. You can leave then. The woman in green was stunned. She had already made up her mind to die, but she did not expect Zhou Xuanji to let her go. She immediately leaped up and fled quickly, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind. Long Xiaoshui panicked and said, She's a demon and she wants to kill Zhou Xiaoxian. How can we let her go? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, You are going to chase after him? Long Xiaoshui choked. Zhou Xuanji slowed down his tone and said, Go to Great Zhou and find the hidden sword sect's elder, Qiu Bailey. Ask him to recommend you to Emperor Sword Court. With a flip of his right hand, a token appeared in his hand. The token was black iron in color, and its top was formed by two crossed swords. The word Emperor was engraved between the blades. Emperor Sword Token. Long Xiaoshui was dumbfounded. He only came back to his senses after receiving the Emperor Sword Token. Zhou Xuanji brushed past him. He quickly asked, Who the hell are you? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled. Using the sword to support the world, using the sword to save the world. After he spoke, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. Long Xiaoshui became excited. These words were the words of the Emperor Sword Court. Could it be that this fellow was a disciple of the Emperor Sword Court? It turned out that he was sent by Emperor Sword Court to protect Zhou Xiaoxian. Long Xiaoshui happily walked out of the valley, ready to find the hidden sword sect. After leaving the valley, Zhou Xuanji quickly tracked down Zhou Xiaoxian. He did not jump out immediately but followed her. He had purposely let the green-dressed woman go in order to create danger for Zhou Xiaoxian. He would only make a move when her life was in danger. Only then would she learn her lesson and not run away from home so easily in the future. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji wanted to tell her that traveling the world was very dangerous, especially when she was alone. He wanted her to understand the importance of power. Zhou Xuanji lay on the formless sword and traveled freely above the clouds. The spiritual qi in the world of the living was much fresher than in the netherworld, which made him feel more comfortable. You are back indeed. A voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. He did not open his eyes, but he knew who it was. It was Dao Seeker. Are you a dog? He asked casually. Your nose is so sensitive. I just came back and you are here. He still had some complaints about Dao Seeker. During the battle at the Hunyuan Royal City, Dao Seeker was watching the battle too. When he and Lu Wuji lost their ability to fight, this guy did not save him. Dao Seeker was wearing a Taoist robe. His expression was calm just like 13 years ago. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, I know you have complaints. As a tribulation executive, I can't do anything. This is not important. You have returned safely, and the catastrophe of the northern wilderness region has just begun. You are the top cultivator in the world, and your responsibilities have just begun. Zhou Xuanji opened one eye and asked, What do you mean? Lu Wuji just died and someone else jumped out. By Hao Yixin? He felt depressed. Why were there so many things? People like Lu Wuji, Bai Hao Yixin, and Shi Shenzong could reign supreme in an era, and it was rare to see one in 10,000 years. But in his era he encountered all of them at once. There was also heaven and the threat from overseas. Is heaven against me? The heavenly Xianyuan clan lost 2 geniuses, and they are furious at the northern wilderness region. They are preparing to send powerful cultivators from the upper realm down to enslave the northern wilderness region. Other than that, the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline has already appeared. More accurately, he was born a long time ago, but his fate was only revealed recently. Dao Seeker sighed. He felt helpless too. The descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline? Zhou Xuanji heard about it from Jiang Wudi a long time ago. He asked with a frown, "Who is the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline?" At the same time, he was full of doubts about the heavenly Xianyuan clan. Could the upper realm bully the mortal realm so casually? Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. No one knows, but you must be prepared. You are now the top cultivator in the world, and you have the greatest hope of becoming a great emperor. As long as you protect the northern wilderness region and kill all these powerful enemies, you will be recognized by the heavenly law and become a great emperor. When you ascend to the upper realm, your status will not be low." Becoming a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes, and his mind became active. Dao Seeker did not speak anymore and let him think alone. After that, Dao Seeker turned around and dissipated into a puff of smoke. Zhou Xuanji got up with a flip and spat. "Great. Since I'm already the top cultivator in the world, don't think about kicking me down." After returning from the netherworld, he killed Lu Wuji easily, which boosted his confidence. He was not afraid of trouble. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was below, stopped by the river and began drinking water. She sat by the river and drank a few mouthfuls of water. She did not get up but looked into the distance with a pout. She regretted leaving Skyfall for so long. She was still a child after all, and it was inevitable for her to miss home. Zhou Xuanji looked at her from the sky and could not help but recall the past. For the next period of time the moon set and the sun rose. No matter where Zhou Xiaoxian went, Zhou Xuanji followed her and did not show himself. In the palace of the Hunyuan Empire's royal palace, Yang Di sat on the throne with 9 little golden dragons by his feet. They were all sleeping soundly, and their nostrils and mouths were breathing out scorching air. He had already absorbed the dragon vein, and his cultivation had reached an unprecedented level. The fate of countless people in the Hunyuan Empire was gathered on him, which was unprecedented. He looked up at the palace and saw the man in the woven rush raincoat standing before him. "What's your ambition? You got the dragon vein and absorbed it completely to transform it into your magic energy, while the people of the Hunyuan Empire will face a catastrophe. You lied to them," the man in the woven rush raincoat said with a deep voice. He could not hide the anger in his tone. He chose Yang Di, but Yang Di went against their initial agreement. Someone said that he must not let Long Xiaoshui marry Zhou Xiaoxian. This was a strange point of view. How could he tell that they were going to be together? He was neither handsome nor vulgar. Unless he was the main character, how could he win against the proud lady? Ha ha. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 367. Sunlight Emperor stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat indifferently and said, "You wanted me to become the strongest in the world, and I did it. You wanted me to create the Great Fate Empire, and I am working hard. You wanted me to guard the future of the human race, and I am waiting. You're talking nonsense. Do you think this is easy? Why can't this emperor pursue power?" His majestic voice echoed throughout the hall, like a god interrogating mortals. The man in the raincoat gritted his teeth and said, "I told you to guard the future of the human race, including protecting every mortal who isn't a great villain." The corners of Sunlight Emperor's mouth rose. He shook his head and laughed, saying, "You are so naive. There is no perfect method in the world. How many lifetimes have you lived for your great ambition? How many deaths have you seen?" The man in the straw raincoat was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This brat had completely betrayed them. He was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen someone else from back then. Sunlight Emperor waved his hand and said, "You should have retired and ascended long ago. You are powerless to stay in the human world. Why bother?" The man in the raincoat snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. Looking at his back, Sunlight Emperor's expression became cold, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. How can you understand this emperor's ambition? Sunlight Emperor murmured to himself. His tone was full of disdain. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji followed Zhou Xiaoxian across mountains and lakes. The girl encountered many demons, but with the vibrant raindrop sword, she overcame all obstacles, and her sword techniques became more and more powerful. But from the looks of it, it would take at least a few thousand years for her to find the legacy of the ancient emperor. Zhou Xuanji was a little frustrated. Why hadn't Jihuang Demon Lord's daughter acted? Running away from home this time made Zhou Xiaoxian feel an unprecedented loneliness, but it also made her gradually stronger. On this day, she practiced her swordsmanship as she advanced. In front of her was a boundless grassland with no end in sight. With a bitter expression she sighed and said, "Sigh, when will I be able to find the inheritance of the ancient sword emperors? I really miss Mother's lotus seed soup." Being alone outside, everything she ate tasted tasteless. Her mouth was so bland that it was about to fall out of her mouth. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. But soon, she adjusted her mood and continued on her way. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, felt quite spirited. This was because there was a very powerful aura on the grassland, beyond the Mahayana realm. Strange, how could there be such an expert near the southern snow kingdom? Are you all here to capture my daughter? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. There were not many great tribulations scattered immortals in the world, especially after Lu Wuji was born. That fellow had killed more than half of the human race's peak experts. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji had also killed all of the demon race's peak experts, so the two races were still at peace. 100 miles away from Zhou Xiaoxian, a man in a tattered armor was sitting cross-legged on the grass. There were 2 scars on his face on both sides of his cheeks. His pupils were green and he had no eyebrows. His hair was tied back with a string. His eyes were locked onto Zhou Xiaoxian. The Sword Emperor's daughter is indeed blessed. He muttered to himself with a strange smile on his face. After a long while, Zhou Xiaoxian finally saw him and subconsciously stopped. The armor on his body was broken, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle, causing people to feel apprehensive. Zhou Xiaoxian frowned. After a moment of thought, she turned around and walked in another direction. At this moment the armored man stood up, scaring her into drawing her sword. Zhou Xuanji's daughter? TSK. Such audacity to travel the world alone. Come with me. As long as you perform well, I can grant you power that surpasses your father. The armored man laughed softly as he walked toward Zhou Xiaoxian. Who are you? Zhou Xiaoxian asked with gritted teeth. Given how arrogant he was, he might not be an ordinary person. She was anxious. Without the concealing grass, who could protect her? I'm from overseas and have been in the northern wilderness region for 100 years. I've seen Zhou Xuanji rise to fame and shake the world. You are his daughter, and your talent is not inferior to his. Come with me, and I will take you as my disciple. In the future you can ascend and even become an immortal. The armored man continued to speak with a passionate smile in his eyes. I can ascend with my father, Zhou Xiaoxian said warily. Hearing this, the armored man laughed heartily into the sky. He laughed heartily. Your father. He's already dead. He fell into hell. How can he rise again? Even if he returns, he will be reincarnated. The 8 sanctums did not mention this. Do you know why? It's not to commemorate the Sword Emperor but to intimidate the demons and overseas factions. After all, he was the invincible person who killed Lu Wuji. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face turned pale. She had been waiting for her father's return. But sometimes she would think to the extreme. Although she said that she wanted to surpass Zhou Xuanji, if Zhou Xuanji was not around, it would be meaningless even if she could surpass him. She recalled the scene of her mother crying quietly in the middle of the night. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Sorrow welled up in her heart, and she felt as though the world was falling apart. The northern wilderness region is in its final phase. The world epic is here, and a new overlord is about to appear. You will surely die if you stay in the northern wilderness region. Follow me. This is your serendipity. The armored man came up to Zhou Xiaoxian and looked down at her. She was so frightened that she stumbled backward. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came and landed between the two of them. It was the dog-culling sword. The two turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji dashing toward them from the end of the grassy plain. It's him. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide. She did not expect that the loser would come to save her. Zhou Xuanji suppressed his aura to the great realization stage intentionally, and came up to Zhou Xiaoxian quickly. He raised his right hand, and the dog-culling sword appeared in his hand. Little girl, are you afraid? Zhou Xuanji stared at the armored man and said with a deep voice. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and immediately raised her sword. I'm not afraid, she said softly. The armored man smiled disdainfully and said, Great realization. Powerful indeed. Seems like Emperor Sword Court already knows of her whereabouts. Zhou Xuanji used a sword, so he naturally thought of Emperor Sword Court. It's a pity that I'm a second tribulation scattered immortal. Do you want to die? The armored man laughed sinisterly, which shocked Zhou Xiaoxian so much that her pupils contracted. Second tribulation scattered immortal. Other than Zhou Xuanji, no one else in Emperor Sword Court had reached the Great Tribulation scattered immortal stage. She smiled bitterly and mumbled, It's over. It's over. She was still one step away from the enlightening stage. How could she defeat the armored man? With his back facing her, Zhou Xuanji said, Do you regret it now? If you had cultivated an Emperor Sword Court and worked hard to become more powerful, you would not be in danger today. Your father didn't have a choice back then. He created Emperor Sword Court so that you could cultivate peacefully, but you didn't cherish it. If your father really died and you were captured, how sad would your mother be? You are her only relative in this world. Zhou Xiaoxian felt ashamed of herself. Her body trembled as she held the sword in her hand tightly. The armored man raised his right hand, and a black halberd appeared in his hand. Isn't it a little too late to preach now? He laughed loudly. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 368. The armored man slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji blocked with his sword. He pretended to be defeated and was forced to retreat, which made Zhou Xiaoxuan's heart beat faster. Brat, it's your serendipity to die in my hands. The armored man laughed. He did not cast any spells or divine abilities but hacked at Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. Zhou Xiaoxian gritted her teeth and charged at him with her sword. The armored man swung his halberd casually and sent Zhou Xiaoxian flying away. Seeing that his daughter was vomiting blood, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold, but he still pretended to be defeated. This was a good opportunity for Zhou Xiaoxian to understand the dangers of the world and how weak she was. Clang! 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 Zhou Xuanji and the armored man began fighting fiercely. Both of them were locked in a fierce battle. He purposely used the 8-step sword lunge and charged at the armored man from different directions, as though he was giving it his all. But the armored man forced him back again and again. To make it more exciting, Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and spat it into the air. He looked dispirited like an arrow at the end of its flight. Stop! I'll go with you. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide and shouted. After that, she wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth and walked toward the armored man. She looked at Zhou Xuanji apologetically. If not for her, Zhou Xuanji would not have been so severely injured. She did not have the time to recall if she had met Zhou Xuanji in Emperor Sword Court. She was filled with unwillingness and guilt, which made her feel like the world had turned dark. If only she was powerful enough. If only she was as powerful as her father. If only she did not leave the mountain. Extreme regret made her eyes glow with purple light. She lowered her head, and no one noticed her abnormality. Why are you leaving? You are not as good as your father in this aspect. Zhou Xuanji, whose face was covered in blood, shouted with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with rage. The world only knows about your father's talent and prowess. But do you know how he got to where he is today? He encountered too many enemies who were far more powerful than him. But to protect the people around him and to take revenge, he wandered between life and death time after time. He was never afraid. Lu Wuji has surpassed 8th tribulation scattered immortal, and your father is no match for him. However, for the northern wilderness region, for all of you, he will fight to the death. Don't be afraid of regret. You should turn your regret into fighting spirit. Hold the sword in your hand tightly and fight with me. Either we die or he dies. If Zhou Xiaoxian really left with the armored man, she would be traumatized for the rest of her life. Of course, with Zhou Xuanji around, half of the armored man's body was already in the ground. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxuan's body swayed. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She suddenly raised her head and gritted her teeth. You're right, I can't be a disgrace to my father. She grew up listening to her father's legendary stories, so she knew that Zhou Xuanji was telling the truth. With that thought, she raised her sword and rushed towards the armored man. Zhou Xuanji moved simultaneously. The father and daughter attacked the armored man together. To prevent Zhou Xiaoxian from being injured, Zhou Xuanji increased the power of his attacks. At the same time, he helped Zhou Xiaoxian defend against the armored man's magic energy. The two of them worked together and caught the armored man off guard. Soon Zhou Xiaoxian managed to injure him. Zhou Xiaoxuan's sword gale was more ferocious. Not only did she know the vibrant raindrop sword, but she also knew the 8-step sword lunge. Just like Zhou Xuanji, she fought like a phantom, except that her speed and aura were far inferior. What's going on? The armored man opened his eyes wide. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. This bastard is pretending to be weak. He was furious. He shook his arms and a horrifying aura exploded, sending Zhou Xiaoxian flying away. Zhou Xuanji quickly caught her in his arms. The grass swayed, and a visible wave of energy transformed into a long pillar that soared into the sky. Worm! You dare to make fun of me? You're courting death. The armored man roared furiously. He raised his halberd high, and the blade glowed with a black radiance, which gathered the thunderclouds. Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide in shock. It was her first time feeling the aura of a great tribulation scattered immortal. So powerful. She felt like she was facing a god. He was only a second tribulation scattered immortal. How horrifying was the Lu Wuji that her father was facing. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Zhou Xuanji held her up and said with a bitter smile, "My lady, it seems like we are going to die here." Zhou Xiaoxian bit her lip and got up with her sword. Zhou Xuanji noticed her pupils and frowned. Her pupils turned purple. Looking closely, there was a purple Tai Chi diagram in each of her pupils. How can it be? He was stunned. The purple Tai Chi diagram was the symbol of world reincarnation. How could this girl know it? Could it be the violet demon monarch's heart? Before he could think, the armored man slashed at him with his halberd. A horrifying saber chi tore through the ground like a roaring dragon. A violent gale blew, intending to sweep Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian away. Facing such an attack, Zhou Xuanji sighed softly. It seemed like he could not put on a show anymore. Boom! A ball of flames descended from the sky and hit the armored man, burning him into ashes immediately. The waves of flames swept in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly carried Zhou Xiaoxian and flew far away. After the two landed, they looked up and saw many fireballs in the sky. They streaked across the clouds toward the horizon. Each fireball left a long trail of smoke behind them, like a meteor shower. What's that? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in astonishment with her eyes wide open. The arrogant armored man died just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned tightly. He sensed many powerful auras. Within those fireballs were people. Each of them had surpassed the great realization stage. So many great tribulations scattered immortals. Heavenly Xinyuan clan. The upper realm was going to enslave the northern wilderness region. TSK. I didn't expect to encounter a second tribulation scattered immortal right after I descended. Interesting. A mocking laughter came from the wave of flames. The two turned around and saw a silhouette rising from the wave of flames. He wore an exquisite and heavy golden armor with a red cape on his back. His face was handsome and domineering, and he wore a golden cow-horned crown on his head. In his hand was an extremely exaggerated halberd. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian and said with interest, "Your fates are so unpredictable. I will kill you first to prevent any unexpected changes." After that, he flew toward Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian with his halberd. This person killed a second tribulation scattered immortal instantly. Zhou Xiaoxian swallowed her saliva out of fear. What would my father do in such a situation? She asked softly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. If it were before, he would surely flee. She frowned and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji furiously. What about now? This guy made her father sound so brave and fearless. Why did he change his words now? Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and stared at the armored man. He has a daughter, so he must fight, of course. His voice was soft but firm. Numerous legendary swords appeared above his head. Each of them was emanating a unique aura and radiance, which illuminated Zhou Xiaoxuan's pretty face. He let go of the dog-culling sword, and the heavenly retribution martial punishment sword and true Lord Xianxing sword appeared in his hands. With both swords in hand, he no longer concealed his aura. His sword qi soared into the sky like a legendary sword. This is... Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide. She fell into a daze and let go of her sword instinctively. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 369. Fourth tribulation scattered immortal? Impressive. The golden armored man sneered. He still did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He continued to fly toward Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. Suddenly, he stopped and said in astonishment, "So many swords and such cultivation. Could you be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Zhou Xuanji's back blankly. Her white clothes fluttered in the strong wind. "Father," she mumbled. The blood on Zhou Xuanji's body receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was as smooth as jade and he smiled as he said, "Heavenly Xinyuan clan, right? Do you really think that the northern wilderness region is something that you can do whatever you want?" It was his first time acting cool in front of his daughter. It was so exciting. This battle must be clean, handsome, domineering, and majestic. Zhou Xuanji, you are on my clan's kill list. Remember, the person who killed you is Xinyuan Huangchen. The golden armored man became excited immediately. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his halberd. Zhou Xuanji was even faster. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. A majestic golden Buddha rose from the ground, illuminating the land with a divine golden radiance. He merged into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body, and 1,000 golden arms grew out from his back. Clang! The halberd struck the thousand-hand sword Buddha but did not cause any damage. Zhou Xiaoxian raised her head and clasped her hands before her chest. Her mouth was wide open and she looked shocked. She had seen the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha at Skyfall, but she had never seen such a majestic one. It was like a saint Buddha descending from the heavens, unreachable and sacred. So powerful. Her eyes were beaming with excitement. So this was her father's power. At the same time she was ashamed and angry. Zhou Xuanji must have been following her since 2 months ago. Didn't he see all her embarrassment and fear along the way? But she felt even more blissful in her heart. Her mother did not lie to her. If her father was here, he would surely dote on her. Xiaoxian, watch carefully. I will teach you when we get back. Zhou Xuanji's arrogant laughter came. He did not take Xinyuan Huangchen seriously at all. The thousand-hand sword Buddha attacked. 1,000 swords merged into one, and the attack was extremely fast. Xinyuan Huangchen was shocked. He could not dodge in time and was slashed into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered and dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. Zhou Xiaoxian screamed as she was sent flying by the violent tremors on the ground. Fortunately, a huge golden hand caught her. The golden hand placed her on the head of the thousand-hand sword Buddha. She was pleasantly surprised. Looking down from here, everything seemed so small. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes and shouted, "Chaos!" Even Zhou Xiaoxuan's blood began to boil when she heard the roar that shook the heavens and earth. Streaks of sword shadows appeared out of thin air around the thousand-hand sword Buddha. There were so many of them that her eyes widened in shock. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. Zhou Xuanji rarely used this sword technique. Although it had great destructive power, it was not suitable for one-on-one battles. Today, in order to let his daughter see how strong he was, he naturally had to choose a gorgeous and domineering sword technique. In an instant, millions of sword images floated in the air. Each sword image was 30 meters long and looked like Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. This move used up all of his magic power. Fortunately, he had the Tianxia map. What kind of sword technique is this? Zhou Xiaoxuan's face was red with excitement. She looked around and decided that she must learn this sword technique. The ground was covered by a dust storm. Xianyuan Huangchen leaped up. His face was covered with blood, and his chest almost exploded from anger. Zhou Xuanji, don't be so arrogant. He roared furiously and swung his halberd quickly. A violent gale blew and turned into a gigantic wind dragon that coiled around his body. At first glance, this wind dragon was no smaller than the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. The two of them confronted each other like two giant mountains. Far away, a group of cultivators stood on the peak of a mountain. All of them were stunned. They were disciples of a sect who went out to train. They did not expect to witness a huge battle in the distance. Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha. It's the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor. Ha ha ha. I told you that the Sword Emperor is not dead. Such a domineering sword Buddha. Who's the other person? Such a powerful aura. Could it be Yang Di? Too powerful. Are they immortal gods? These cultivators discussed excitedly. They did not expect to encounter such a huge battle during their training. Even though they were just spectators, it broadened their horizons greatly. Zhou Xuanji controlled the primordial chaos sword shadow with his mind. The sword shadow was like a downpour of rain, like the toppling of mountains and rivers. Its aura could break the heavens and was unstoppable. Xianyuan Huangchen controlled the wind dragon to attack as well. Boom! The two horrifying energies clashed together. The dust on the grassy plain dispersed, and the mountains far away shook. Thunderclouds billowed. Zhou Xuanji had two intimidating spirit legendary swords in his hands. His power was definitely not that of a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. The wind dragon was penetrated by the sword shadow and dispersed in a short while. Xianyuan Huangchen held his halberd with both hands and spun it to block the sword shadow. Even if he could block it, he was forced back continuously. This guy is so powerful. No wonder he could defeat Shi Shenzong. Xianyuan Huangchen thought to himself with gritted teeth. His eyes were filled with murderous aura. How could he lose to Zhou Xuanji when he just descended into the mortal realm? He cried out furiously and swung his halberd ferociously. Countless wind dragons appeared and charged toward the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with a roar. Zhou Xuanji decided to end the battle quickly without any delay. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xiaoxian shrieked and fell down. Zhou Xuanji wrapped his left arm around her waist and held True Lord Xianxing sword in his right hand. He conjured the sky-dominating divine sword's sword soul. Zhou Xiaoxian looked up at him. His handsome and confident face gave her a sense of security that she had never felt before. She could not help but praise him in her heart. So handsome. No wonder her mother often said that her father was the most handsome man in the world. She did not believe it before, but now she did. My good daughter, look closely. Let me show you how your father kills the enemy. Zhou Xuanji said with a heroic smile. After he spoke, he came up to Xianyuan Huangchen with the 8-step sword lunge. Zhou Xiaoxian felt her vision blur, and Xianyuan Huangchen appeared before her. His face was so hideous, as though he was possessed by a malicious spirit. At this moment, a black beam of light flashed before her eyes. Boom! A powerful light burst forth. She did not feel any wind or waves, but she could hear an incessant rumble. When the powerful light dissipated, Xianyuan Huangchen was nowhere to be seen. The 3 golden storage rings landed on True Lord Xianxing sword's blade but did not fall off. A 5th tribulation scattered immortal is powerful indeed. But it's a pity that you picked the wrong opponent. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled, which made Zhou Xiaoxian admire him. She did not even see how Zhou Xuanji attacked. And the enemy was already dead. Moreover, the enemy was a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. With such cultivation, he was qualified to be the top cultivator in the world. She suddenly thought of the lady in green and snorted coldly in her heart. My father is still the most powerful. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. She believed that if the lady in green witnessed this battle, she would not make such wild claims. Her father was the top cultivator in the world. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 370. Zhou Xuanji left the battlefield quickly with Zhou Xiaoxian, but the spectators did not leave. They were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Half an hour later, the father and daughter landed beside a river. Zhou Xuanji put down Zhou Xiaoxian and stretched his waist. "How is it? Do you still dare to run away from home?" he asked with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and blushed. She turned her head and snorted. "If I don't run away from home, can I force you out?" Although she was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Xuanji's appearance, she did not hug him directly. After the battle, her mood became complicated. Since she was born, she had never seen Zhou Xuanji. The unexpected meeting made her a little awkward. She did not know how she should face him. The more she thought about it, the more tears welled up in her eyes. She had an urge to cry. Zhou Xuanji saw this and sat down with his legs crossed. "How about I tell you a story?" he asked with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and sat down beside him. "Tell me." She snorted. Her mother often mentioned that Zhou Xuanji would tell her stories to comfort her when they were young. A long time ago, the immortals lived in the heavenly court. The ruler of the heavenly court was the Jade Emperor. He was the leader of all gods, the ruler of all gods. His daughter, the third Saint Mother, suddenly became interested in the mortal realm, so she descended to the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji began to tell the story with a sorrowful expression. The third Saint Mother was bewitched by a mortal and gave birth to her unfilial son, Lu Chanxiang. The Jade Emperor was heartbroken when he found out about this and wanted to summon the third Saint Mother back. But the third Saint Mother did not listen and resisted. Her brother Yang Jian was so furious that he came to capture her personally. But that mortal was vicious and killed himself straight away. Before he died, he entrusted his will to his son Lu Chanxiang to take revenge for him. This caused the Jade Emperor's family to fall apart. After that, the Yang clan suppressed the third Saint Mother under Mount Hua. After Lu Chanxiang grew up, he received the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, who was a powerhouse of the demon race. He led the demons to attack the heavenly court, causing chaos in the heavenly court. The heavenly court suppressed Lu Chanxiang with their resources. Yang Jian couldn't bear to see his nephew die, so he purposely lost to Lu Chanxiang and let him escape. In the end, the gods took out their anger on him. From then on, Yang Jian was no longer the war god of the heavenly court and rarely returned to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor also gradually became less and less worried. It wasn't until the great sage, Heaven's Equal, attacked the heavenly court that the father and son had a chance to reunite. At this point, Zhou Xuanji sighed faintly. No one knew if he was sighing for the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian, or the third goddess. In his heart, he apologized to the three holy mothers and Lu Chenxiang. It was all for the sake of educating his children. Zhou Xiaoxian clapped her hands and said indignantly, "So it was all the great sage's scheme." Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. This girl's way of thinking was really weird. He said helplessly, "This story is to tell you not to run away from home without telling your parents." Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips in disdain. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted. "Where have you been all these years? Some people say you're in hell, is that true?" Compared to the story, she was more interested in Zhou Xuanji's past. Ever since she was young, she had a competitive heart. The person in front of her did not look much older than her, but he was the most powerful man in the world. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said with a smile, "Yeah, I fell into the netherworld." He told her about his experience in the netherworld. Although Zhou Xiaoxian was only 13 years old, she already had the ability to be independent. It was time to let her know how big the world was. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face was filled with longing. So the netherworld really existed. Even the judges and impermanences in the legends really existed. Zhou Xiaoxian was excited. She forgot about the awkwardness of meeting father and daughter for the first time and kept asking questions. Zhou Xuanji answered everything he knew, which made her cry out in surprise. Seeing that the girl was so excited, Zhou Xuanji felt very pleased. He had to admit that although the girl was still young, she was already a beauty. He could not let her run away from home alone in the future, unless she had the power to travel the world. The father and daughter chatted by the riverside. Dust billowed, and the grassland had turned into a wasteland. Two silhouettes levitated in the air. They were both wearing golden armor. Xinyuan Huangchen is dead. He was a fifth tribulation scattered immortal, and he died the moment he came down. No wonder the Heavenly Hall wants the Heavenly Guards to attack the northern wilderness region. One of the muscular men sighed in amazement, and the other Heavenly Guard nodded. The other Heavenly Guard had messy hair and a pair of sharp horns. He frowned and said, "There's an extremely powerful sword chi here. There's only one possibility, and that's the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He did not die and came back from the netherworld." Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. This person's name had already spread across the upper realm. Shi Shenzong called him the most powerful genius and the rival of his life. The Hegemon Sword Emperor said that he was his brother. It was all thanks to Zhou Xuanji that he was enlightened. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor thought that this brat was the reincarnation of a powerful cultivator, and had a powerful background. This time, Zhou Xuanji was on the Heavenly Guard's must-kill list, and he was ranked first. Because of Xianyuan Zhou, the conflict between the Heavenly Hall and Zhou Xuanji could not be resolved. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map. At this moment, a loud cry resounded across the entire northern wilderness region. "I am the great god of the Heavenly Hall, Spirit Sovereign Yen. The northern wilderness region has disregarded heaven's will and angered the heavens. From today onwards, the immortal gods will guide all living beings in the northern wilderness region. The Heavenly Guards will build heavenly steels in various places. Mortals like you must pay tribute and kneel to them every day. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." This voice was extremely majestic, like the might of the heavens. All living beings were in awe. The world was in an uproar. The immortal gods had descended. Heaven's will was going to enslave the mortals? Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Shaoxian, who were by the river, heard Spirit Sovereign Yan's words too. Their expressions were different. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about Spirit Sovereign Yan's cultivation with a frown. Just from the voice alone, he seemed to be very powerful, even more powerful than Lu Wuji. Zhou Shaoxian was frightened. To mortals, the immortal gods were lofty and undefeatable. How could she not be afraid? The following names are those that the heavens must kill. Those who provide clues or help to kill these people will be blessed by the heavens. Their cultivation and fate will grow tremendously, and they may even be listed as immortals. They are Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisan, Fengyul Xian Xianghua. Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice came again. This time his words were even more explosive. Zhou Shaoxian got up in fright and cried out anxiously, "Father, run quickly. The immortal gods want to kill you." Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He stroked her hair and smiled. "Don't be afraid, father. It's not certain who will kill who." Very good. He did not expect the Heavenly Hall to kill him as soon as they descended. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. He turned around and walked toward Skyfall. "Follow me," he said. Zhou Shaoxian was stunned and quickly followed him. At the same time, the world was shocked. All the empires and kingdoms were in an uproar. "What do you mean? Why do you want to kill the Sword Emperor?" "That's right. If not for the Sword Emperor, Lu Wuji would have killed us all. Why do the immortal gods act like demons? They force us to worship them and even want us to help them kill them. The immortal gods are heartless. The ancient sages were right. Never trust the immortal gods completely. Trust the heavens. Bulsh *t. They must be demons pretending to be immortal gods. But they came from the upper realm and must be very powerful. Who can defeat them?" Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 371. Skyfall. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the others gathered in a stone pavilion. Everyone had a serious look on their faces. They were no different from how they were 13 years ago. Even Jiang Shui, who had given birth, looked like a young girl. "This means that Master is fine and still alive, right?" Huang Lianxin broke the silence and said with a smile, causing everyone to roll their eyes. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji had never died. Daoya old man sighed and said, "Looks like it's because of that Tian that the Heavenly Palace hates Xuanji so much." Jiang Shui frowned and said, "If Xuanji is already in the northern wilderness region, why isn't he back yet? Is he in trouble?" The person she cared about the most was always Zhou Xuanji. Even Zhou Shaoxian could not shake his position in her heart. Lin Chang'e said, "Why don't I ask around? If he's on the mainland, there must be news about him already. It's highly likely that he's on the coast." Even though Zhou Xuanji disappeared, he did not leave. All of them firmly believed that Zhou Xuanji would come back. Daoya old man waved his hand and smiled. I have a feeling that he and Xiao Xian will be back soon. Jiang Shui was surprised and asked, They're together? Daoya old man smiled without saying a word. After that, they started to discuss Emperor Sword Court's recent actions. The Heavenly Hall wanted to kill Zhou Xuanji, so the disciples could not casually go out. It was too dangerous. In the Imperial Garden of the Hunyuan Empire, when Sunlight Emperor was practicing calligraphy, a man in black appeared behind him out of nowhere. Great Emperor, the Heavenly Palace has descended into the mortal world. What should we do? The man in black asked in a deep voice. When he mentioned this, his voice trembled a little. The arrival of the Heavenly Hall would have an unprecedented impact on the northern wilderness region. Sunlight Emperor's expression did not change. He waved the brush and wrote down the words Spirit Sovereign Yen. Then he said leisurely, Find out the location of Spirit Sovereign Yen, and the whereabouts of other heavenly guards. He was not on the Heavenly Palace's must-kill list, but Spirit Sovereign Yen would definitely affect his progress. So, he had already taken Spirit Sovereign Yen as his enemy. Yes. The man in black accepted the order and left. Sunlight Emperor looked up at the sky and murmured, What kind of world is the upper world? His cultivation and lifespan were enough for him to ascend, but he wanted to continue to become stronger in the mortal world. When one ascended, there would be a chance of metamorphosis. The stronger one was in the mortal world, the more metamorphosis there would be. 1 became 10 and 2 became 20. Before ascension there was a difference of 1, and after ascension there was a difference of 10. After the Heavenly Hall descended, the northern wilderness region was in chaos. The heavenly guards were all great tribulation scattered immortals, and they forced the mortals to build temples or sacrificial altars in order to worship the Heavenly Hall. Occasionally there would be killings, but the heavenly guards did not kill wantonly. As such, the humans in the northern wilderness region did not collapse, but they were still very depressed. Under the call of the immortal gods, more and more people started to chase after Zhou Xuanji by Hao Yisan, and dozens of other experts. Zhou Xuanji did not recognize most of the names that Spirit Sovereign Yen had listed, but for the Heavenly Palace to remember them, they were definitely not simple. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji and his daughter left the human race and entered the demon race's territory, heading towards Skyfall. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Xiaoxian sword techniques. He imparted the sky-dominating divine sword to Zhou Xiaoxian, and told her that this was the inheritance of an ancient sword emperor. She happily accepted it and no longer talked about the ancient sword emperor. On this day, Zhou Xuanji met a few people. They were Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qul. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisan's face instantly became green. Feng Qul's expression was also quite unnatural. What a coincidence! Zhou Xuanji greeted them with a smile. Zhou Xiaoxian hid behind him and sized up Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qul curiously. Both of them did not look like ordinary people. Bai Hao Yisan said bitterly, No wonder the Heavenly Palace is after me. I met you indeed. Whenever he met Zhou Xuanji, his luck would be extremely bad. Lu Wuji, who had just passed by, encountered the even more powerful Heavenly Palace. He suddenly wanted to die. Feng Qul was shocked that Zhou Xuanji had returned from the netherworld. Do you want to work together? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He did not have any ill feelings toward Great Emperor Heartless. If he brought this guy along and let him self-destruct in front of Spirit Sovereign Yen, it would weaken Spirit Sovereign Yan's power. I feel unlucky whenever I see you. Humph. Bai Hao Yisan snorted coldly before leaving. Feng Qul glanced at Zhou Xuanji and followed closely behind. Who are they? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji said intently, One is a fortune teller, and the other is Great Emperor Heartless, who lived for 90,000 years. Interesting. He realized that Bai Hao Yisan had become more powerful. It seemed that this guy had not been idle these 13 years. Great Emperor Heartless? Zhou Xiaoxian opened her eyes wide. She had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless, but she did not expect such a person to live in the world. She suddenly felt reverence toward the world. Before, she was indeed childish. She always thought that she could be as famous as Zhou Xuanji. Under the blue sky, Skyfall was surrounded by dozens of heavenly guards. All of the Emperor Sword Court's disciples were waiting on the mountain. Looking at the mighty and domineering heavenly guards, the disciples felt extremely anxious. How powerful are these heavenly guards? They feel so powerful, more powerful than Marshal Uncle Ning and the others. It's over. We can't defeat them. The Grand Teacher isn't here. What should we do? They must want to kill the Grand Teacher. They're all from the upper realm. Even if the Grand Teacher is here, he might not be able to defeat them. It was the first time they were facing immortals from the upper realm. All of the disciples were very nervous, including Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others. Daoya Old Man flew into the air and cupped his fist as he asked, "Immortals, what business do you have here?" The heavenly guards were very pleased with his words. They were not real immortals or gods, but to mortals they were gods. The leader of the heavenly guards stood out and said, "I'm Heavenly General Jinwu. This time, I'm leading troops to suppress Zhou Xuanji. Tell me where Zhou Xuanji is." With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Zhou Xuanji was not at Skyfall. However, the northern wilderness region was very big, and it would be too troublesome to find Zhou Xuanji. As such, they wanted to find him through Emperor Sword Court. Hearing this, Daoya Old Man smiled bitterly and said, 13 years ago, after he fought with Lu Wuji and fell into the netherworld, he never appeared again. We don't know where he is either." The netherworld? Heavenly General Jinwu frowned. How can mortals go to the netherworld? Daoya Old Man did not hide anything. In the past 13 years, he had often divined Lu Wuji's whereabouts. Out of 10 times, he had only succeeded once. He divined that Lu Wuji was in the netherworld and was lying in ambush for Zhou Xuanji. This was the first time he had told them about this. Previously, he had not even told Jiang Shui and the others. Hearing this, Heavenly General Jinwu's frown deepened as he said, "You mean that Zhou Xuanji is already dead?" Daoya Old Man did not reply, his face full of sorrow. "If that's the case, then all of you can die too," Heavenly General Jinwu said in a low voice. After that, he raised his spear and was prepared to attack. "Don't!" Daoya Old Man became anxious and immediately cried out, "He might come back. We can be your hostages." He was not afraid of death, but the hundreds of thousands of people on Skyfall could not die because of this. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 372. Wait for him to resurrect? How long will that take? Trying to trick me? You guys should just die first. Heavenly General Jinwu said with a cold expression. After that, he swept his spear down. Daoya Old Man was caught off guard and was split into 2 halves. Blood sprayed through the sky as he fell. This scene made the eyes of hundreds of thousands of disciples turn red. Su Yang leaped up, raised his treasured sword and roared furiously. What are the disciples of Emperor Sword Court still standing there for? Rather than dying, it was better to die in battle. Don't forget the purpose of our Emperor Sword Court. Daoya Old Man was Zhou Xuanji's senior, and he was the most respected person in Skyfall. For him to be killed like this was undoubtedly trampling on Emperor Sword Court's face. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Supporting the world with the sword. Using the sword to save the world. Several 100,000 disciples drew their swords, roaring in unison. As they shouted, they leapt into the air, flying into formation. Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong and the rest followed suit. The 4 mountain-guarding kings roared and transformed into their true forms. Fenyu Dragon King flew out from the back of the mountain, his dragon body expanding rapidly. The heavenly guards, on the other hand, were disdainful. A group of mortals dared to resist. They would only die a more painful death. Jiang Shui gripped her staff and took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with determination. Since Xianji wasn't around, she had to protect Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji had encountered such an undefeatable enemy more than once. Get into formation and kill the enemy. She raised the formation up high and shouted loudly. Raging flames coiled around her body and turned into a fire dragon. Violent winds whistled over and turned into a tornado that stood above her head. Countless water droplets appeared out of thin air and condensed into a giant water spear. The second-generation disciples formed the Sealing Dream Sword formation, while the third-generation disciples formed the 100-star sky-covering sword formation. Can't even take a single blow. Heavenly General Jinwu shook his head. He had wanted to see if Zhou Xuanji's disciple was powerful, but it turned out that he was just SOSO. Xiao. The sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang out, tearing apart everything. With a poochie sound, the ghost wail pierced Heavenly General Jinwu's chest. The world fell silent. All of the heavenly guards immediately turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji carrying his daughter flying over on his sword. Zhou Xiaoshuan's face was full of excitement as she mumbled, "So handsome! So handsome!" Ranged sword propelling. She had also learned it before, but she felt that it was just an ordinary sword technique. It was too much of a test of one's accuracy. But when she saw Zhou Xuanji use ranged sword propelling, she immediately wanted to pick up this sword technique again. "I am not dead yet. Who dares to disturb my Emperor Sword Court? Are you tired of living?" Zhou Xuanji's laughter resounded through the clouds, causing all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples to explode. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others were also very excited. He was finally back. When Jiang Shui saw the scene of Zhou Xuanji hugging Zhou Xiaoxian, tears streamed down her face instantly. She smiled in pleasant surprise. Her Xuanji had returned, and he had even found their daughter. Woo-woo. The wails of gods and ghosts rang out one after another. Heavenly General Jinwu's expression turned ugly as he shook his arms and forced the divine sword out of his chest. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "You've come at the right time. I'll kill you first and let your disciples watch you die before making them die in despair." Boom! He raised his spear and charged toward Zhou Xuanji, and dozens of heavenly guards also charged toward Zhou Xuanji. They already knew that Xianyuan Huangchen was suspected to have died in Zhou Xuanji's hands, so they did not dare to be careless. Zhou Xuanji directly took out the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Celestial shaking grade divine energy entered his body, and his aura soared. The tri-sun flame chi robe fluttered, and Zhou Xiaoxian, who was in his embrace, stared with wide eyes. "So powerful, this power!" She stared at Zhou Xuanji's face as she muttered to herself. Zhou Xuanji did not put her down, and he held her waist with one hand as he swung his sword with the other. 5 sword souls were condensed by him. Sky-dominating divine sword, soul eater slash, tempest slash, 10,000 ultimate steps, and Emperor's way 1,000-hand sword Buddha. The 5 sword souls gave off different lights and shined on his body, making him look like a god. This was the first time he had used the sun-devouring Tiango sword with his full strength. Facing Lu Wuji before, that fellow had been too weak and had knelt before he could use his full strength. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and the sword souls continuously shot out, incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the 6 heavenly guards were directly turned to dust. Heavenly General Jinwu felt quite shocked and hurriedly came behind Zhou Xuanji. He gripped his spear with both hands and ferociously stabbed out. A world-destroying gale wrapped around the spear's shaft as it shot out. A gale swept out, wanting to destroy Zhou Xuanji and Lu Wuji's souls. Zhou Xuanji flipped his hand and slashed out. A sword soul shot out, and countless rays of sword light flashed out. Sword chi swept out, causing Heavenly General Jinwu to cough up blood and fly back. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow's Sword Soul. It was as if millions of swords had simultaneously slammed into Heavenly General Jinwu, causing his chi and blood to tremble, and making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. After flying back hundreds of kilometers, he landed on a tall mountain and used the momentum to rush at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The tall mountain was shattered by the shockwave, and dust rose into the sky. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and smirked, giving a condescending smile. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoshuan's heart rate sped up. Such boldness, even facing an immortal god, he was still confident and domineering. Her heart was filled with pride. This was her father, the number 1 in the world, peerless and unparalleled. All of the legendary swords appeared around Zhou Xuanji, all of them exploding out with power. 10,000 ghosts howled, crimson dragons roared, hell kings roared, phoenixes cried, dragons roared, thunder rumbled, etc. All sorts of deafening sounds gathered together, as if the heavens and earth were going to explode. Seeing this, all of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were dumbfounded. In front of Zhou Xuanji, the heavenly guards seemed so weak and were no longer peerlessly domineering. Zhou Xuanji also unleashed the primordial chaos sword shadow. Millions of sword shadows appeared and gathered into mountains and rivers, giving off a boundless aura. It was the primordial chaos mountains and rivers, just like his magic energy, boundless and mighty. Immortal god? I'll show you the power of mortals. Zhou Xuanji loudly laughed as all of his legendary swords shot out, and the primordial chaos sword shadow also moved. The legendary swords and sword shadows shot out in different directions, causing the heavenly guards to flee. They flew into the sky and dove into the ground, but they were still unable to escape from this terrifying attack. Boom! 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 The ground shook and trees were destroyed. Smoke filled the air, filling the sky and earth. Emperor Sword Court was so shocked that they all retreated to defend Skyfall. Heavenly guards were killed one after another, and pained cries continuously sounded out. So powerful! Zhao Tsongjian gripped his fists. Looking at this majestic sword technique, he immediately wanted to learn it. A sword technique that was even more domineering than the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The others also felt shocked, but they were more curious about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. Too powerful. This was not the power that mortals should have. Zhou Xuanji, what divine weapon are you using? Heavenly General Zhenwu asked furiously. He swung his spear with both hands and blocked the endless sword shadows. Zhou Xuanji carried his daughter and flew up high. He looked down at Heavenly General Zhenwu and said, Sun-devouring Tiango sword, specialized in killing pigs and dogs. You! Heavenly General Zhenwu almost exploded in anger. This fellow dared to insult him. He gritted his teeth and raised his spear as he furiously roared, Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and charged over with 10,000 ultimate steps. Pissing. Heavenly General Zhenwu's head flew up, and blood spurted out from his neck. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 373. Before the heavenly power landed, Heavenly General Zhenwu's head was chopped off, and his life was cut off. His body was so powerful, but it was a pity that he could not withstand the sharpness of the celestial shaking legendary sword. Even his astral spirit did not have the time to project. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji activated Six-Path Sword Shadow and Soul Eater Slash, turning Heavenly General Zhenwu into ashes. The entire process happened so quickly that Zhou Xiaoxian was dazzled. Before she could see clearly what happened, Heavenly General Zhenwu was no longer there. Zhou Xuanji noticed her gaze and lowered his head with a smile. Don't worry. With your old man here, no one can hurt you. After that, he walked toward the other heavenly guards. At this point in the battle, there were only 17 heavenly guards left. They trembled in fear and quickly retreated. Zhou Xuanji laughed heartily. Tell Spirit Sovereign Yen that if anyone dares to come to Skyfall again, he will be the one to die. The heavenly guards did not dare to threaten him and quickly fled. The battle ended just like that. Zhou Xuanji was not injured at all. He displayed his might and showed everyone how powerful he was. He stored all his legendary swords and entered the mountain with Zhou Xiaoxian. All the disciples cried out the Sword Emperor's name in excitement. Too powerful. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Especially the new disciples. Each of them was more excited than the last, and they could not wait to rush up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked around and realized that the number of disciples had doubled. It seemed that Emperor Sword Court had not stopped developing during the years he was away, which made him very satisfied. In today's battle, I want to tell you to cultivate well. The way of the sword can slay immortals and slay gods. I hope that you can protect me one day. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout Skyfall, and all the disciples felt their blood boiling. I hope that you can protect me one day. This sentence was just too charming. Even the odd job disciples had the urge to break Zhou Xuanji's body and crush his bones. If it was someone else who said this, they would not care. But Zhou Xuanji had already shown how powerful he was. How could someone who could protect him be weak? Zhou Xuanji brought Zhou Xiaoxian to Jiang Shui and said with a gentle smile, I'm sorry for making you wait for 13 years. Let's go up and talk. As he spoke, he raised his right arm and embraced Jiang Shui. Hugging his wife and daughter, he turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. Xiao Jinghong, Lin Chang'e, and the others followed closely behind him. Above the clouds, everyone gathered in the stone pavilion, and before anyone could ask anything, Zhou Xuanji told them about his experiences over the past few years. After he finished speaking, Everyone looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise. So there really is an underworld. Master is really amazing. You can even make friends with Judge Chui. In the future, when you go to the netherworld, won't you have someone to rely on? Ha ha ha. Does that mean we don't have to fear death? You're thinking too much. At most, I'll let you reincarnate into a good life. Master, you're truly number one in the world now. You're only 73 years old, not even 100. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji's age, everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This was too much of a blow. Zhou Xiaoxian stood behind Zhou Xuanji proudly. She also wanted to become a great tribulation bodiless immortal before she turned 100 years old. For the next period of time, let the disciples go out as little as possible. Of course, there is no need to prohibit them. Heroes are born in troubled times. Everyone has to be responsible for their own choices. Zhou Xuanji instructed and Xiao Jinghong nodded. As Zhou Xuanji's only disciple, he was in charge of all the disciples. The others were in charge of different organizations such as Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords House, and so on. After that, he asked everyone to tell him about Emperor Sword Court's situation. Now, Emperor Sword Court had more than 1 million disciples. There were 360,000 third-generation disciples and 700,000 odd job disciples. 3 of the second-generation disciples were missing. They died in accidents while out on missions. Just as everyone was chatting, the pale-faced Daoya old man walked over. Zhou Xiaoxian immediately dashed over and hugged him. "Bad old man, I'm back." She giggled. Seeing her, Daoya old man smiled amiably and cursed. "Brat, do you dare to go out alone again?" There was no etiquette in their conversation, but they enjoyed it. The reason why she was named Xiaoxian was because of Zhou Xuanji's mother, Lady Xiaoxian. The young Lady Xiaoxian was the same as Zhou Xiaoxian. She was disrespectful to Daoya old man, but their relationship was the best. After the grandfather and granddaughter chatted for a while, Daoya old man sat down beside Zhou Xuanji and sighed. "Brat, why didn't you come earlier? If I used my divine ability again, I might really die." His undying divine ability consumed a lot of energy, and he used his lifespan as the price. As such, even though he was only a few thousand years old, he looked even more ancient than Xian Xianghua, who was over 10,000 years old. It was as if he already had 1 foot in the coffin. Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "When the time comes, tell Magistrate Chui my name. In your next life, I'll let you live in a wealthy family, and let you live a happy and romantic life." Daoya old man glared at him, feeling quite depressed. Following this, Zhou Xuanji asked Bei Xiao Wangjian to prepare some food and wine. He was going to drink to his heart's content today. In the northern wilderness region, on an ice mountain in the north, the Heavenly Palace had temporarily built an ice palace. Spirit Sovereign Yen sat on the main seat. He was nearly 30 meters tall and wore heavy chest armor. His hair was loose, and his muscles were exaggerated. His face was valiant, and his eyes gave off an oppressive aura. He held a massive sword in his right hand, and the blade was pointed at the ground. He looked at the heavenly guards kneeling below and said in a low voice, "Zhou Xuanji killed Heavenly General Zhenwu and 20 or so heavenly guards?" Heavenly General Zhenwu's cultivation was 7th Tribulation Scattered Immortal, and the weakest of the heavenly guards was a 1st Tribulation Scattered Immortal. How could they not defeat Zhou Xuanji? His first reaction was disbelief. How could there be such a powerful existence in the mortal realm? Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was not even 100 years old. Even if he was the reincarnation of a powerful being, he could not be so ridiculously powerful. The heavenly guard gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes." Thinking back to the battle back then, he felt a chill. Too powerful. He mustered up his courage and said, "Sovereign, a lot of your cultivation has been sealed, so you can't be careless. This boy has power that surpasses mortals." Spirit Sovereign Yen frowned and coldly harumphed. "As long as he doesn't surpass Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal, he won't be able to kill me." Hearing this, the heavenly guard did not say anything else. "Spirit Sovereign Yen, right? You want to kill this emperor? You really don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Get out here and die." Bai Hao Isen's furious voice sounded out from outside the palace, causing the heavenly guard to get up. Spirit Sovereign Yan's frown became even deeper as he muttered, "Great Emperor Heartless. In the upper realm, Great Emperor Heartless was an influential figure, and he had once looked up to him. However, this fellow had already reincarnated, and even dealing with Xinyuan Zhou was very difficult. He stood up and walked out of the ice palace with his sword. Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu stood amidst the flying snow. One stood proudly while the other felt uneasy. Seeing Spirit Sovereign Yen, Feng Qiu swallowed his saliva and said, "Great Emperor, are you really going to do this?" Bai Hao Yisan laughed condescendingly and said loudly, "You don't know this, but back then when this emperor was in the upper realm, even the Heavenly Hall's Lord had to treat me with respect. He's just a spirit sovereign, so what? If it was before, this emperor could kill a bunch of brats like him with a single slap." I'll continue writing. There's more today. The monthly votes are coming. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 374. Hearing Bai Hao Yisan's arrogant words, Spirit Sovereign Yen coldly harumphed. "You are no longer the all-powerful Great Emperor Heartless from back then. Because of your own selfish desires, you were deceived by someone and gave up your cultivation to descend into the mortal realm. What a fool! Today I will let you feel pain that you have never felt before. I will let you be defeated by an existence that you once looked down on, and I will let you live a life worse than death." Spirit Sovereign Yen said coldly. As he spoke, he walked towards Bai Hao Yisan with his sword. His aura quickly exploded out, shaking this world of ice and snow. Feng Qiu was so frightened that he took 3 steps back and gulped. He said carefully, "If you are going to remember to remind me." Thinking about Bai Hao Yisan's past accomplishments, he did not feel confident. Sigh. Why did he have to follow a great emperor like this? It was too dangerous. Bai Hao Yisan did not reply and continued to look at Spirit Sovereign Yen. A spear wrapped with silver dragon energy appeared in his hand, and he laughed proudly as he said, "Brat, watch carefully." He raised the spear and charged towards Spirit Sovereign Yen, advancing with indomitable will. Unstoppable. After returning to Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji spent 5 days teaching his disciples with the sword before spending the rest of the time with his wife and daughter. After teaching Zhou Xiaoxian, he found that this girl's talent in the way of the sword was truly amazing. She was not inferior to Lin Chang'e at all. Of course, compared to the 2 10,000-year princes, she was still a bit inferior. Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang had become close friends. 3 months ago, the two of them had gone out to train and had not returned. It was said that Chen Bantian had reached the spirit refinement stage, while Meng Tianlang had begun to break through to the great realization stage. Putting aside Zhou Xuanji, this cultivation speed was already inconceivable. Emperor Sword Court's strength increased day by day. Even though it had not produced a great tribulation scattered immortal, it could already rank in the top 10 in the world. At this rate, within 100 years, it would have 3 more great tribulation scattered immortals. Apart from the dense spirit chi in Skyfall, it was also related to the colorful celestial tree. This tree needed to bear fruit once every 100 years, and the fruits that fell to the ground would disappear within 10 years. As such, it had to be consumed and could not be stored. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanji listed the 5-color celestial fruit as a first-class reward in the Firmament Inner Court. Doing missions in the Firmament Net could earn contribution points, which could be exchanged for sword techniques, spirit pills, medicines, swords, natural treasures, and so on. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The heavenly guards did not come to capture Zhou Xuanji again. He enjoyed the leisure. On this day, Lin Chang'e brought back the report, and he stood in front of Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Xiaoxian, who was training her sword not far away. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lin Chang'e said, "Great Emperor Heartless self-destructed again, and his opponent was Spirit Venerable Yen." The explosion flattened the snowy mountains in the surrounding 100 miles, causing a sky-high avalanche that engulfed the cities at the edge of the human race. There were countless casualties. At the mention of this matter, his expression became increasingly strange. As a great emperor, other than self-detonation, did he not have any other abilities? Zhou Xuanji laughed. This old fellow was quite something, self-destructing anyone he saw. Even if Spirit Sovereign Yen did not die, he would be incredibly angry. He asked, "Spirit Sovereign Yen hasn't moved recently. Could it be that he's severely injured?" If that was the case, this would be the best chance to attack Spirit Sovereign Yen. Lin Chang'e nodded. Because of this, all the heavenly guards have been transferred back to overlook North Ridge. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and gathered everyone, telling them about his arrangements. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough, to the point that they could not predict him, so they could only support him. You still need to be careful. Don't let your guard down just because you've become stronger, Zhang Shui reminded him. However, she believed that Zhou Xuanji would not be arrogant. If he was arrogant, he would have died long ago. Ever since he had become famous, Zhou Xuanji had been more cautious than anyone else. In his own words, he was paranoid, so every time he killed an enemy, he would stab them tens of times. Father, take me with you, Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly. She really liked the scene of Zhou Xuanji taking her into battle. She could sense how powerful he was, and she felt a sense of contempt for him, as if he was just a drop in the ocean. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "Do you want to get your father killed? You're just a small fry, so just focus on cultivating at Skyfall." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and quickly disappeared over the horizon. Zhou Xiaoxian pouted, feeling quite wronged. Jiang Shui stroked her head and smiled as she said, "Your father is right." Everyone laughed and teased her, making her so angry that she drew her sword and chased after them. After leaving Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji stood on the windcutter sword and rushed toward the north at full speed. He took out the bronze dagger and sent his magic energy into it, summoning Dao Seeker. Soon Dao Seeker's image appeared. "Are you thinking about Spirit Sovereign Yan's injuries?" Dao Seeker asked first, causing Zhou Xuanji to raise his brow. Oh, this old fellow's predictions were quite accurate. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, he continued, "Spirit Sovereign Yan is indeed injured, but he still has power that surpasses Lu Wuji's. Moreover, a month has passed, and his injuries have mostly recovered. He also has hundreds of heavenly guards with him, and they are all great tribulation scattered immortals. No matter how powerful you are, it will be very difficult for you to kill him." Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "You mean for me to retreat?" Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "Go to Juadi Cliff. There's a very powerful being hidden there. You have already established a connection." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of Dugu. Dugu was most likely the invincible genius from 50,000 years ago, Devil Emperor Dugu. However, why was his soul at Juadi Cliff? Didn't he ascend? Could he have reincarnated into the mortal realm like Bai Hao Isin? Even if we find him, how long will it take for him to recover his cultivation in his current state? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not slow down, nor did he change his direction. Dao Seeker was silent. This was indeed a problem. Dugu was only a remnant soul now. Even if he was rescued, he would not be of much use. I'm most worried about one thing now. If I kill Spirit Sovereign Yan, will the Heavenly Hall send someone even more powerful? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. After fighting the small, he would fight the big. After fighting the big, he would fight the old. Would there be an end to this? Before, he felt that the antagonists were all pigs. They sent themselves to him one after another. But now that he was in the same situation, he felt troubled. Each of the antagonists was very powerful. They won't. Spirit Sovereign Yan is already the most powerful cultivator that the heavenly law can tolerate. If they send someone more powerful, the heavenly law will not tolerate it. The heavenly hall will also be punished by the heavenly law. They won't be so stupid, Dao Seeker replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. So, then Spirit Sovereign Yan was dead for sure. After that, the two chatted for a while. Dao Seeker mentioned Xian Xianghua and said that she was close to the time of her ascension. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, and her cultivation was high. It was hard for the mortal realm to tolerate her. Zhou Xuanji was a little worried about her. The heavenly hall was after her. If she ascended, she would not have a good time in the upper realm. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji passed by Great Zhou and Great Chan and came to the Qi Empire. The Qi Empire had always kept a low profile. Among the 7 empires, it was not eye-catching. But it was said that there was an old ancestor who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the Qi Empire. His power was unfathomable. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 375. After passing by the Qi Empire, Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He did not take that mysterious old ancestor to heart. However, just as he was about to fly past the Qi Empire's border, a voice called out to Zhou Xuanji, "Sword Emperor, please wait." Zhou Xuanji stopped and looked back. He saw a white-haired old man sitting on a crimson-red gourd flying over. He was short and had a red face, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji with an indecipherable gaze. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and waited for him to speak. For this fellow to be able to catch up to him, his cultivation was naturally not simple. According to his estimations, he was at least a second tribulation scattered immortal, or even a third tribulation scattered immortal. The Qi Empire actually had such an expert hidden. "Sword Emperor, are you going to deal with Spirit Sovereign Yan?" The white-haired old man asked as he bowed. Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "What do you want?" The white-haired old man hurriedly explained, "I have no ill intentions. My name is Qi, and I'm the founding emperor of the Qi Empire. I'm also on Spirit Sovereign Yan's kill list." Founding Emperor Qi. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. He remembered this name, but because he did not know him, he did not think too much about it. "You want to ally with me?" Zhou Xuanji asked. This old fellow's strength could at most tie down a few heavenly guards, and he could not threaten Spirit Sovereign Yan at all. Founding Emperor Qi nodded and bitterly smiled as he said, "I know the Heavenly Hall's goal and Spirit Sovereign Yan's selfishness. Even though I can't help you in terms of battle power, I can help you plan." After saying this, he waved his right hand and a formless barrier covered the two of them. At a glance, the two of them seemed to be invisible, and even divine sense could not enter. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "They all have ulterior motives? Not just to take revenge for Tian?" Founding Emperor Qi nodded and said, "The Northern Wilderness is welcoming a world epoch, and the Heavenly Hall wants to support a new protagonist of the world to control the Northern Wilderness fate and make it theirs. In the Upper Realm, each major faction controls one or even several mortal realms, and they are the immortal gods of the mortal realms. The Heavenly Hall is one of them. However, in the Upper Realm, true immortal gods exist, but they are high and mighty and do not participate in battles. Spirit Sovereign Yan volunteered not because he's loyal to the Heavenly Palace, but because of Fate Emperor River and his son. His son was banished to the mortal realm, so he wants to help his son become a great emperor and escape the Heavenly Palace's control." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect the Upper Realm to be so complicated. Spirit Sovereign Yan, who looked like a lackey, actually had his own plans. Who was his son? I don't know who Spirit Sovereign Yan's son is for now, but he definitely has great talent, so we have to be careful. Even if we kill Spirit Sovereign Yan, his son might rise up and take revenge for his father. Founding Emperor Qi sighed. His wariness towards Spirit Venerable Yan's son surpassed his wariness towards Spirit Venerable Yan. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "How do you know so much?" Founding Emperor Qi didn't hide it either. "My ancestor had once ascended and appeared in my dreams 3,000 years ago, so I had no choice but to go into seclusion." Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement in his heart. Why did it feel like all of them had backgrounds in the Upper Realm? It turned out that this world was a plaything of the Upper Realm, a game of chess created by them. "What do you want me to do?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. After saying so much, he most likely didn't want him to directly go and find Spirit Sovereign Yan. Founding Emperor Qi said in a low voice, "Go and take over Fate Emperor River. You will definitely be injured in your battle with Spirit Sovereign Yan, and his son might take this opportunity to devour Fate Emperor River. When that time comes..." He did not say anything else. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and asked mockingly, "Does Fate Emperor River belong to me or to you?" This was a river for becoming a great emperor. Founding Emperor Qi shrugged and said, "Of course it belongs to you. Even if I have Fate Emperor River, I will not be able to become a great emperor. You're different. After ascending, our clan can still support you and help you reach the pinnacle. I just hope that you won't forget this favor in the future." Zhou Xuanji smirked and said, "Is Fate Emperor River in Sun Hill or the Hunyuan Empire?" "Sun Hill, Fate Emperor River is difficult to move," Founding Emperor Qi replied. Founding Emperor Qi replied, and then the two of them rushed towards Sun Tomb. Overlooked North Ridge Ice Palace. Spirit Sovereign Yan sat on the main seat, his expression grim. Hundreds of heavenly guards were gathered in the palace, all of them incredibly nervous. Have you still not found his whereabouts? Spirit Sovereign Yin asked in a low voice. He was not asking about Zhou Xuanji or Bai Hao Yisan but about his son. A horned heavenly guard came out and cupped his fists as he said, Ji Xian has already reincarnated for a long time, and his fate has long since changed. It will be very difficult to find him. We need time. When mentioning Ji Xian, the heavenly guard's expressions became strange. They all knew that Ji Xian was a sinner of the heavenly palace. Why was Spirit Sovereign Yin looking for him? They did not dare to ask too much. This was the mortal realm, and they could not contact the heavenly palace. They could only rely on Spirit Sovereign Yin. Continue to search. Also, have you found where Fate Emperor River is? Spirit Sovereign Yin said impatiently as he waved his hand. Ever since Bai Hao Yisan had self-destructed, his soul had been damaged, and the injuries to his body could not be healed, making him feel quite uncomfortable. We've found it. It's in Sun Hill and its owner Yang Di has moved to the Hunyuan Empire. We can occupy Fate Emperor River at any time. Another heavenly guard replied, causing Spirit Sovereign Yin to nod. This made him feel quite pleased. Continue to keep an eye on it, Spirit Sovereign Yin ordered. Following this, his tone changed and his expression became savage as he said, Up until now, not a single person on the list has died. The higher-ups are very unhappy with us, so we must force them out. Head to the 8 sanctums and 7 empires to capture 10,000 people each and bring them here. Tell the world that we will capture them once a month until Zhou Xuanji, Bai Hao Yisan, and the others appear. The heavenly guards nodded, not feeling guilty at all. After all, the northern wilderness human race's fate had come to an end, and their deaths were not to be regretted. Also send 5/5 tribulation scattered immortals overseas to find suitable races, and help them enter the northern wilderness, Spirit Sovereign Yin said. Once the human race was destroyed, it was time for new races to take their place. In front of the bigger picture, the lives of a single race were not much. Sun Hill. Zhou Xuanji and founding Emperor Qi Wei sped on the clouds and looked at the boundless mountain forest ahead. Zhou Xuanji said in amazement, This place is quite beautiful and has abundant spirit qi. It's suitable for cultivation. Founding Emperor Qi Wei nodded and said enviously, It's all thanks to Fate Emperor River. He was proficient in fate detection and could divine the location of Fate Emperor River. The two of them flew into the forest without slowing down. Soon they stopped in front of a waterfall. The waterfall was hundreds of meters tall, and the water surged violently. As the water hit the reefs below, countless diamond-like water droplets appeared. The entrance is within the waterfall. There's a mountain path inside that leads underground, founding Emperor Qi Wei said. He waved his right hand, and following this, 3 cries sounded out from the forest opposite the waterfall. Sun Hill looked like it was uninhabited, but in actuality Yang Di had nurtured many elites. However, if these elites encountered a great tribulation scattered immortal, they would not be able to escape death. Zhou Xuanji and founding Emperor Qi Wei flew into the waterfall. After a while, a ball of demonic qi swept over and entered the waterfall. Chapter 376. After walking for a few thousand meters, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xuanji heard the sound of flowing river water. They flew out of the cave and landed on the ground. This was a spacious underground space, and there were all kinds of crystals embedded in the walls. There were also man-made oil lamps that lit up this space. In front of them there was a river that was 15 meters wide. The river water was very rapid, and it flowed from the darkness to the darkness on the other side. Looking closely, one would find that the river water was quite strange. It seemed like a dense fog, but the sound of flowing water did not seem fake. Is this Fate Emperor River? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. The spirit qi here was very dense, and it was not inferior to the peak of Skyfall. Founding Emperor Qi Wei sighed in amazement and said, It's the first time I've seen Fate Emperor River. It's said that Fate Emperor River flows in a cycle and only exists on this path. He paused before saying, If you want to become a great emperor, you have to jump into Fate Emperor River. However, if your body is weak, you will be crushed by the flow of fate. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Doesn't becoming a great emperor require the acknowledgement of the heavenly law? He was confident that he was strong enough, but he did not know much about Fate Emperor River, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Indeed, but you can prove your Tao with power. At that moment, a familiar female voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua looked over. A ball of demonic qi flew out from the cave, and after it dissipated, Xian Xianghua, who was dressed in a bewitching purple dress, walked over slowly. A ball of demonic qi flew out from the cave, and after the demonic qi dissipated, Xian Xianghua, who was dressed in a bewitching purple dress, walked over slowly. Why are you here? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. After 13 years, this old demonic woman was still as flirtatious as ever, and her aura was evidently more powerful. He felt that she was not any weaker than Shi Shenzong. It seemed that while he was not around, Long Aohua had not rested at all. Founding Emperor Qi Wei's expression slightly changed, and a look of wariness appeared in his eyes. Xian Xianghua. She was once the top cultivator in the world, and she was undoubtedly the top cultivator in the demonic path. How could he not have seen her before? Of course it's for Fate Emperor River. After that, she looked at Founding Emperor Qi Wei and teased, "Ho, little old man, you're not dead yet." Founding Emperor Qi Wei felt quite awkward and did not know what to say. Back then, he had also been defeated by Xian Xianghua. Before Yang Di had appeared, Xian Xianghua had been invincible in the world. Her strength, personality, and faction were all in line with Long Aoyan's character, so Zhou Xuanji often called her Long Aohua. Back to the main topic, after the Heavenly Palace descended, I guessed that they would target Fate Emperor River, so I came to take a look. You've come at the right time. With your strength you can definitely enter the river. As long as you become a great emperor, Spirit Sovereign Yen won't be able to do anything to you. Not only was this man in front of her the one she loved, but he was also her pride. He was less than 100 years old, but he had already surpassed the strength of a seventh tribulation scattered immortal. Even Yang Di was inferior to him. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Do you want to go down too?" Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "If you didn't come, I would naturally go down and risk it all. But since you came, I will protect you. Moreover, your chances of success are greater than mine. You can help me after you become a martial emperor." Zhou Xuanji looked at her and said seriously, "Don't try to trick me. There can only be one great emperor in an era. If there were two great emperors, there would definitely be a battle. The two could not coexist." Xian Xianghua lifted up his chin and smiled as she asked, "How about you protect me in the future?" Zhou Xuanji fell silent. Ever since the two of them had met, it had always been Xian Xianghua who had protected him. Even though he had become powerful and had become the second or first in the world, he had never protected her. She was still so proud and aloof, roaming the world alone. Whenever something happened to him, she would always rush over immediately. If she had any fortuitous encounters, she would immediately inform Zhou Xuanji. This kindness was very great, and it made his heart feel heavy. "You should go down, you're about to ascend after all," Zhou Xuanji said as he sighed. Zhou Xuanji sighed. The thought of Xian Xianghua ascending made him feel a little sad. He did not know how long it would be before they met again. Xian Xianghua pushed him and smiled as she said, "If I become a great emperor and ascend, it will be even more troublesome. Don't waste time. After you become a great emperor, you can protect me after you ascend. If you don't become a great emperor and ascend, it will be difficult for you when you reach the upper realm." After saying this, she pushed Zhou Xuanji, wanting to push him into the river. He could not dissuade her, so he could only jump into Fate Emperor River. Founding Emperor Qi Wei, who had been eating dog food the entire time, sighed and said, "Who would have thought that Sect Lord Xian would have such a passionate side? If he was Xian Xianghua, how could he give this opportunity to the person he loved? He did not have the confidence." Xian Xianghua glanced at him condescendingly and said, "I can become a great emperor without Fate Emperor River. What do you know?" Founding Emperor Qi Wei chuckled. After entering Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji's vision became hazy, and he could not see anything around him. He could not sweep out with his divine sense either, and a terrifying impact continuously swept through his body. He immediately activated Golden Invincible Form, and heavenly lightning wrapped around his body to defend against the impact of fate. Is this what luck is? It's formless and colorless, and when gathered together, It has such an impact. He felt inwardly shocked and immediately activated the World Buddha art. He did not know how to use Fate Emperor River to become a great emperor. No one else knew either. Those who knew had long since ascended and did not leave behind any specific methods. Soon he found that under the impact of fate, his body was gradually becoming stronger. This feeling, he suddenly thought of World Overlord. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to cultivate World Overlord. He sat cross-legged in Fate Emperor River and focused on cultivating. On a tall mountain at the border of Sun Hill, Dao Seeker stood before a cliff and looked in the direction of Fate Emperor River with a complicated expression. He mumbled, "It's too early. This path is not as beautiful as people think." A black shadow came out from his shoulder and turned into a horrified face. It laughed sinisterly and said, "You must have miscalculated. Who would have thought that he would reach fourth tribulation scattered immortal cultivation so quickly, and his strength even surpasses seventh tribulation scattered immortals? Who would have thought that he would enter Fate Emperor River so early?" Dao Seeker sighed and did not reply. Everything was fate, but it was also a variable. The human race is about to collapse, and he alone will not be enough to turn the situation around. After entering Fate Emperor River, it is extremely difficult to become a great emperor. Most geniuses have died at the bottom of the river. Even if he succeeds, he will not be able to save the human race. "You need to find another way," the Black Shadow said faintly. The Black Shadow said faintly. Dao Seeker understood this. But what other way was there? A few days after Zhou Xuanji entered Fate Emperor River, a piece of news spread across the world. The Heavenly Guards captured 10,000 people from each of the sanctums and empires. They claimed that they would capture people every month and bring them to the Ice Palace to be executed. They claimed that everyone on the kill list would be killed. Once this news spread, the world was shocked. They captured 150,000 people every month, and 1 million people would die in a year. As time passed, Spirit Sovereign Yen would become more and more impatient, and more people would die. But those who were being hunted down by the Heavenly Guards were all powerful. Who would be willing to accept their fate? Soon, the Northern Wilderness region was in complete chaos. Update at night. We are ranked 25, which is not enough. If the event ends and we are in the top 10, I will update at least 10 more chapters. If you participate in this activity, you can also get book coins and other prizes. Everyone, come to QQ to participate. On the Discover page, in the upper right corner of the Receive Benefits section, you can find the activity, Online Literature True Love Battle. Recommendation votes, monthly votes, gifts, subscriptions, and shares can all help. Chapter 377. On the 5th day after the Heavenly Guard's word spread, the leaders of the 7 great dynasties and the 8 sacred grounds gathered together to discuss the matter of the Heavenly Hall. They were in a great hall of the Zhonghai Ziggurat. The Zhonghai Ziggurat was a neutral sacred land and rarely participated in battles. Its reputation was also the most reassuring. Yang Xindi knocked on the table with his finger and spoke first. The Sky Palace's plan is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only is it justifiable to kill, but it also creates a gap between us and the top experts of the world. Once the Sword Emperor and Xian Xianghua are dead, even if the human race survives, we will be at death's door and forever be slaves. What he meant was very simple. He could not allow the Heavenly Palace to do whatever they wanted. Zheng Junlu added, "That's right. We should join forces with the Sword the Arch and the others to counterattack the Heavenly Palace." The other leaders had similar opinions. Zhou Xuanji had saved the human race more than once. How could they sacrifice him? Furthermore, if he died, the human race would lose their strongest fighting force. Sunlight Emperor sat in the corner and said nothing. He was now the Hunyuan Emperor and also the strongest person present. Hearing others boast about Zhou Xuanji, he felt a little displeased. He was number 1 in the world. However, he wasn't angry. He knew who his enemy was. "I think we need to contact the outer seas. The human race should be united," Lin Yu said. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Overseas. Until today, the various factions could already feel how powerful the overseas region was. However, they did not point it out and were still immersed in the illusion that the Northern Wilderness region was the most powerful. Now that Li Yinyu mentioned overseas, they felt even more pressured. Sun tomb within Fate Emperor River. Vast amounts of spirit qi rose up from the bottom of Fate Emperor River and flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, making him feel delighted. He could clearly feel his cultivation rapidly increasing. This feeling was indescribable. At the same time, his understanding of the world overlord became less and less. Fate Emperor River was the materialization of the heaven and earth's fate, and the spiritual qi it absorbed came from the depths of the ground. It was the purest spiritual qi. The profundity of being the overlord of the world was to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to become the overlord of the world. It was similar to the current situation. Dong! 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 His heartbeat suddenly sounded out. It was powerful, and even Fate Emperor River could not drown it out. On the riverside, Xian Xianghua and founding Emperor Qi Wei heard it as well. Just how strong is his physical body? Founding Emperor Qi Wei was speechless. This was the first time he had heard such a terrifying heartbeat. It was like a primordial demon that had lived for countless years. Xian Xianghua fell into deep thought. This kind of heartbeat was clearly not achieved through cultivation. It seemed like this kid was not simple and had many secrets. Or perhaps it was the effect of the world Buddha art. No matter what, she was still very happy. She liked how unfathomable Zhou Xuanji was. If she could see through him, what else could she look forward to? Time continued to pass. 10 days had passed since Zhou Xuanji entered Fate Emperor River. However, he still had no idea how far he was from becoming a martial emperor. He could only try his best to become stronger. As for whether he could become a martial monarch or not, it all depended on the will of the heavens. The abnormality of Fate Emperor River attracted the attention of many people who were proficient in divination. There were many lackeys of Sunlight Emperor in the Sun Tomb. Not only did the news spread to Sunlight Emperor, but it also spread to the whole world. In less than half a month, the entire world knew that Zhou Xuanji had become a great emperor in Fate Emperor River. Back when Sunlight Emperor had just discovered Fate Emperor River, the various factions had already scouted out the whereabouts of Fate Emperor River. However, they were not strong enough, so they could only look at the mountain of gold. Even with the Heavenly Hall's evil deeds, the conflicts within the human race did not stop. Those in power in the dark could not obtain Fate Emperor River, so they could only use other methods. For a time the human race was shaken. Achieving the martial monarch realm? The Sword Emperor has already reached such a height? Even the strongest human cultivator fell under his feet. Why can't he become a martial monarch? Our ancestors said that our era is far from the past, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. That's right. Zhou Xuanji will surely shock history. If he succeeded in becoming a martial emperor, wouldn't he be able to expel the Heavenly Hall? Who leaked the news? What evil intentions? To most mortals, Zhou Xuanji becoming a great emperor was not a bad thing, because becoming a great emperor was too far away for them. This was especially so in the current situation. They all hoped that Zhou Xuanji could defeat Spirit Sovereign Yan. The world was in turmoil, and the future of the human race was even harder to predict. The news soon reached Spirit Sovereign Yan's ears. After hearing that Zhou Xuanji wanted to become a great emperor, Spirit Sovereign Yan's first reaction was disdain. He overestimates himself. In this era, no one can become a great emperor because the human race's bloodline is impure. It's impossible for anyone to become a great emperor. Spirit Sovereign Yan sat on his throne and laughed condescendingly. The heavenly guards in the palace also laughed condescendingly. He immediately ordered the 30 heavenly guards to act. They were not to stop Zhou Xuanji but to kill the other people on the hunting list. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji would definitely die. Once he entered Fate Emperor River, he would not be able to come out alive. However, the other powerful cultivators of the human race did not know about this, and they might try to stop Zhou Xuanji, wanting to monopolize the potential to become a great emperor. This was a good opportunity for him to capture them all at once. After the 30 heavenly guards set off, Spirit Sovereign Yan got up and smiled as he said, "It's time to visit an old friend." After saying this, he disappeared. The remaining heavenly guards looked at each other before leaving. A world-shaking battle was brewing. 1 month later, Xian Xianghua and founding Emperor Qi Wei's expressions became unsightly. "Fortunately, I cast a spell, or else it would have been troublesome," founding Emperor Qi Wei said as he sighed. After Zhou Xuanji entered the river, He had killed everyone in Sun Hill, but he had never thought that the news would still be leaked. Xian Xianghua frowned and said, "We can't go on like this. They will soon discover this place, and we're not sure if we can be disturbed during the process of becoming a great emperor. You need to be prepared to fight to the death." Hearing this, founding Emperor Qi Wei's expression became unsightly. Now they not only had to face the heroes of the world, but they also had to be wary of the heavenly hall. The pressure was so great that he almost could not breathe. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Founding Emperor Qi Wei suddenly felt some regret. However, thinking about the old ancestor's words in his dreams, his expression became resolute. "I'll send a message to the Qi Wei Empire and ask for reinforcements," Founding Emperor Qi Wei said as he gritted his teeth. If Zhou Xuanji failed to become a great emperor, the human race would definitely perish. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to fight to the death. Xian Xianghua nodded and cast a spell to send the message. At that moment, within Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji felt unprecedented pain. He felt as if he was in a pot of boiling oil, and his body was boiling hot. However, his body was unharmed, which was incredibly strange. So uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth. He understood that the true difficulty was coming. As long as he could master World Overlord, he would not fear Spirit Sovereign Yan. If he could become a great emperor, he would not have to fear him. If it wasn't for the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, I might already be dead. Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked in his heart. He could sense that the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was endlessly sending out energy, nourishing his muscles and bones. Even his body could not withstand the impact of Fate Emperor River. If it was anyone else, they would have died without a doubt. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 378. After rejoicing in his heart, Zhou Xuanji began paying attention to the Violet Demon Monarch's heart in his body. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart had already fused with his heart, and there was no distinction between them. However, all this while, he had been unable to see through the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. At this moment, the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was actually absorbing the fate within Fate Emperor River. It was truly mystical. Where did it come from? What is the origin of the Violet Demon Palace? Zhou Xuanji felt quite curious and wanted to take out the ancient god sword to ask the ancient powerhouses. But he could not take out the divine sword, because the sword spirit had stopped him. According to what the sword spirit had said, if all swords were refined by the heaven and earth fate, then Zhou Xuanji would forever be under the control of the heavenly law. For now, being acknowledged by the heavenly law had only benefits and no disadvantages. But one day it would become a disadvantage. Because his goal was to surpass the heavenly Tao. Zhou Xuanji could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He allowed the Violet Demon Monarch's heart to absorb fate, while he continued to cultivate World Overlord. He was already very close to becoming a fifth tribulation bodiless immortal. The spiritual energy from the ground surged wildly into his body. With the help of the Tianxia map, his cultivation level skyrocketed. If he stayed like this for a year, even if he could not achieve the martial monarch realm, he would be reborn. 3 days later. It was his 74th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 74 years old. Gacha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst Chaos Breath Sword, Intimidating Spirit Diamond Heart Suppressing Sword, Gold Evil Yellow Sword. Then the information of the 3 swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Myriad Chaotic Breath Sword Grade. Amethyst description: the best of the wind sword. It is known for its fierceness and sharpness, capable of tearing everything apart. Sword name: Diamond Heart Suppressing Sword Grade. Intimidating Spirit. Description: the sword of the Vajra god. It can calm the soul and give people unparalleled faith. Sword name: Evil Yellow Sword Level. Gold description: legend has it that there are 7 colored divine swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and yellow represents hope. If all 7 divine swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. After obtaining another Intimidating Spirit legendary sword, Zhou Xuanji felt quite good. He was interested in the evil yellow sword. At the moment he already had the evil purple sword, the evil yellow sword, the evil green sword, and the evil crimson sword. He was only 3 colors away from fusing the mysterious ancient demon sword. He wondered how powerful it would be. The 7 swords were only gold-ranked, so there was little hope of them surpassing intimidating spirit. However, he was still looking forward to it. What if there was a surprise? After that, he discarded all distracting thoughts and continued to concentrate on his cultivation. At the same time, Sun Hill was filled with people. Countless people were searching for Fate Emperor River. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could see traces of cultivators and demons everywhere within a 500-kilometer radius. From time to time, battles would break out. Fate Emperor River was thousands of meters underground, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to find it. However, there were also quite a number of experts who sneaked underground and searched everywhere. Kacha! Xian Xianghua twisted another person's neck, destroyed his soul, and threw his corpse to the side. Dozens of corpses were piled up on the side like a mass grave. Founding Emperor Qi Wei gritted his teeth and said, "If this goes on, we will become more and more passive." Xian Xianghua did not reply. She had already done what she had to do. Now she could only defend to the death. Founding Emperor Qi Wei said cautiously, "Should I go up and purposely create fake news to lure people away?" Xian Xianghua glanced at him and lightly nodded. He immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he dove into the mountain. Soon, he left the ground and flew above the forest. When he looked around, he could not help but feel quite shocked. He had guessed that there would be many people coming, but he had never thought that there would be so many. Do they all want to die? Instead of dealing with the heavenly hall, they only know how to fight amongst themselves. Founding Emperor Qi Wei cursed inwardly, but he could understand what they were thinking. If he was 5,000 years younger, he would most likely be like these people and go crazy for becoming a great emperor. After all, there were many ancient records stating that anyone who entered Fate Emperor River could become a great emperor. Even though it was not true, it was enough to make people go crazy. He immediately flew into the air and circulated his magic energy as he shouted, "I found Zhou Xuanji in Fate Emperor River. Hurry and come with me. Fate Emperor River is about to run dry." His voice was like thunder, causing countless humans and demons to turn around. Even the 30 heavenly guards hiding in the forest turned around. Founding Emperor Qi Wei turned and flew away, and seeing this, the others did not have time to think and hurriedly followed. Fate Emperor River is about to run dry? That fellow looks so familiar. Isn't he the founding ancestor of the Qi Wei Empire? He's indeed still alive. Fudge! Zhou Xuanji absorbed it so quickly? Commotion filled the heavens and earth, and founding Emperor Qi Wei looked incredibly worried. His eyes were filled with drama, and it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Countless cultivators and demons majestically flew away with founding Emperor Qi Wei, but there were still a few people searching in this region. In the distance on a cliff, Feng Kuel, who had lost his left arm, looked at this scene and could not help but gulp. Bai Hao Yisan stood by his side and shook his head as he sighed and said, "This is too crazy. Everyone in the world is an idiot, and Zhou Xuanji is also an idiot." Feng Kuel asked in confusion, "Why?" There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He felt that he would be conned to death by Bai Hao Yisan. Fudge! Every time this bastard would confidently say that he was invincible, and then he would be beaten like a dog. Every time he would self-destruct, and this time he had even lost an arm, making him feel quite resentful. 20,000 years ago, there was a ferocious person who stole the human race's fate and became the sole emperor. This caused his descendants to bear karma, and their bloodlines to become impure. They will never be acknowledged by heavenly law, and will never be able to become a great emperor. Bai Hao Yisan said faintly before pausing and sighing, "In actuality, many geniuses have been born in the past 20,000 years, and they were not any weaker than the great emperors of the past. It's a pity that they were unable to fight against fate, and they all turned to dust and disappeared from the world." Feng Kuel frowned and asked, "Then how did the hegemon sword emperor become a great emperor?" Bai Hao Yisan gave a mysterious smile and said, "You'll have to ask him." Feng Kuel almost coughed up blood. If he could ask him, why would he follow a scammer like you? He did his best to calm his emotions. Facing Bai Hao Yisan, no matter how much resentment he felt, he did not dare to show it. "That's right, who is that ferocious person you were talking about?" Feng Qiu asked out of curiosity. To be able to steal the human race's fate, he was definitely an incredible person. Bai Haoisen shook his head and did not reply. Feng Qiu almost jumped up and slapped him. At that moment, Bai Haoisen suddenly laughed and said, "This emperor has found Fate Emperor River." After saying this, his body blurred and he dived underground. Feng Qiu hurriedly followed. Underground, Xian Xianghua stood by the riverside and looked down at Fate Emperor River. She could not see Zhou Xuanji's figure, so she did not know how he was doing. She suddenly turned and slapped out with her palm. There was a loud bang. Bai Haoisen was blasted into a mountain by the palm wind, and Feng Qiu, who had just appeared, was given a big fright. "My invincible great emperor, are you going to kneel again?" He turned and looked over, and his pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, "Xian Xianghua, why are you here?" After asking this question, he wanted to slap himself. After spending so much time with Bai Haoisen, he had become stupid. This old demonic woman was definitely here to protect Zhou Xuanji. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 379. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Xian Xianghua's eyes were cold, and her words were filled with extreme killing intent. Feng Qiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "We're not here to take Fate Emperor River." Bai Haoisen landed on the ground and dusted off his clothes as he looked at Xian Xianghua. He brushed aside the hair on his forehead and smiled as he said, "This beauty is quite powerful. Don't worry, we're here to stop Spirit Sovereign Yen. We're not interested in Fate Emperor River." Feng Qiu reminded in a low voice, "She's Zhou Xuanji's old lover." Hearing this, Bai Haoisen's face instantly became green. He felt disgusted. When he looked at Xian Xianghua again, he found her to be an eyesore. He harumphed coldly and said, "This emperor wants to ambush Spirit Sovereign Yen here, so I advise you not to obstruct me. Otherwise, this emperor will self-detonate, and you will die, along with that little slut in the river." Whenever Zhou Xuanji was mentioned, he became angry. At the same time, he inwardly cursed that such a perfect and powerful beauty had been taken by Zhou Xuanji. The heavens were so unfair. Xian Xianghua narrowed her eyes and said, "You are the great Emperor Heartless who has been defeated in every battle?" Bai Haoisen felt like his heart was being stabbed, and he almost coughed up blood. Defeat after defeat? He was instantly enraged and prepared to teach Xian Xianghua a lesson, but he was stopped by Feng Qiu. "Xian Xianghua, now is not the time to fight. Do you think that you alone can stop the people outside? Other than the people of the world, the 30 Great Tribulation bodiless immortals of the Heavenly Palace are also hiding." Feng Qiu said in a low voice, feeling quite good in his heart. Finally, there was someone who could rebuke this dog. Xian Xianghua asked, "How are you going to ambush us? Didn't you already lose to Spirit Sovereign Yen once?" Bai Haoisen was stabbed once again, and his heart felt great pain. Feng Qiu glanced at him, feeling quite pleased inwardly, but on the surface he said seriously, "At least we injured Spirit Sovereign Yen. We plan to set up a barrier here, and once Spirit Sovereign Yen steps in, he will be trapped here for a short period of time." Xian Xianghua frowned. What kind of lousy idea was this? Bai Haoisen said unhappily, "Don't worry, he won't dare to enter Fate Emperor River, nor will he be able to destroy Fate Emperor River. As long as we can trap him here, this emperor will be able to self-detonate at close range. His soul will be destroyed, and even true gods will not be able to save him." Xian Xianghua asked, "Then how should we escape?" Hearing this, Feng Qiu's liver ached. He had already been injured twice, and he didn't want to experience it again. Bai Haoisen said proudly, "That will depend on your own strength." Feng Qiu suddenly had a strong urge to rebel. Xian Xianghua did not agree and sank into hesitation. Bai Haoisen was not in a hurry. After all, Spirit Sovereign Yen had not come yet. Juadi Cliff. Spirit Sovereign Yen and Dugu stood opposite each other in the valley. "What do you think? Isn't it good to have you become the Eternal Lord? This is your chance to turn things around." Spirit Sovereign Yen said, his tone filled with desire. Although the person in front of him was only a remnant soul, his strength had shocked the upper realm. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Palace coveted him. Dugu frowned and said, "What exactly do you want? I'm afraid the Heavenly Palace doesn't know about this." Spirit Sovereign Yin nodded and raised the corners of his lips, revealing an unruly smile. The heavenly palace has decayed. I'm powerful enough, but I can only be a spirit sovereign. My son has unparalleled talent, but because he offended the heavenly palace's crown prince, he was banished to the mortal realm. Although he spoke arrogantly, his gaze was fixed on Dugu. Dugu did not reply immediately and continued to frown. Weighing the pros and cons, Spirit Sovereign Yin turned and looked at the sky as he said, Devil Emperor Dugu, you are a rare genius in the mortal realm. You are not weaker than Lu Wuji, and your death is regrettable. Are you really willing to leave this vast chessboard just like that? Devil Emperor Dugu, the peerless genius from 50,000 years ago. Before he became a great emperor, he defeated Lu Wuji's body. Back then, Lu Wuji slaughtered countless living beings and absorbed countless essence qi. His cultivation surpassed seventh tribulation scattered immortal, but he was still defeated by him. Back then, he was the current Zhou Xuanji. He was still in his prime and he was still invincible. After so many years, he was only left with a remnant soul in this forbidden ground, struggling at death's door. Wasn't this pitiful? Dugu remained silent. Spirit Sovereign Yin was not in a hurry and waited for him to make a decision. His target had never been Zhou Xuanji or Bai Hao Yisan. He wanted more, and his desires were greater. Very well, Dugu said in a low voice. His eyes flashed and his demonic qi swayed. Spirit Sovereign Yin gave a smile and loudly laughed. Within Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening outside. He was completely focused on becoming world overlord. The power of the heavens and earth was his own power. The vastness of the heavens and earth was the vastness of the heart. The goodness of the heavens and earth was the goodness of the spirit. Zhou Xuanji entered a state of enlightenment, and the violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off a brilliant light. Boom! The spiritual energy surging from the ground suddenly exploded. He was breaking through. Not only was his cultivation breaking through, but his energy technique was also breaking through. The entire Fate Emperor River violently roiled, causing Xian Xianghua and the others to look over. How is this possible? Bai Hao Yisan's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. He's not dead yet. Feng Qiu frowned and could not help but hold his forehead. As expected, this dog had slapped his own face again. Xian Xianghua was not excited, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. She truly hoped that Zhou Xuanji could succeed in becoming a great emperor. Even though the two of them had never formally shared their feelings, she knew that he had her in his heart. They had a tacit understanding, and their feelings were both in each other's hearts. Rumble. At that moment, the underground space violently trembled as if it was going to collapse. Bai Hao Yisan suddenly looked up and muttered, "Those bastards still found this place." Xian Xianghua frowned and demonic qi flowed out, forming a heavenly demon image, looking savage and terrifying. On land, within a mountain forest, founding Emperor Qi Wei was surrounded by 30 heavenly guards. His body was covered with blood, and he breathed raggedly. There were people all around him, and all of the cultivators and demons coldly watched on. They were densely packed, and they were like an inescapable net, surrounding him from above and below. Founding Emperor Qi Wei wiped away the blood at his mouth and said coldly, "The Heavenly Hall wants to destroy our human race, yet you're colluding with them for Fate Emperor River. Don't you find this laughable?" His voice was loud and clear, causing many cultivators' eyes to flicker. Who did not fear the Heavenly Hall? It was because they were afraid that they wanted to become a great emperor. Only when they were powerful would they feel safe. The Heavenly Guard in the lead was 15 meters tall and held 2 axes. He wore diamond-like armor and looked sharp and shiny. He looked at founding Emperor Qi Wei with his tiger-like eyes and said disdainfully, "Mortal gods will not kill everyone in the world. They will only kill those who resist. You are someone who must die. Tell me where Fate Emperor River is, and I will let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will rip out your soul and let you experience heavenly punishment." The other heavenly guards mocked him. A second tribulation scattered immortal dared to toy with them? Founding Emperor Qi Wei deeply breathed in, and his gaze became resolute. Underground, within Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji broke through to 5th tribulation scattered immortal. At the same time, he comprehended the 5th level of the World Buddha art, World Overlord. His magic energy greatly increased, and it turned from a small stream into a river into a river, and a river into a vast ocean. 2 consecutive updates, a new month, asking for monthly votes. I want to give it my all and update more. Everyone, please vote more to help me. Since the year before last, I have been trying to qualify for the Great God Pact. I did not succeed the year before, but I became one of the 12 heavenly kings. Last year, because I did not want to leave the plot unfinished, I finished the most powerful mythical emperor and started a new book. With Emperor starting point, I created an average of 20,000 votes. Investiture as a xianxia was not a problem, but it was a pity that I ended it halfway. The new book was not as good as I expected, and the total number of votes for both was only around 6,000. I did not succeed in applying for the Great God Pact. Of course, I did not want to give up, but writing was the most important. This year I hope that I can get one. Currently, the total number of votes for Legendary Sword starting point and creation point is almost 8,000. The book has only just begun, and we cannot remain silent. Just like how Zhou Xuanji was about to become a great emperor, everyone was helping each other. I will update, you will vote, and we will work hard together. Cast more monthly votes to save the child. Come. Wonderful book house. Come. Chapter 380. World Overlord. Zhou Xuanji finally mastered it. In that instant he felt that his soul was being refined. His divine sense suddenly left his body and left Fate Emperor River. He saw Xian Xianghua, Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu. His divine sense continued to soar, leaving the ground. He saw countless humans and demons gathered in the wilderness. He saw founding Emperor Qi Wei being surrounded and attacked by a group of heavenly guards like a dog being toyed with. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense leaped past them and saw majestic mountains and rivers. The land was quickly shrinking. He saw a boundless azure ocean. The clouds were layered, and the sun and moon were beside him. The heavens and earth shrunk in his eyes until he reached the highest point in the sky and looked down at the entire world. Is this the stage of World Overlord? Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. He had the confidence to control everything. Perhaps this was how the immortal gods viewed the mortal realm. Apart from this, he could sense that there was a formless energy around him that could be controlled by him. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. He ignored everything that he had seen before. His consciousness did not notice how dangerous his situation was, and he only took a quick glance. His mind was occupied by the vastness of the heavens and earth. The power of the heavens and earth was his power. At the same time, in Fate Emperor River, his body madly absorbed fate and spirit qi. The violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off waves of faint images, causing the entire Fate Emperor River to glow with a violet light. This is... Xian Xianghua's eyes widened in awe. Bai Hao Yisan was completely dumbfounded and mumbled, "Impossible! Impossible! Mortals who entered Fate Emperor River would die without a doubt. Unless Zhou Xuanji came from 20,000 years ago. Wait!" Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Thinking back to Zhou Xuanji's devilish deeds, he wondered if he really came from 20,000 years ago. From what he knew, no one was more devilish than Zhou Xuanji. He had reached fourth tribulation scattered immortal cultivation before he was 80 years old and could even kill Lu Wuji. Even the performance of the previous powerhouses at the same time paled in comparison to Zhou Xuanji. So it's like this. Bai Hao Yisan was covered in cold sweat and suddenly felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he had not completely fallen out with Zhou Xuanji. Feng Qiu noticed the change in his expression and felt a wave of regret. If he knew this, he would have fought with Dao Seeker for Zhou Xuanji even if he had to risk his life. Sigh. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they stared at Fate Emperor River. A loud bang resounded. The cavern wall above them suddenly collapsed, startling the three of them and forcing them to take cover. The entire underground space crazily collapsed. The soil and rocks were squeezed against each other, moving to both sides and downwards. It was as if a world-destroying force was descending, compressing the earth. Fate Emperor River was battered by the mud and rocks, but it was not affected at all. Anything that got close to it would immediately turn into ashes. Looking up from the ground, one could see a heavenly guard with a pair of axes standing in the sky, looking down. The land within a radius of 100 miles had collapsed as if a hole had appeared in the ground, causing the soil and trees to sink. There were also many cultivators and monsters mixed in with the collapse. They screamed miserably, turning Sun Hill into a purgatory on Earth. Not far away, founding Emperor Qi Wei, who had lost his arms and legs, was bound by iron chains. His entire body was dripping with blood, and he was being watched over by 2 heavenly guards. His eyes were filled with despair as he stared at the destructive power of the Twin Axe's heavenly sentinels. He was too strong. He was almost invincible. He sighed inwardly. It's over, the human race is completely finished. In the distance, many cultivators and monsters were floating in the air. Their bodies stiffened as they looked at the scene in shock. What kind of power was this? They felt helpless. How could mortals like them resist such powerful heavenly guards? Fate Emperor River? They would not dare to snatch it even if they had 10 guts. Do you see this? This is the power of a god. You can only have a chance to live if you submit obediently. The Twin Axe's heavenly sentinel laughed maniacally. His name was Yonglu, and he was Spirit Sovereign Yan's most powerful subordinate. He was an 8th tribulation scattered immortal. 8th tribulation scattered immortal. Even the most powerful human in the history of the northern wilderness region had never reached such a cultivation. Even Lu Wuji was only a 7th tribulation scattered immortal when he ascended. He was different from ordinary heavenly sentinels. He had a strong background in the upper realm. And because he worshipped Ji Xian, he became Spirit Sovereign Yan's subordinate. His ambition was the same as Spirit Sovereign Yan's, and he wanted to revive Ji Xian and see him return to the peak. He suddenly understood why so many powerful people chose to descend to the mortal world. This feeling of destroying the weak was simply too satisfying. His unbridled laughter covered the screams below. Soon, a horrifying crater that was thousands of meters deep and hundreds of miles wide appeared. Fate Emperor River also appeared at the bottom of the crater. It flowed out of the soil like a torrent of mist, and then disappeared into the soil in front of it. However, the soil on both sides did not feel wet at all. Yonglu's gaze was fixed on Fate Emperor River, and his smile became disdainful. Founding Emperor Qi Wei's face was ashen. He did not see Xian Xianghua, and thought that she had escaped. Your sword emperor is down there. Watch how I kill him. Yonglu raised his battle axe and laughed loudly. No one responded. They were all trembling in fear and despair. Stop! At this moment, a domineering shout was heard. Everyone turned around and saw Jiang Wudi flying over from the east with a large group of Jiang clan disciples. Cultivator armies were also rushing over from other directions. There was the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Chun, Qi Wei, Hunyuan, Donghan and Bahan. There was the Dongyuan Monastery, Merciful Melody Cliff, Red Bank Valley, Songhai Ziggurat, Mountain Abyss Ziggurat, Ice River Valley, Deep Abyss Manor, and 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. There were also other factions with countless cultivators. 5 million. No, could be more than 10 million. Most of the human forces in the northern wilderness region were gathered. All the cultivators stared at the heavenly guards furiously and wanted to tear them into pieces. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can win with numbers? Yonglu laughed disdainfully. As he spoke, he swung his axe forcefully. The domineering axe chi descended like a crescent moon and blasted into Fate Emperor River. This scene made everyone's eyes red. Zhou Xuanji was their biggest hope. If he died, how could the human race fight against the heavenly hall? You're seeking death. Jiang Wudi charged at Yonglu first, and the other powerful cultivators followed suit. They wanted to fight to the death with Yonglu. At the same time, inside Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji's mind returned to his body. He felt that something bumped into him, but it did not hurt, so he did not care. After comprehending the power of the heavens and earth, his cultivation grew rapidly. In a short while, he broke through to 6th tribulation scattered immortal. His magic energy grew tremendously, and his soul sublimated. Zhou Xuanji was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. The unprecedented power made him want to roar. But because he was in Fate Emperor River, he could not open his mouth. Mortal, you want to prove your Tao? Right at this moment, a solemn voice suddenly exploded in his mind, jolting him awake in an instant. Who's speaking? He opened his eyes wide and thought in astonishment. Third chapter. One must have the right attitude to ask for monthly votes. During the double monthly vote period, one would need 1,000 monthly votes in one chapter. After the double monthly vote period, one would need 500 monthly votes in one chapter. It's different this time. It's not on the basis of the third chapter, but on the basis of the fourth chapter. Is my attitude good? Vote quickly. After writing, I went to bed. Today is Labor Day, and I will not be home during the day. I will update at night when I come back. Happy Labor Day. Come. Wonderful book house. Come. Chapter 381. Mortal, you want to prove your Tao? That solemn voice came again. Zhou Xuanji could not find where he came from, and he could not help but frown. This voice reminded him of Xinyuan Zhou. His tone was indifferent, yet it revealed a divine dignity. Even he couldn't help but feel reverence in his heart. Compared to Xinyuan Zhou, this voice sounded more like heaven. Perhaps he was heaven. Mortal, you want to prove your Tao? This was the third time he asked. Zhou Xuanji said in his heart, I want to. He didn't jump into Fate Emperor River to play around. Boom! A bolt from the blue suddenly sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, a massive wave of memories flowed into his mind. His body trembled, causing Fate Emperor River to surge violently. The people outside did not notice the abnormality in Fate Emperor River, and they thought it was caused by Yonglu's attack. At this moment, the world's strongest were besieging Yonglu. Tens of millions of cultivators surrounded the 29 heavenly guards and unleashed all sorts of spells at them from all directions. Explosions rang out one after another. The wind blew the clouds away and the earth shook. This battle covered the heavens and the earth. It was a magnificent sight. The heavenly guards were powerful, but dozens of them died every second. Their corpses fell like rain. Blood flowed along the walls of the pit to the bottom, forming a river of blood. Founding Emperor Qi lost his guard and fell to the ground, almost falling to his death. He laid at the bottom of the crater and tilted his head to look at Fate Emperor River. He suddenly realized that something was wrong with Fate Emperor River. This ripple lasted for a very long time, as if something was about to charge out of Fate Emperor River. Could it be? His heartbeat quickened, and his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. At this moment, Xian Xianghua appeared beside Fate Emperor River. She stood there proudly, her purple dress fluttering in the wind. She looked up at the invincible Yonglu and frowned. Bai Hao Yisan and Feng Qiu came to the edge of the crater and watched the battle from atop the trees. Feng Qiu gulped. Tens of millions of cultivators attacking a few dozen people. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. This group of dogs is really impressive. Bai Hao Yisan crossed his arms as he coldly harumphed, his tone filled with disdain. Back then, no matter how many heavenly guards there were, they would all die when facing him. He didn't attack immediately. He was waiting for Spirit Sovereign Yan. Yonglu waved his axes and the flames spread out like a sea of fire, instantly burning 6 Mahayana cultivators to death. His flames were extraordinary, and a mortal's body couldn't withstand it at all. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Wudi. He raised his axe and swung it at him. In an instant, Jiang Wudi sensed fatal danger. He subconsciously turned his body, but his right arm was still chopped off. Your reaction is very fast. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Yonglu smiled contemptuously. He turned around and kicked Jiang Wudi's chest, causing his body to fall into the sky. Too strong. Number 3 under heaven was completely powerless in front of him. The other peerless experts of the human race were shocked. How could they defeat Yonglu? Looking at the surrounding battlefield, the other heavenly guards were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep, mercilessly slaughtering without restraint. If things continued like this, the allied human forces would definitely be defeated. And everyone would die. Rumble, thunderclouds suddenly gathered. Yonglu raised his right arm high, and countless bolts of lightning fell on his battle axe. It was as if many dragons were entangled in it, struggling crazily. Everyone around him was so scared that they all retreated. A terrifying pressure raged in the sky, and even the other people who were fighting stopped. The heavenly guards panicked and quickly moved away from Yonglu. Their behavior made the human race even more panicked. Uneasiness, despair, and fear spread. Yang Lu's face was ferocious. Under the light of the lightning, he looked like an evil demon that could destroy the world. Mortals, do you want to see the true power of a god? Once my axe falls, all of you will die. He laughed wildly. Black clouds covered the sky, and he turned the world into purgatory. Hearing this, the cultivators all retreated. Even Li Yinyu Shitan Changshi and the others didn't dare to go near him. Damn it! Yang Xindi gritted his teeth. Yang Lu's power made him angry and afraid. He was in despair. Were mortals really powerless against the upper realm? Ha ha ha! Go to hell! Continue to be afraid in hell! Yang Lu laughed maniacally. Just when he finished speaking, he swung his axe down. The apocalyptic lightning struck the ground, causing the entire sky to flicker with lightning. Everyone was engulfed by the lightning as though they were killed by the might of the heavens. Go! Bai Haoisen quickly fled with Feng Kuel. Inside Fate Emperor River, Zhou Xuanji was in a mysterious state. He couldn't sense anything in the outside world. Even though Fate Emperor River was rippling violently, he was not affected. After a long while, he opened his eyes slowly. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared in each of his pupils, which looked demonic and mysterious. He frowned and waves of shock surged in his heart. The heavenly law told him the path to becoming a great emperor. He needed to defeat 10 powerful cultivators who were qualified to become a great emperor. But the more great emperor candidates he defeated, the more powerful he would be after becoming a great emperor. But how many great emperor candidates were there in the world? Yang Di was one. Did Spirit Sovereign Yen belong to the upper realm count? Bai Haoisen had already become a great emperor, so he definitely counted. But even so, he couldn't gather 10. He was furious in his heart and felt that he was being played by the heavenly law. Anti-Xian. At this moment, a scream filled with sorrow and anger came from above, which shocked Zhou Xuanji so much that he looked up immediately. He recognized the owner of the voice immediately. Zhou Xiaoxian. Thunderclouds billowed, causing the heavens and earth to fall into darkness. Countless corpses lay in the gigantic pit that spanned hundreds of miles. Even the forest ruins at the edge had corpses, and there were severed limbs and heads everywhere. Yang Lu was surrounded by lightning and looked down at the land like a thunder god. The 29 heavenly guards gathered around him and smiled condescendingly. Following their gaze, Xian Xianghua was half kneeling beside Fate Emperor River. She was covered in blood, and her hair was a mess. Her purple dress was charred, and her veil was gone. Her beautiful yet cold face was filled with a murderous aura. She stared at Yang Lu and the others. Other than anger, hatred, and murderous intent, there was no fear or despair. Far away, Daoya Old Man grabbed Zhou Xiaoxuan's arm so that she could not break free. Jiang Shui Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, and the others led hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples and flew into the sky. They quickly surrounded the 30 heavenly guards. Their hearts were heavy. Everywhere they looked, there were miserable corpses, and the thick smell of blood was so pungent. Yo, another group of insects that don't care about their lives. Yang Lu sneered. His tone was cold, and he did not take Emperor Sword Court seriously at all. He lowered his head to look at Xian Xianghua, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he laughed arrogantly. I see that you are quite pretty. Why don't you become my house pet? As long as you become my dog, I will let you live. The other heavenly guards burst out laughing like demons from hell. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 382. Facing Yang Lu's savagery and brutality, Xian Xianghua did not surrender. She stood up slowly, and the demonic chi behind her condensed into a heavenly demon again. She looked around, and the corpses of the dead made her a little dazed. Back then, the war between the righteous and demonic factions was as tragic as this. Back then, she was fearless and mighty with her demonic might. She did not care about the pitiful people who died in the war. But now their positions were reversed. She became the weak one, and she could not fight against the arrogant Yang Lu at all. She felt a little sad in her heart. The human race had been fighting among themselves for so many years, but they were still going to be defeated by their enemies. No, there was still hope. She suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji, and her eyes became determined. The heavenly demon behind her roared into the sky, which made the heavenly guards' mocking laughter even louder. This woman still wants to fight? The northern wilderness region is just so. Let's just kill her. Can't we find a beauty? Haha, such a strong beauty is rare. I really don't know what she's thinking. She's overestimating herself. They ridiculed him wantonly, completely unaware of how cruel their actions were. Yang Lu raised his right arm and raised his axe again. He looked down at Xian Xianghua with disdain. Save Auntie Xian. Zhou Shaoxian struggled with all her might. She was so anxious that she cried. When she was young, although Xian Xianghua only visited her twice, she treated her well and even taught her cultivation. She had always admired Xian Xianghua, the most powerful woman in the world, the former top cultivator in the world. The others looked terrible. But what should they do? Jiang Shui took out her staff and took a deep breath. She was ready to fight. She knew that her cultivation was not high enough, but Zhou Xuanji owed Xian Xianghua too much. Not only that, Xian Xianghua even taught her the celestial devil rebirth technique. No matter if she was Zhou Xuanji's wife or herself, she could not just stand by and watch. What are you doing? Daoya old man stared at her and reprimanded. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Han Shumbua, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, and the others stood up one after another. They could escape from this battle. But where could they run to? Rumble at this moment, the crater began to shake violently. Everyone turned to look. Fate Emperor River was twisting violently, as though something was about to burst out. The pebbles and rocks in the huge pit were shaken into the air. It was a spectacular scene. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning struck down like a giant dragon, blasting a huge hole in the wall of the pit. Its destructive power was terrifying to the extreme. That is, founding Emperor Qi Wei, who was lying in the distance, became excited. His breathing quickened and his upper body trembled. Yang Lu frowned and had a bad premonition. He swung his axe at once. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts suddenly fell, causing the world to lose its color. A terrifying explosion resounded. An invisible barrier actually blocked all of the lightning. The scene was spectacular and shocking, causing everyone to be moved. The heavenly guards were even more shocked. They could not believe their eyes. They all subconsciously looked towards Fate Emperor River. A figure slowly rose up from Fate Emperor River. It was Zhou Xuanji. He wore the Tri-Sun Flame Qi robe, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His face was grave and stern, and a purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. His hands hung down naturally, and as soon as he appeared, all living things went silent and the thunder dissipated. He stood on Fate Emperor River and did not give off any might. He was like a mortal, and his aura was almost non-existent, as if he had fused with the heavens and the earth. Everyone's eyes were gathered on him. Zhou Shaoxian, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were all excited. He really did not die. The hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were so excited that their faces were red. They clenched their fists and tried their best to control their emotions. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the heavenly guards before looking at Xian Xianghua and asked, "Are you okay?" His tone was calm, and no emotions could be heard from him. He had already seen the countless corpses around him, which was enough to tell how intense the battle had been. Xian Xianghua heaved a sigh of relief and sat down with her legs crossed. "If you still didn't come out, I might have really died," she said. She could not see through Zhou Xuanji, and the more he was like this, the more at ease she felt. Zhou Xuanji looked up at the heavenly guards and rose up slowly. The sun-devouring Tiango sword appeared in his hand. Even in the darkness, his sword still shone with a cold radiance. "You are Zhou Xuanji? A sixth tribulation scattered immortal. You are quite powerful," Yang Lu said with squinted eyes. Who else could come out from Fate Emperor River other than Zhou Xuanji? His words surprised Emperor Sword Court and those who were still alive. The Sword Emperor already had the cultivation of a sixth tribulation scattered immortal? Everyone in the northern wilderness region knew that Zhou Xuanji's power could not be measured by cultivation stages. But every time he broke through a stage, his power would grow tremendously. But it's a pity that I have the cultivation of an eighth tribulation scattered immortal. No matter how powerful you are not a match for me. Now kneel before me and beg me to spare your life. Depending on your performance, I will decide your life and death." Yang Lu laughed savagely and did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. He was a genius too. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji had yet to become a great emperor, so he was not afraid. Zhou Xuanji stopped in the air and caressed the sun-devouring Tiango sword. Although I have yet to become a great emperor, I have broken through. Do you know what stage I have broken through to? Yang Lu laughed condescendingly and deliberately mystified him. He did not ask the heavenly guards to attack but to kill Zhou Xuanji himself. After killing the top cultivator in the world, Spirit Sovereign Yan would surely be happy. When Ji Xian revives, he would surely reward him. If I cannot kill you within 3 moves, I will kill myself here. Zhou Xuanji looked up at Yang Lu and said slowly. His tone was casual, but his eyes were so sharp. With this, the heavenly guards laughed even louder. Is this guy crazy? A 6th tribulation scattered immortal killed an 8th tribulation scattered immortal in 3 moves? Yang Lu was laughing too. But his heart tightened suddenly because he noticed that the hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples were still looking at Zhou Xuanji passionately, as though they were injected with chicken blood. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had some tricks up his sleeves? Without a word, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his axes in both hands. His speed was extremely fast. It was so fast that everyone's eyes could not keep up with him, including the other 29 heavenly guards. But Zhou Xuanji was even faster. He raised his hand and swung his sword, but no one saw it. In their eyes, he did not even raise his hand. A stream of sword light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Yang Lu's pupils contracted and instinctively wanted to block with his axes. His head was separated from his body. His head spun rapidly in the air, and blood spurted out from his neck. The scene froze. Everyone's mouth was agape. From their point of view, Zhou Xuanji did not attack, but Yang Lu's head flew off strangely. While they were horrified, they felt a chill down their spines. They had witnessed Yang Lu's prowess with their own eyes. Only 1 out of 10 million cultivators survived, which was enough to show how powerful he was. Zhou Xuanji came up to Yang Lu in one step and grabbed his shoulder. He activated world internalization to absorb his magic energy. Sorry, I overestimated you. 1 slash is enough. Zhou Xuanji stared at Yang Lu's head and laughed coldly. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 383. How is this possible? Yang Lu, who only had his head left, stared at Zhou Xuanji furiously. Fear was hidden deep in his eyes. He had sensed Zhou Xuanji's sword chi just now, but it was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge or block it. They were clearly 2 major realms apart. Why was this happening? He couldn't understand. He wanted to regain control of his body, but he found that he couldn't control it. He couldn't even leave his body even if he wanted to. This was because his soul was in his physical body, and there was only the will of his soul in his head. What are you doing? He screamed in horror. He finally felt the aura of death. Zhou Xuanji pressed down on his shoulder and laughed coldly. I want to kill you. You can beg me now. Depending on your performance, I will decide your life and death. This was said by Yang Lu. Now that Zhou Xuanji returned it to him, it was undoubtedly humiliating him. The heavenly guards in the distance were drenched in cold sweat. They did not dare to act at all. They could not see how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, and they could only feel a chill down their spines. Yang Lu was so angry that he almost exploded, but he could clearly feel his vitality fading away. I was wrong. Please spare my life. He gritted his teeth and said. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. He had never been so humiliated before. If this matter were to spread to the upper realm, how would he survive? However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop and continued to absorb his magic energy. An 8th tribulation scattered immortal's magic energy was incredibly powerful, and it was enough for his cultivation to improve. Yang Lu was anxious. He could no longer care about his pride and face. I beg you, spare my life. I beg you, just treat me as a dog, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave, please let me go this time. What do you want me to do for you to forgive me? Yang Lu's face was full of fear and despair, screaming at the top of his lungs. Seeing him in such a miserable state, no one sympathized with him. Instead, they felt carefree. Those dead cultivators had also begged Yang Lu to let them live. This guy deserved to die. He should be in even more pain. Soon, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of Yang Lu's magic energy and destroyed his soul. An eighth tribulation bodiless celestial was killed without any resistance. He turned to look at the other 29 heavenly guards. The heavenly guards were terrified and wanted to escape, but they didn't know how to report back. Spirit Sovereign Yen was more brutal than Yang Lu, and he never showed mercy to his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji took Yang Lu's storage ring and strolled toward the heavenly guards. "Father is mighty!" Zhou Xiaoxian cried out excitedly. Just when she was in despair and indignation because of Xian Xianghua, her father appeared once again and killed his enemies with absolute power. At this moment, her eyes were about to turn into stars. Jiang Shui was also excited, but she didn't make a fuss like Zhou Xiaoxian. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji could always turn misfortune into fortune. Hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court's disciples shouted the oath. Using the sword to support the world. Using the sword to save the world. Using the sword to support the world. Using the sword to save the world. Using the sword to support the world. Using the sword to save the world. Their blood boiled and their eyes brimmed with tears. How many times had Zhou Xuanji saved the northern wilderness region? Their patriarch was invincible. He was their undefeatable faith. Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at the 29 heavenly guards and asked, "Where is Spirit Sovereign Yin?" After realizing World Overlord, he could control the power of the heavens and earth. He could fight in the northern wilderness region without any hindrance. The previous slash was not obstructed by space or spiritual qi. It landed on Yang Lu's body directly. It was so fast that it could not be described with speed. Next, his target was Spirit Sovereign Yen. What was worth mentioning was that although Yang Lu was powerful, he was not a great emperor candidate. Great emperor candidate did not refer to power, but to someone who was recognized by the heavenly law. Although Zhou Xuanji received instructions from the heavenly law and knew about the path to becoming a great emperor, he still could not understand what was so special about being a great emperor. "We don't know," a heavenly guard replied carefully. With so many heavenly guards around, if Zhou Xuanji wanted to attack, they were confident that they could escape. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, he could not kill all of them at the same time. Humans had the mentality of luck, and so did other intelligent beings, including those from the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji smiled and a murderous intent beamed out from his eyes. The heavenly guards' expressions changed drastically. They immediately used all kinds of divine abilities and escaped in different directions. Zhou Xuanji did not pursue them. As long as the heavenly guards were still in the northern wilderness region, they could not escape. He could track their location with the power of the heavens and the earth. He came to Xian Xianghua's back with a flash. He took out the Holy Light Redemption sword and slashed it lightly on her shoulder to heal her. This scene gave many people a fright. But soon they realized that Zhou Xuanji did not kill Xian Xianghua. Her aura was also recovering, which was quite miraculous. Emperor Sword Court's disciples, listen up. Clean up the battlefield and check if there are any injured. Bury the dead. Zhou Xuanji instructed loudly as he healed Xian Xianghua. Hundreds of thousands of disciples began to move immediately. Jiang Shui and the others flew toward Zhou Xuanji. They had too many questions to ask. Far away, Bai Hao Yisin and Feng Qul stood in the forest, both of them silent. Cold sweat covered Feng Qul's forehead. His eyes were wide open, and blood veins covered his eyeballs. He could not understand what he had just seen. Has he already become a great emperor? He asked carefully. Other than becoming a great emperor, how else could Zhou Xuanji be so powerful? That was an eighth tribulation scattered immortal. That was a cultivation that even the most powerful human in history could not reach before they ascended. Bai Hao Yisin said faintly with a complicated look in his eyes. He did not become a great emperor, but he can be called a great emperor candidate. He must have comprehended another powerful energy. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he felt pressured. Once this brat becomes a great emperor, how powerful would he be? At Juedi Cliff, Spirit Sovereign Yin sat on a rock and stared ahead. A ball of demonic qi was surging at the edge of the cliff, which vaguely took the shape of a human. His expression changed suddenly, and he frowned slightly. Yang Lu is dead. It shouldn't be. Could it be because of Fate Emperor River? He mumbled to himself. He was a little confused but did not panic. The difference in power between him and Yonglu was huge. He could crush Yonglu with one hand, or else how could the unruly Yonglu submit to him? At this moment the demonic chi dispersed. A silhouette landed on the edge of the cliff. It was Dugu. He should be called Devil Emperor Dugu. Devil Emperor Dugu stood tall and straight. Demonic chi wrapped around his body, covering his flesh. His face was pale and his white hair reached the ground. His eyes were blood-red with black pupils. He twisted his neck and sighed in amazement. It feels so good to be reborn. His eyes beamed with brilliance. 50,000 years ago, he dominated the world and was invincible. He became a great emperor and ascended. Because he died in the war in the upper realm, his soul was hidden in Juedi Cliff. After so many years, his ambition was almost extinguished. However, the first thing he did after his rebirth was to revive his ambition. A domineering aura exploded from his body, causing the rocks on the cliff to tremble violently. Spirit Sovereign Yen got up and clapped his hands as he laughed. The world-shaking demon emperor has finally been reborn. It's time for the immortal and mortal realms to feel your anger. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 384. Anger? Why would I be angry? Devil Emperor Dugu glanced at Spirit Sovereign Yen and asked indifferently. Seeing his attitude, Spirit Sovereign Yen was not angry. If you want to take revenge, I'm afraid you'll need to cultivate for a long time. But I have another way. Spirit Sovereign Yen chuckled. Devil Emperor Dugu quickly arrived in front of him, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. Spirit Sovereign Yan's expression did not change. He was not afraid of Devil Emperor Dugu at all. Devil Emperor Dugu wasn't strong at the moment. Speak. Devil Emperor Dugu stared into his eyes and said faintly. Spirit Sovereign Yen looked excited as he said, I obtained a heavenly law stone by chance, and I can use it to create an invincible army. Heavenly law stone. Devil Emperor Dugu narrowed his eyes and asked, What's the heavenly Dao stone? Is it related to the worldly stone? Spirit Sovereign Yen replied, Both of them have similar effects. One contains the power of heavenly law, while the other contains the power of heaven and earth. They are both world creation wonders. Then he revealed his plan. Devil Emperor Dugu furrowed his brows when he heard this. He stared at Spirit Sovereign Yen and said, You are playing with fire. Spirit Sovereign Yen understood what he meant and said nonchalantly, What's there to be afraid of? Those powerful beings are either dead or unable to descend due to their cultivation. As long as we dominate the northern wilderness region and break away from the heavenly palace's control, we can develop on our own. Who knows, we might even be able to nurture the northern wilderness region into a large world. At that time, you and I will be the lord of the Kiliacosm. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Even his body began to tremble. Devil Emperor Dugu's brows were still furrowed. Spirit Sovereign Yan's tone changed as he said, I also want to find my son. He was once Grandmaster Aoshi's disciple, and was banished to the mortal world by the heavenly palace. If you can help me find him, I can let him take you as his master. He was trying to rope in Devil Emperor Dugu. Devil Emperor Dugu was surprised. Oh, Grandmaster Aoshi? Speaking of Ji Xian, Spirit Sovereign Yen revealed a proud expression. He began to talk about Ji Xian's life. Sun Tomb. Zhou Xuanji and the others stood before Fate Emperor River, and started to think about how to deal with it. Founding Emperor Qi Wei's entire body was covered in bandages. Even though he was a second tribulation loose immortal, he couldn't regrow his limbs because he didn't cultivate such a magical technique. He was not like Daoya Old Man, who was weak in combat, but had mastered many life-saving abilities and spells. Let's just bury it here. If we bring Fate Emperor River to Skyfall, it will attract a lot of trouble in the future. Moreover, Fate Emperor River will not disappear unless the northern wilderness no longer exists. Fate Emperor River could allow one to become a great emperor. It sounded very powerful, but for the vast majority of people it was useless. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Since it's like this, let's fill this place up and let Fate Emperor River return underground. He no longer needed Fate Emperor River. He already had the heavenly Dao mark in the depths of his soul. As long as he defeated 10 quasi-emperors, he would be able to become a martial emperor. The others had no objections. For them, becoming a great emperor was an extremely distant goal, almost untouchable. The group flew out of the crater and began to use various spells to fill the crater. Xiao Jinghong flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "Revered teacher, Zhang Wudi is severely injured and on the verge of death. Should we save him?" Not only him, Songhai Ziggurat Lord Li Yinyu, Mountain Abyss Ziggurat Lord Zheng Junlu, and the other sanctum leaders are still alive. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Of course we must save them." Now, he no longer saw the 8 sanctums and 7 empires as his opponents. The existence of these factions was to ensure the power of the human race, so they must stay. Xiao Jinghong immediately left and passed down the order. At the same time, news of the battle at Sun Tomb spread. Tens of millions of people were killed or injured. The 8 sanctums and 7 empires were all severely injured. The prowess of an 8th tribulation scattered immortal shocked everyone. When the world heard that Zhou Xuanji dashed out from Fate Emperor River, saved Xian Xianghua, and killed an 8th tribulation scattered immortal, their blood boiled. This matter was like a hero's story in an opera, full of twists and turns. Zhou Xuanji consolidated his position as the world's top overlord. At the same time, the world's hatred for Xian Xianghua decreased. At least Xian Xianghua was fighting for the northern wilderness region. A few days later, the world began to point their fingers at Yang Di. Why didn't the world's top cultivator, the current Emperor Hunyuan, participate in the battle? Soon the world was filled with rumors. The Sword Emperor proved himself again. Those who went to Sun Tomb to stop the Sword Emperor from becoming a great emperor deserved to die. Zhou Xuanji is too powerful. He's going to surpass the predecessors. So the way of the sword can be so powerful. When will Spirit Sovereign Yin die? Yang Di is not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as Zhou Xuanji. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji flew to Skyfall with hundreds of thousands of Emperor Sword Court disciples. He sent founding Emperor Qi Wei back first. As for the other factions, he could not care so much. It was already good enough for him to treat their injuries. It would be too troublesome to send them back one by one. Hundreds of thousands of disciples traveled across mountains and rivers while practicing their sword techniques. The scene was extremely majestic. After being stimulated by Zhou Xuanji, the disciples began to practice their sword techniques, even without his orders. They wanted to be as powerful as their grand teacher, who could kill powerful cultivators from the upper realm with his sword. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching his daughter when he heard Dao Seeker's voice. "Meet me for an important matter." Zhou Xuanji heard her and gave his daughter a few reminders before disappearing. The others were not surprised and continued their journey. 100 miles away, Zhou Xuanji and Dao Seeker stood on a cliff. Below them were connected mountains that were shrouded in mist. It was hazy and beautiful like a paradise. "This is bad. Spirit Sovereign Yin revived Devil Emperor Dugu," Dao Seeker said with a deep voice. Dao Seeker said in a low voice. He felt a sense of pressure at the mention of Devil Emperor Dugu. He had lived for countless years but had never witnessed Lu Wuji's prowess. But he had witnessed Devil Emperor Dugu's invincible figure, which was unforgettable. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He knew about Devil Emperor Dugu a long time ago. Without Devil Emperor Dugu's help, he could not have obtained the Tianxia map. He still had a good impression of Devil Emperor Dugu. Of course, if Devil Emperor Dugu wanted to be his enemy, he would not show mercy. Moreover, Devil Emperor Dugu's rebirth was a great help to him. This guy was not a great emperor candidate. He was a true great emperor. Other than that, Spirit Sovereign Yin obtained a heavenly law stone. He's going to use the power of heavenly law to create heavenly law puppets for all the powerhouses in the northern wilderness region. This will be the most terrifying crisis in history. There is no chance of winning. Dao Seeker continued. His countenance turned increasingly grim, and there was even fear in his eyes. Every generation of the northern wilderness region's almighty. It wasn't just the human clan's almighty beings. There were also almighty beings from other races. If Lu Wuji, Emperor Xia, Devil Emperor Dugu, Great Emperor Heartless, and the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword joined forces, who could stop them? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. What's a heavenly law puppet? Dao Seeker explained that every generation of almighties in the northern wilderness region had worked hard to become a great emperor, so they had been branded with the Heavenly Law imprint. The Heavenly Law puppets created by Spirit Sovereign Yen were like clones, and they all had the cultivation and strength of their original bodies when they left the northern wilderness region. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he had a strange look on his face. He was just fretting about not having a quasi-emperor to defeat. However, there were too many quasi-emperors and great emperors. Com. Wonderful Bookstore. Com. Chapter 385. How many Heavenly Law puppets are there exactly? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. He cursed in his heart. Just as the first wave subsided, another wave came. Can you let me rest for a while? I'm only 74 years old. How could he endure so much pressure? Dao Seeker sighed and said, I can't think about it. I advise you to hide overseas and ascend as soon as possible. Spread this news to the upper realm. Spirit Sovereign Yan's actions will definitely incur the wrath of the northern wilderness region's past powerhouses. When the time comes, they won't just stand by and watch. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. If it were him, he would be displeased to find out that someone had created his own Heavenly Law puppet. But he was still far from ascending. Moreover, after he ascended, he would be killed by the Heavenly Palace before he could even meet those powerful beings. After the northern wilderness region's experts ascended, the Heavenly Palace was the first to receive them. If the northern wilderness region was a dynasty, the Heavenly Palace would be the dynasty that controlled it. Spirit Sovereign Yen is currently at Juedi Cliff. It's best if you take a detour on your way back. I'll be heading overseas to fight for a chance of survival for the human race. Dao Seeker said solemnly with a gloomy expression. Remember, don't go looking for Spirit Sovereign Yen. You are indeed very strong, but he has many unparalleled experts under him. Don't go looking for your death. After saying that, Dao Seeker left in a hurry. Zhou Xuanji pondered on the spot and began to recall historical records. The Xia Emperor, who had led the human race to become the hegemon of the universe. The strongest of the human race, Lu Wuji. He was a noble who could shake mountains and rivers and almost exterminate the demon race. The unparalleled demon emperor of the demon race, the great Emperor Wuwang, who had once enslaved the human race. Wait a minute. There were too many legendary existences that gave him a headache just thinking about it. He shook his head and returned to Emperor Sword Court's group. He gathered all his trusted aides and walked at the very front. He softly told them about this matter. What? Really? Northern Sword Valiant widened his eyes and exclaimed. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. In the next second, he hurriedly covered his mouth, afraid that the disciples would hear. Daoya Old Man's face was ashen and he muttered, It's over, it's all over. The others were also frightened. Zhou Xuanji was powerful indeed, but to those Heavenly Law puppets, he was just a junior. People were always in awe of their ancestors, especially those who were legendary. Furthermore, they were not facing just one ancestor but all of them. Even someone as proud as Xian Xianghua fell silent. Should we tell the world about this and gather the power of the world? Huang Lianxin asked hesitantly. Such a calamity should not be shouldered by Emperor Sword Court alone, much less by Zhou Xuanji. There was no chance of winning this round. Jiang Shui shook her head and said, Currently, both humans and demons have suffered great losses. Not to mention Spirit Sovereign Yen and his Heavenly Law puppet army. Even that eighth tribulation scattered immortal heavenly guard is enough to overturn the world. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhou Xuanji was already the most outstanding person in the world. If not for him, the northern wilderness region's human race might have already perished. Zhou Xiaoxian grabbed Zhou Xuanji's arm tightly and said, Father, don't be reckless. She was no longer a child and understood the seriousness of the matter. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and did not say anything. He would not retreat from this battle. It was not only for the sake of achieving the martial monarch realm, but also for the sake of protecting the people around him. The more time passed, the more Heavenly Law puppets there would be. Why don't I ascend now and pass on this matter? Xian Xianghua muttered. In the past, she did not bother to ask for reinforcements, but the situation was different now. The enemy was unprecedentedly powerful. Just like what Dao Seeker said, other than this method they would surely lose. No, the Heavenly Hall wants to kill you too. Aren't you courting death? Zhou Xuanji rejected decisively before looking at everyone. He said meaningfully, "Everyone, the northern wilderness region is facing more and more calamities. There is not much time left for you. Cultivate well. You all return to Skyfall and focus on your cultivation. I will go to Juedi Cliff alone. If I cannot defeat them, I will retreat. With my current power, no one can stop me if I want to escape." Maybe Spirit Sovereign Yen has not created too many heavenly law puppets. We still have a chance. Everyone heard him and fell silent. They wanted to stop him, but they were in no position to do so. Zhou Xiaoxian was anxious and wanted to speak, but Zhou Xuanji covered her mouth. He looked at Zhang Shui and said with a smile, "Take good care of this girl. Don't run out again. I don't want to be surrounded by enemies and have to think of a way to save her." Zhou Xiaoxian stopped struggling. Even her ears were blushing. Zhang Shui nodded and said with a smile, "I believe you." She did not just believe that he could come back alive. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned into a stream of sword light and left. Lin Chang'e clenched his fists and cursed, "It's all my fault. I'm too weak. Master has to fight alone every time." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Ning Zifeng, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, and the others looked terrible too. The little black snake lay on a big's head and sighed. "Seems like I need to work hard too." Daoya Old Man sighed and did not speak further. He looked toward the direction where Zhou Xuanji left, and his eyes became determined. At Juedi Cliff, Devil Emperor Dugu sat by the cliff and cultivated. Spirit Sovereign Yen stood on a giant boulder not far away. He raised a boulder that was radiating with rainbow radiance in his right hand. Thunderclouds billowed, mesmerizing the heavens and earth. Around the giant boulder were 5 silhouettes of different shapes and sizes. Each of them was emanating a horrifying aura. Boom! A bolt of lightning landed and turned into a silhouette. It landed beside the giant boulder and stood there quietly. These were all heavenly law puppets. Spirit Sovereign Yen looked down at the newly created heavenly law puppets and praised. Finally, a great emperor. "Marquis, I didn't expect you to work for me one day." "Marquis." Devil Emperor Dugu opened his eyes and looked a little shocked. Marquis' silhouette was domineering. Even though he did not speak or move, he was still emanating a domineering aura of invincibility. Thousands of waves ripple across the ages. Marquis' divine might since ancient times. Devil Emperor Dugu mumbled to himself. He stared at Marquis with a passionate gaze. He had always been eager to battle against such a great emperor. It was a pity that after he ascended, Marquis was still as dazzling as ever. He died before he could reach the height to fight against Marquis. It was such a pity. Spirit Sovereign Yen laughed heartily. He was in a good mood. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from afar. Bai Hao Isin, who was wearing silver armor, charged over with his spear. "Spirit Sovereign Yen," he said coldly with a stern expression. "I finally found you. This emperor has finally found you. Today, only one of us can survive." After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's prowess, he felt that Spirit Sovereign Yen might not be a match for Zhou Xuanji. He had to avenge his humiliation before Zhou Xuanji attacked. Spirit Sovereign Yen glanced at him and smiled disdainfully. Another bolt of lightning landed and turned into the heavenly law puppets. Bai Hao Isin stopped and looked at the 7 heavenly law puppets with a frown. Soon, his eyes locked onto Marquis, and his expression changed drastically. Even though Marquis was only a silhouette, he could not forget that silhouette. When Marquis ascended, he became famous. At that time, who did not revere Marquis' domineering aura? He was one of them. He immediately thought of many things and had a bad premonition. Without a word, he raised his arms and roared furiously. "Die!" Spirit Sovereign Yan's expression changed. This dog is using this move again. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 386. Please enter the text. Zhou Xuanji hurried toward Juedi Cliff. The closer he got to Juedi Cliff, the more uneasy he felt. He had mastered World Overlord and could sense the heaven and earth. The crisis of the world had arrived, and it was getting more and more intense. According to his speed, he would arrive at Juedi Cliff in half a day. Originally, he could borrow the power of heaven and earth to directly teleport over, but that would consume too much energy, and it would be easy for him to fall into a situation where he would be attacked from both sides. Today, I will use the power of the heavens to revive the past generations of almighty beings, and together, we will create a new era in the northern wilderness region. The fate of the human race has come to an end, and if you want to live on, you can become slaves. A new main character of the world will be born, and each clan can fight for it. As long as you find me and prove your strength, you will all have the chance to become the main character of the world. Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Such a vicious plan. This was to lure the overseas races into the northern wilderness region. His evil intentions should be punished. Zhou Xuanji sped up again. However, Spirit Sovereign Yan had yet to finish his words. I've already awakened King Ho. Next, I'll awaken Emperor Xia, Lu Wuji, Hegemon Sword Emperor, Wang Xiaofei, Shi Shenzong, Great Emperor Wu Wang, Buddha Ghost Emperor, and many others. I'll use the power of the heavens to awaken all of the experts who have the qualifications to become great emperors. Great Emperor Heartless tried to stop me but was suppressed by me. Let me give you a word of advice. The will of God is not something you can stop. These words shocked the world. All the experts who have the qualifications to become emperors will be awakened? How could this be? The first reaction of all living beings in the world was disbelief. However, when they thought of how omnipotent immortals and gods were, they were terrified. Even the invincible great Emperor Heartless 90,000 years ago was no match for him, let alone the people of the present. Lu Wuji, who had wreaked havoc in the northern wilderness region, had been resurrected. Would the Sword Emperor be able to block so many experts by himself? For a moment the world was in chaos. The crisis of the apocalypse made people crazy. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He did not expect Spirit Sovereign Yan to have already created a noble heavenly law puppet. No one could say for sure how powerful a noble was. However, the marquises could definitely be ranked in the top 10 in history when it came to the ability to suppress and rule an era. Even Daoya Old Man held Marquis in high esteem, claiming that Marquis was the most domineering existence among the ancestors of the human race. It was only because the era was different. If he had been born in the era of Emperor Xia, his historical status would definitely not be lower than Emperor Xia's. Of course, it was meaningless to talk about what-ifs. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god sword, and as he advanced he summoned the 9 souls. He told them about Spirit Sovereign Yan's actions. Emperor Zhao was the first to curse. This kid is playing with fire. Every expert had their own pride. If those almighty existences who were still alive found out that they had become heavenly law puppets, how angry would they be? The higher one's cultivation was, the more they cared about their reputation. The heavenly palace, huh? Such a force is indeed full of villains. Fortunately, it's only the northern wilderness region. What do you mean lucky? Wang Ho, Emperor Xia, Lu Wuji, Great Emperor Wu Wang, and Buddha Ghost Emperor. Who could stand against the 5 of them? It's not just them. There might be even more ancient existences. Devil Emperor Dugu is also supporting that brat from the Sky Palace. The souls of the almighty existences began discussing. They were not all from the northern wilderness region, but they understood how powerful this tribulation was. Countless years had passed, and the northern wilderness region had produced too many peerless cultivators. If these people formed an army, they could dominate all the mortal realms. Sovereign Xian, who had been silent, said, "The heavenly law stone cannot be used indefinitely. Using the heavenly law's power will be greatly depleted. We can still make it if we rush over now." Emperor Hanlin said, "You are already a great emperor candidate. To you this is a serendipity. But it's more of a disaster than a blessing." Zhou Xuanji nodded and continued to ask them which powerful cultivators were worth paying attention to. At Juadi Cliff, Bai Haoisin was pinned to a stone stele. His limbs were pierced by metal nails, and his neck and waist were bound by metal chains. He could not move at all. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. Looking at the 15 figures in front of him, his expression was extremely grim. He turned to look at Devil Emperor Dugu, who was cultivating, and said, "Hey Dugu brat, are you really going to help a nobody like this?" In the upper realm, Spirit Sovereign Yen was indeed a nobody. Having heard that, Spirit Sovereign Yen was indifferent. He had already blocked Bai Hao Isin. Devil Emperor Dugu opened his eyes and looked at Bai Hao Isin. Where there is a will, there is a will. Don't underestimate any nobody. Great Emperor Heartless, since you came to the lower realm, how many nobodies have you been forced to self-destruct? Bai Hao Isin heard this, and his expression changed as though he had eaten a fly. He wanted to retort, but he did not know how. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. It was another heavenly law puppet. Bai Hao Isin glanced over, and his expression changed drastically. Lu Wuji. The heavenly law puppet represented the cultivation and power of the original Lu Wuji before his ascension. This meant that this Lu Wuji was much more powerful than the previous Lu Wuji's corpse, because he possessed all the divine abilities and battle experience of Lu Wuji before his ascension. Seeing Lu Wuji's arrival, Spirit Sovereign Yin smiled. Devil Emperor Dugu glanced at Lu Wuji thoughtfully. They did not notice that Marquis tilted his head slightly, as though he was looking at Lu Wuji. All the heavenly law puppets were motionless. Even though they were emanating powerful auras, they were still like wooden pillars. Oi kid, are you absolutely confident that these heavenly law puppets will listen to you? Bai Hao Isin asked Spirit Sovereign Yin suddenly. Spirit Sovereign Yin had already told him about the heavenly law stone, so he naturally wanted to rope him in. Although Great Emperor Heartless was in such a sorry state, Spirit Sovereign Yin knew how arrogant this guy was in the upper realm. Of course. The heavenly law stone is in my hands, so they will definitely listen to me, Spirit Sovereign Yin said proudly. Having heard this, Bai Hao Isin squinted his eyes. At this moment, Spirit Sovereign Yin smiled proudly and said, "Did you find a way?" He suddenly put the heavenly law stone into his mouth. Next, his body gave off a rainbow radiance as he turned into the heavenly law stone. Bai Hao Isin almost cursed out loud. So shameless. Devil Emperor Dugu was speechless. Swoosh, an air-piercing sound came. The three turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji flying over on his sword with a powerful aura. Seeing him, Bai Hao Isin was pleasantly surprised and cried out, "Brat Zhou, save this emperor. This emperor owes you a favor in the future." "You are Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Spirit Sovereign Yin said with a disdainful smile. The 16 heavenly law puppets turned to look at Zhou Xuanji. All of them unleashed their auras, which shook the clouds and shook the mountains within a radius of 100 miles. Zhou Xuanji stopped 100 meters away from them. He immediately saw Lu Wuji's heavenly law puppet. Very powerful. Even though he had already mastered World Overlord, he still sensed a trace of danger. Devil Emperor Dugu looked up at him and said, "Zhou Xuanji, give up. No matter how powerful you are, you can't turn the tables now. Why don't we work together?" Spirit Sovereign Yin did not speak. Zhou Xuanji's talent and righteousness made him wary. Such a genius must be eliminated. But he had to give Devil Emperor Dugu some face. "If I give up, will you spare the northern wilderness region's humans?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was curious. Since Spirit Sovereign Yin wanted to betray the Heavenly Hall, why must he eradicate the humans? Chapter 387. No. The humans of the northern wilderness region must be annihilated. Spirit Sovereign Yin replied forcefully. He could take Zhou Xuanji in, but he could not allow Zhou Xuanji to make any requests. If Zhou Xuanji was unwilling, then he could kill Zhou Xuanji with a justifiable reason. Devil Emperor Dugu shook his head and said, "No race is always the main character of the world. In other mortal realms the demons might be in charge and the demons might be in charge. Why be so stubborn? You will ascend sooner or later to pursue a higher great Tao." He watched Zhou Xuanji's rise. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji was like his junior or disciple. He really did not want this brat to die here. Zhou Xuanji took out the sun-devouring Tiango sword and True Lord Xianxing sword and said, "If so, then let's fight. I also want to see how powerful the previous powerful cultivators are." Devil Emperor Dugu shook his head and did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Spirit Sovereign Yin burst out in laughter. His laughter was filled with disdain. This brat is so arrogant. But he could understand. A genius who had never tasted defeat always thought that he was the most powerful and looked down on his seniors. The 17 heavenly law puppets leaped up and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and charged at them with his dual sword wills. His body was like a sharp sword, flashing with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting with the 17 heavenly law puppets. He danced with both swords at extreme speed. But even so, he was at a disadvantage. Wang Ho did not have any enchanted artifacts but only his fists and legs. His attacks were powerful and domineering. Zhou Xuanji could hardly block each of his punches and kicks. Lu Wuji used his palms as weapons. Bolts of lightning coiled around him and tore apart the sword qi with great power. The other 15 heavenly law puppets were not weak either. Each had their own abilities. Some wielded swords, some wielded sabers, some wielded spears like dragons, and some swung their horsetail whisks with boundless magic energy. Their attacks were extremely ferocious. No matter how exquisite Zhou Xuanji's sword techniques were, he could not block them. Seeing this, Spirit Sovereign Yen laughed even more savagely. Bai Haoisen sighed. It's over. No one can save this emperor. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji activated the divine energy of the sun-devouring Tiango sword and slashed with all his might. Marquis Lu Wuji and the other heavenly law puppets quickly dodged. But one heavenly law puppet was too slow and turned into ashes right away. Spirit Sovereign Yen stopped laughing and started to watch the battle seriously. Bai Haoisen's eyes lit up, and anticipation filled his heart. With the sword soul, Zhou Xuanji regained the upper hand. He didn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to see how strong he was. Apart from Marquis and Lu Wuji, everyone else's strength was average. At most, they were a bit stronger than Shi Shenzong. Of course, Shi Shenzong was not weak. If it was one-on-one, he was confident that he could defeat all the other puppets except for Lu Wuji and Marquis. Lu Wuji was a 7th tribulation scattered immortal, and so was Marquis. However, their divine powers were very powerful. Facing Zhou Xuanji's attacks, they could always dodge or use some kind of divine ability to dissipate his sword qi. Previously, Lu Wuji only had the cultivation of his main body, and his power was not even 1/10 of the main body's. The 9 hell flame extinction that he had inherited was quite powerful, so Zhou Xuanji was wary of Lu Wuji opening the yin-yang boundary again. There was a loud bang. A bolt of lightning descended and turned into a heavenly law puppet. Without hesitation, it charged toward Zhou Xuanji. This scene made Zhou Xuanji frown. He suddenly remembered that his target was Spirit Sovereign Yen, and not these heavenly law puppets. Now, 18 heavenly law puppets had appeared. He had destroyed one, and the other 17 were enough for him to become a great emperor. After the thought, he borrowed the power of heaven and earth, and his aura changed suddenly. The purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. He activated world reincarnation, and all the heavenly law puppets were pushed back by his magic energy. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Xuanji came up to Spirit Sovereign Yen with one step. He activated the sky-dominating divine sword soul, and a sword light flashed. Spirit Sovereign Yen dodged in fear, but his left shoulder and arm were still sliced off. He quickly retreated, distancing himself from Zhou Xuanji. The other 17 heavenly law puppets came over and blocked Zhou Xuanji with all their divine abilities. This guy is a 9th tribulation scattered immortal. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Spirit Sovereign Yen was much more powerful than Yang Lu. Their reaction speed was worlds apart. However, it was impossible for someone to surpass Great Tribulation scattered immortal in the mortal world. He could only be a 9th tribulation scattered immortal. Spirit Sovereign Yen roared furiously. Bastard! You dare to injure me! I will make you beg for your death. After he spoke, the rainbow radiance on his body soared into the clouds, and his original form was revealed. His left shoulder was covered in blood, and he had lost his left arm. His face was hideous, and he wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Boom! 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 9 bolts of lightning struck down and turned into 9 heavenly law puppets. All of them were powerful swordsmen. Some held 2 swords, some held a broadsword, and some held a long sword that was curved like a snake. Seeing them, Zhou Xuanji felt unwell. He recognized the Hegemon Sword Emperor and Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor Wang Xiaofei at first glance. He had seen the 2 sword emperors in the inheritance space, and he had a deep memory of them. 9 emperors of the sword's way. The 9 heavenly law puppets charged toward Zhou Xuanji, and besieged him together with the other 17 heavenly law puppets. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. The majestic thousand-hand sword Buddha rose from the ground and blasted the 26 heavenly law puppets away with the power of heaven and earth and world reincarnation. The thousand-hand sword Buddha, which was 2,000 meters tall, pierced through the clouds like a holy Buddha with divine might. Bai Hao Isin was speechless and mumbled, "This brat's talent is too outrageous." Devil Emperor Dugu opened his eyes and frowned. He actually mastered the overlord of the realm. Devil Emperor Dugu sighed. His emotions were complicated. He liked Zhou Xuanji more like this, but he had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. The Hegemon Sword Emperor held his sword with both hands and slashed at the thousand-hand sword Buddha furiously. A sword chi that was thousands of meters long clashed with the thousand-hand sword Buddha, but it was a pity that it could not shake the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji fused into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body. He stretched out 1,000 arms, each holding a golden sword, and slashed furiously. Facing so many seniors who were qualified to be great emperors, Zhou Xuanji felt proud. Very good. Today, he was going to challenge the most powerful cultivator in history to prove that he was the most powerful cultivator in history. Boom! The ground sank and billowing dust billowed. Devil Emperor Dugu and Spirit Sovereign Yen dodged quickly. Damn you! This emperor is here too. Bai Hao Isin cursed as he was covered in dust. Following this, the ground caved in, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The 26 Heavens Path puppets showed no fear and continued to attack the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Although the thousand-hand sword Buddha had 1,000 swords, it was unable to keep up with the speed of these experts. It was like an elephant swatting at a fly. If not for the world's power, Zhou Xuanji would have been torn to shreds. He did not panic, and his gaze locked onto Spirit Sovereign Yen. Spirit Sovereign Yen landed on the barren land 10,000 meters away, glaring at him fiercely. The thousand-hand sword Buddha suddenly disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji came before Spirit Sovereign Yen in a single step. He held the sun-devouring Tiango sword in his right hand and furiously slashed out. Boom! A beam of light burst out from the ground and caught the sun-devouring Tiango sword with one hand. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Who was this? Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 388. The heavenly law puppet in front of Zhou Xuanji was muscular and domineering. It had 4 arms and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's sword with one hand while punching his chest with both fists, sending him flying away. He quickly stabilized himself in the air and stared coldly at the heavenly Dao puppet. Spirit Sovereign Yen laughed condescendingly. Zhou Xuanji, this is the first heavenly law puppet I created. He has been hiding underground just in case. Do you know who he is? There's no way you can defeat him. Zhou Xuanji took out all of the legendary swords above gold grade and had them float around him, pointing them at Spirit Sovereign Yen. Who? He asked indifferently. No matter who it was, it didn't matter. They were all fakes. This is War God Xiling. I don't need to explain his background, do I? Spirit Sovereign Yen smiled proudly. When he mentioned this name, his tone became slightly fanatical. The War God Xiling was an ancient existence in the legends. Legend had it that he was the one who taught Emperor Xia divine abilities, allowing him to lead the human race to dominate the northern wilderness region. He ascended before Emperor Xia ascended to the top. Of course, Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. The teacher of the human sovereign was incredibly famous, and the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword could not compare to him. He wasn't afraid of War God Xiling, and he attacked Spirit Sovereign Yen again. The other heavenly law puppets charged over again and attacked him from all sides. Each heavenly law puppet was more powerful than a third tribulation scattered immortal. They did not have intelligence and did not know fear, which made Zhou Xuanji very difficult to deal with. This was especially true for War God Xiling. This guy was clearly more powerful than Wang Ho and Lu Wuji, and the power contained in his 4 arms was terrifying. He even suspected that this guy could lift Skyfall. Even with the power of heaven and earth in his body, he could not get close to Spirit Sovereign Yen. Devil Emperor Dugu sighed. The fact that Zhou Xuanji could fight to such a degree already shocked him. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to stop so many generations of experts. The 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. The 9 types of sword Daos had endless transformations and were extremely domineering. The noble fist could shake mountains and rivers. Lu Wuji possessed remarkable abilities and could turn the rotten into the miraculous. The war god Xiling was even more awe-inspiring and invincible. Apart from this, there were still so many experts who had the potential to become great emperors. Zhou Xuanji had no chance of victory. Zhou Xuanji, do you feel powerless? Spirit Sovereign Yin laughed maniacally and continued to summon heavenly law puppets. I admit that you are indeed very strong. Your talent is greater than my son's. Unfortunately, you don't have a brain and can't tell the correct path. Death cannot wipe out your crimes. Don't worry, I will give you a chance to reincarnate. Be a good mortal in your next life. Drift and sink in the human world, and don't fight with the gods. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, drowning out the rumbling of thunder and the wailing of ghosts and gods. Boom! Another heavenly law puppet descended. As the powerful light dissipated, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji straight away. Zhou Xuanji controlled dozens of legendary swords to fight, and even though he was surrounded, he was not at a disadvantage. It was just that he was unable to come into contact with Spirit Sovereign Yin. At this moment he was like an ancient war god, insufferably arrogant. His aura was so strong that he was worthy of being called the Sword Emperor. Spirit Sovereign Yin suddenly thought of something, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He raised his left hand and waved it towards the sky. In an instant, a gigantic illusion appeared in the sky above the northern wilderness region. It was the scene of the heavenly law puppets surrounding Zhou Xuanji. With his cultivation, he naturally could not do such a thing. But now that he was connected to the heavenly law, he was the heavens. Look, this is the top cultivator of the northern wilderness region. He's powerful indeed. He's fighting war god Xiling, Lu Wuji, Wang Ho, the 9 emperors of the Swords Way, and so on. His opponents are all powerful cultivators who are qualified to become great emperors in each era. It's a pity that no matter how devilish his talent is, he can't defend against the joint attacks of so many powerful cultivators. How long do you think he can last? Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice resounded across the entire northern wilderness region. He was not trying to boost Zhou Xuanji's reputation but to make everyone despair. To him, Zhou Xuanji was going to die without a doubt, so why not shock the world before his death? All humans, demons, and ghosts looked up. No one cried out in shock. Everyone was silent. The battle was so intense that it dazzled everyone's eyes. Everyone could sense that person's anxiety and danger. If Zhou Xuanji was a little slower, he would have died without a doubt. Skyfall. All the disciples looked up at the sky and clenched their fists. They were furious and expectant. They were furious for Spirit Sovereign Yin and expectant for Zhou Xuanji. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Shui held Zhou Xiaoshuan's hand tightly. Both mother and daughter's eyes were red, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The others' expressions were also unsightly. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian's bodies trembled. They could not hold back their anger. Zhou Xuanji displayed the demeanor of a sword emperor to the world. Everyone fought against him, but he was incredibly domineering. He fought against 28 alone, and the ground crumbled. Lightning interweaved, and it was as though the end of the world had arrived. At this moment he could no longer care about Spirit Sovereign Yan's actions. The enemy's attack gave him no time to think about anything else. Hunyuan Royal City. Yang Di stood in front of the palace and looked up at the sky. His brows were tightly furrowed. He did not rejoice in Zhou Xuanji's misfortune but felt indignant. He's already so powerful, he mumbled to himself, feeling very sullen. All along, he had thought that he was more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. After all, they had never fought before. But looking at Zhou Xuanji's performance, he felt helpless. If it were him, he would not even last 10 rounds. Even he was shocked, let alone the rest of the world. Everyone was silent. This battle was so tragic and shocking in their eyes. They could only pray for Zhou Xuanji. The demons were silent too, but they did not despair. They could only rise up after the human race was destroyed. But the current Sword Emperor was really powerful. He was almost invincible. On a tall mountain, the man in the woven rush raincoat stood on the summit. Mist shrouded him, and an illusion was reflected in the sky. Witnessing Zhou Xuanji's battle, he was speechless for a long time. A long while later. So I was wrong. He sighed, and his tone was filled with desolation. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, the Yang Di he chose was still a hermit and lacked the charisma of a human leader. If he knew that Zhou Xuanji was so devilishly talented, He would have changed his choice. But there were no ifs. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would surely die. More and more heavenly law puppets appeared. 30, 35, 40. Zhou Xuanji was at a complete disadvantage. Even with the Tianxia map providing him with endless magic energy and the world's power to support him, he could not withstand so many powerful cultivators. Spirit Sovereign Yan did not mock Zhou Xuanji anymore. He was silent, as though he was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's willpower. Devil Emperor Dugu levitated in the sky with a deep frown. His eyes sparkled and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji, who was at the end of his tether, was still fighting. All sorts of sword techniques and sword souls appeared. Even though he was injured, he did not hesitate to attack. "Brat, you are going to die." Emperor Zhao's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. The ancient god sword was fighting, so the 9 souls could communicate with him. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. His eyes were cold as he focused on the battle. He knew that if this continued he would surely lose. But now he had no way out. Even if he wanted to escape, the 40 heavenly law puppets would not give him the chance. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 389. I didn't expect the Heavenly Path Stone to have such a use. Unfortunately, no one in the mortal world can win. Lu Wuji's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, filled with helplessness. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not be able to live either. However, death was not scary to them. Their current state could be said to be worse than death. If they didn't have their own obsessions, how could they have become the sword souls of the ancient god sword? Zhou Xuanji continuously switched between world reincarnation and world internalization. His hands and the dozens of legendary swords did not stop either. If he stopped for even a tenth of a second, the price would be death. War God Xiling descended from the sky and smashed his leg towards Zhou Xuanji. The thunderclap sword blocked his leg, but it was pressed down and landed on Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. The powerful force bent Zhou Xuanji's legs, and he almost fell. With a sway of his body, he turned into a silver sword and charged toward War God Xiling. This scene caused an uproar throughout the world. Sword Emperor Sword Transformation. This was especially so for the sword cultivators. They all knew that Zhou Xuanji had said something famous before. The man was the sword and the sword was the man. In the past, they had thought that it was the union of the heart and the sword. Who would have thought that humans could also become swords? Do your best, sword the arch. Kill them all. Where is this place? We have to go and support the sword sovereign. The human race can't be slaves, and we can't let the sword emperor fight alone. The sword emperor is mighty. The entire human race started to shout, cheering for Zhou Xuanji, even though Zhou Xuanji could not hear them. All of the disciples wanted to go and support Zhou Xuanji, but Daoya Old Man and the others stopped them. With their strength it would be useless even if they rushed over. On top of the mountain, Daoya Old Man suddenly took a step forward, turned around and said to the crowd, "Look after Emperor Sword Court. Don't let the disciples leave. I'll go to a secluded place to cast a spell and increase fate for Xuanji." The crowd did not suspect him and did not stop him. The other side, Zhou Xuanji, who had turned into a silver sword, wanted to chase after Spirit Sovereign Yan, but the heavenly law puppets obstructed him in every way possible, making it impossible for him to get close to Spirit Sovereign Yan. Even if he swung his sword from afar, his sword chi would still be blocked by the heavenly law puppets. Damn it, is it really impossible? Zhou Xuanji returned to his human form and gnashed his teeth. He could not die. He had too many ties, so how could he die here? This is the general trend. How can a man's life fight against the heavens? What an interesting method. Sigh, I'm really going to die here. You still want to revive? What a pity, kid. We'll accompany you in death. Don't be afraid. To be killed by a minion, I can't accept this. The souls continuously spoke in Zhou Xuanji's ears, as if they were saying their last words. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. You still have hope. A violent cry came and woke Zhou Xuanji up. The speaker was none other than Emperor Hanlin. Don't think about killing that bug called Spirit Sovereign Yan. Hurry up and kill the 9 great emperor candidates. Then use the celestial devil rebirth technique to be reborn. Once you're reborn, you'll become a great emperor right away and make a comeback, dominating the past and present. Emperor Hanlin said in a low voice. His tone was filled with dominance. His words shocked the other souls, and they all asked what the celestial devil rebirth technique was. Zhou Xuanji was also quite shocked. How did Emperor Hanlin know that he cultivated the celestial devil rebirth technique? He didn't have time to think too much. He found a target and madly attacked it. When the target was a heavenly law puppet, everything was easy. War God Xiling Marquis, the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way, and Lu Wuji were all very powerful. They had all become great emperors before they ascended after all, and Zhou Xuanji could not do anything to them. However, the other great emperor candidates were nothing to him. Soon he had killed 5 great emperor candidates. This moment he was determined to die. The more he killed, the more he would earn. The more he killed, the more he would earn. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had changed his target, Spirit Sovereign Yen shook his head and cried out, "It's useless. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have there been? How can you kill them all?" Boom! Another heavenly law puppet descended with a powerful aura that surpassed a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. Zhou Xuanji focused on fighting. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th, including the battle at the beginning, he had already killed 9 great emperor candidates. The frenzied battle consumed a lot of energy, and the Tianxia map's supply of magic energy began to decrease. Soon he reached the 10th great emperor candidate. He did not stop. He was going to die anyway, so he was going to kill with all his might. The more he killed, the more powerful he would be after becoming a great emperor. Bai Hao Yisan climbed up from the rubble. He coughed a few times and his face was covered in dust. He looked up and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still fighting, which made him feel admiration for him. This boy was born in the wrong era, he sighed. If Zhou Xuanji had been 10,000 years earlier, he might have already ascended to the upper realm and become a mighty figure. This was fate. The more devilishly talented someone was, the more difficult their fate would be. Devil Emperor Dugu suddenly appeared beside Spirit Sovereign Yen and said, "You really can't spare his life?" Spirit Sovereign Yen was inwardly shocked. Such incredible speed. Hadn't this fellow just been reborn? He said in a low voice, "It's not that I don't want to give him a chance. You saw it yourself. He had already allowed the entire world to watch the battle. If he spared Zhou Xuanji, wouldn't he be giving the human race hope? Zhou Xuanji had to die." Devil Emperor Dugu's face was dark, and he frowned deeply. Spirit Sovereign Yen could not help but feel wary. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji began to show signs of fatigue. The 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword quickly charged at him, and in an instant dozens of sword wounds appeared on his body. Even his Tri-Sun Flame Chi robe became tattered. As expected of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He knew that he was at the end of his rope. However, he did not stop. He continued to kill enemies. When he reached the 18th Quasi-Emperor, he finally could not hold on any longer and was punched through the abdomen by War God Xiling, causing blood to splatter across the sky. He suddenly raised his head and let out an angry roar. All the divine swords disappeared, and a black shadow flew out from his body. It rushed into the clouds at an extremely fast speed and disappeared. Spirit Sovereign Yen frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Devil Emperor Dugu was the same. They did not sense the aura of the primordial spirit, so they did not think too much about it. Zhou Xuanji's vitality had yet to dissipate completely. He turned to look at Spirit Sovereign Yen with an ice-cold gaze and said, "Heavenly law reincarnation, those who are unjust will bring about their own destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, his life force was severed. The world was silent. Jiang Shui fainted on the spot. Zhou Xiaoxian hugged her and burst into tears. The eyes of Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, Han Shumbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Lin Changge, and the rest were all red. They were filled with rage and sorrow, and were on the verge of losing their minds. Seeing Zhou Xuanji die, the demons did not feel happy. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji could not stop Spirit Sovereign Yen. Even though the demons were the main characters of the world, they were still puppets. They would still become Spirit Sovereign Yan's slaves. Ai. Bai Hao Yisan felt incredibly stifled, and all the words he wanted to say turned into a sigh. War God Xiling carried Zhou Xuanji's corpse and came before Spirit Sovereign Yen. He examined it, and only after confirming that Zhou Xuanji had died did he feel at ease. However, what was strange was that Zhou Xuanji's soul had already dissipated, leaving behind only a trace of his remnant soul. He did not even have any memories. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 390. The top cultivator in the northern wilderness region, Zhou Xuanji, is dead. From today onwards, it will be the era of saints, and I will be the ruler of the mortal realm. Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice rang out in a domineering manner, as if a god was giving orders. The human race was furious and all the cities were in an uproar. Damn it! Even the Sword Emperor is dead. Is there no one who can defeat him? He's from the upper realm, an immortal god. How can we possibly defeat him? The human race has perished. The heavenly Tao is unfair. Why is it treating us like this? Despair and fear spread among the human race. For a moment, all human dynasties and dynasties were in chaos. In the face of death, there would always be people who would erupt with their inner evil desires. Sometimes humans were even scarier than demons, especially when hope is lost. Juadi Cliff. Spirit Sovereign Yan continued to create heavenly law puppets. Devil Emperor Dugu had already buried Zhou Xuanji's corpse, and a tombstone was erected. Bai Haoisen stood beside him and did not say anything for a long time. Both of them had once been invincible, and now their feelings were extremely complicated. Even they themselves couldn't explain it clearly. Devil Emperor Dugu turned around and asked Spirit Sovereign Yan, "What do you plan to do next?" Spirit Sovereign Yan said with a cold smile, "I'll kill those heavenly guards first, then slaughter the human race. In order to find my son, I'll slaughter a dynasty every year. What do you think?" Now that Zhou Xuanji was dead, no one in the northern wilderness region could threaten him. After that, he would be separated from the heavenly palace so he could cultivate without worry. As for the main character of the northern wilderness region, it was not important. As long as it wasn't a human. Devil Emperor Dugu shook his head. He leaped into the air and left swiftly. Spirit Sovereign Yin laughed loudly, not stopping them. The northern wilderness region already belonged to him, so it didn't matter where Devil Emperor Dugu went. He believed that Devil Emperor Dugu wouldn't dare to ascend, and was only thinking of ways to recover his cultivation. He turned to look at the heavenly law puppets in front of him. He revealed a maniacal smile and muttered, "Not enough. It's not enough." The more heavenly law army he had, the better. It would be best if it was enough to topple the heavenly palace. On the other side, Bai Haoisen prepared to sneak away. "Great Emperor Heartless, do you want to know why he told you to reincarnate?" Spirit Sovereign Yan's voice traveled into his ears, causing his body to freeze, and he stopped in his tracks. In a small town in the Bahan dynasty, a streak of black light descended from the sky and landed in a courtyard. The black light dissipated and a naked baby appeared on the ground. His limbs were curled up and he was sleeping peacefully. The sky was about to turn dark. A man in a plain robe walked in. He was stunned when he saw the baby. He instinctively drew his sword and looked around vigilantly. The courtyard was not big and he lived alone. How could there be a baby here? He carefully approached the baby. When he saw the baby lying naked on the cold ground, his heart softened and he picked it up. The humans are all pitiful in the apocalypse. The man sighed. His face was filled with worry as he carried the baby into the house. The next morning, the infant suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were pure, and there was a trace of killing intent in their depths. He was the reborn Zhou Xuanji. The memories gradually became clear in his mind. At this moment he was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and the room was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. "Sword Spirit!" He called softly in his heart. "Swordmaster, what can I do for you?" The Sword Spirit's voice rang out, making him heave a sigh of relief. He turned around and saw that there was no one else in the house. His divine telekinesis was still there, and as it swept across the area, the entire town was within his sight. There was no one in the courtyard either. As such, he took out all of his legendary swords one by one. After making sure that none of them were missing, he felt at ease. With the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, each rebirth was not a new beginning. His soul power would be preserved, and his cultivation would recover in a short period of time. Otherwise, how could Xian Xianghua and the ancient Diablo rule over the world? He suddenly noticed that there were 18 black tattoos on his right arm, which were as thin as a strand of hair. As he looked at them, he somehow understood their meaning. Heavenly Law Mark. It was formed from the fate of a great emperor candidate. With 10 tattoos he could become a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji could not become a great emperor for now. His body was not fully grown yet, so he needed time. With the Celestial Devil Rebirth Technique's dominance, he would grow up in less than 10 years. He was not afraid that Jiang Shui would take things too hard. With Xian Xianghua around, she would surely teach her the Celestial Devil Rebirth Technique. Spirit Sovereign Yin, wait a few more years. I will definitely take your head. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and closed his eyes as he sensed the power of the heavens and earth. With the help of the heavens and earth, he would grow even faster. At least he would grow faster than Xian Xianghua. After a while he heard footsteps. The man who had saved him quickly walked in. Phew, luckily you didn't wake up. Because of you I came back early. Do you know how many spirit pills I lost? The man muttered to himself as he took out a porcelain bottle that contained milk. He planned to feed Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, but he could sense it through his divine sense. He immediately felt a chill. Just as he was about to speak, another person rushed in. It was a woman. Pa! The woman slapped the man and said coldly, Shangguanjusu, I misjudged you. I never thought that you would give up on yourself. You're not a man. The man called Shangguanjusu was furious. What did I do? Didn't I just come back early from the lecture hall? He said in a low voice, a sorrowful look in his eyes. The woman in front of him wore a red dress and had a pretty face. She gave off a cold and aloof aura, giving her an icy beauty. The woman in the red dress looked at him and said, You no longer have the talent you had back then. You should cherish this opportunity to cultivate. Did you know that Immortal Master Chan originally wanted to expel you, but my father went to plead for you, giving you the opportunity to stay? Shangguanjusu's pride was hurt, so he started to argue with the woman in the red dress. Zhou Xuanji listened the entire time and quickly understood what had happened. It turned out that they were a pair of lovers. 3 years ago, Shangguanjusu had extraordinary talent and was high-spirited in this town, winning the woman's heart. However, 2 years ago, Shangguanjusu's dantian had been destroyed while he was out on a mission. Even though his dantian had been saved, he no longer had the cultivation talent he had before. Even though the woman in the red dress did not abandon him, she became more and more impatient with him, and it was easy for them to argue. Because of this matter, Shangguanjusu had been quite sensitive, and he had endured it all this time. However, he had come back early for Zhou Xuanji out of goodwill, so how could he allow himself to be slandered? Seeing Zhou Xuanji, the woman in red's expression became even worse, and she said in a low voice, Shangguanjusu, the Sword Emperor has died, and the human race is facing a great disaster. You can't even take care of yourself, and yet you're raising abandoned children? With that, she flicked her sleeves and left. Shangguanjusu wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he clenched his fists and remained silent. If it was before, he might have chased after Zhou Xuanji and said all sorts of sweet nothings to him. But now, he did not want to abandon Zhou Xuanji. Because he had no parents since he was young, he had been adopted by an old beggar and relied on begging for a living. Later on, an immortal discovered that he had talent for cultivation, which changed his fate. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he could not bear to see him, and he thought of himself. Sigh. He sighed and sat on the bench without saying a word. He suddenly remembered Zhou Xuanji. He quickly picked up the porcelain bottle and walked toward the bed. He turned around and saw Zhou Xuanji levitating above the bed. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and the vase fell to the ground. Ghost. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 391. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly looked at Shangguanjusu. It was a little scary for a baby like him to look at someone like that. Shangguanjusu drew his sword and took 3 steps back. He gulped and asked cautiously, You, what kind of monster are you? He secretly regretted it. As expected, he couldn't just randomly pick people up. If the demon child had attacked him last night, he shuddered. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. I am your destiny, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. This boy was poor, but he took him in, which meant that he was kind. He was willing to help this kid. To him it was a piece of cake. Before he became a great emperor, he could not return to Skyfall, in case he brought trouble to Skyfall. Spirit Sovereign Yen wanted to slaughter the human race, but he had to find the main character of the new world first. Otherwise, if his fate was cut off, his ambitions would fall through. Opportunity. Shangguan was stunned. His nervousness and fear instantly disappeared. He was too eager to become stronger. Back then, when he was in high spirits, who dared to not give him face? His beautiful woman was also like a little bird in front of him. Now the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and said, "What do I need to pay?" He had read many stories about demons bewitching people and helping them become stronger, but they would also deprive them of their humanity. "It's simple," Zhou Xuanji said, causing Shangguan heart to leap to his throat. "Call me Grandpa 3 times. Cold sweat broke out on Shangguan forehead, and his body trembled. "Wait a minute. What?" His eyes widened and his face was filled with astonishment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "You practice the sword?" Shangguan came back to his senses. His face was filled with indignation as he said, "I set the Sword Emperor as my goal, so I naturally trained in the sword. Unfortunately, the Sword Emperor has already perished. If I can become stronger, I will definitely take revenge for the Sword Emperor." He would never have thought that the demon child in front of him was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's death was witnessed by everyone in the world. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed and said, "The Sword Emperor is nothing. He's still dead." Shangguan was furious. He said in a low voice, "The Sword Emperor did not die a humiliating death. He fought against so many seniors and can be ranked at the peak of history. What do you know?" The Sword Emperor was his belief, and he would not allow anyone to insult him. Zhou Xuanji laughed, feeling pleased in his heart. But in Shangguan eyes it was mockery. He dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. Skyfall. The entire Emperor's sword court sank into sorrow. At this moment Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, Xiao Jinghong and the others were overjoyed. "Is that true? Master is not dead yet?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked excitedly. His entire body was trembling. Xian Xianghua nodded and said, "Do you still remember that black light before he died? This matter must not be spread out, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." Everyone nodded excitedly. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian hugged each other and cried tears of joy. Xian Xianghua raised her eyebrows and said, "Do you understand how powerful this technique is now?" Zhou Shaoxian nodded excitedly. "I want to learn." The little black snake also shouted, "This old man also." Before it could finish its sentence, Zhou Shaoxian kicked it away. "We can't even tell the disciples of Emperor Sword Court about this. You guys should pacify them first. Chaotic times are coming, and unity is very important." Since Zhou Xuanji was not here, she had to protect his empire. Jiang Shui nodded and said, "The disciples will not disperse. They are all filled with rage." She was very proud to say this. It was the same for the others. The disciples of Emperor Sword Court had bones of steel. Half a year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji's fall ushered in a dark period for the human race. The various kingdoms lost control, and the empires could only control their own territories. The 8 sanctums were greatly weakened and could not rely on their influence. In a small town in the Bahan Empire, Shangguan mouth twitched as he watched the child practice the sword in front of him. Half a year had passed. Zhou Xuanji looked like he was 2 or 3 years old. He held the book-cutter sword in his hand and looked incredibly powerful. Ever since Zhou Xuanji moved in, Shangguan could only sleep on a straw mat in the courtyard. Zhou Xuanji practiced the vibrant raindrop sword for a while before sheathing his sword and asking, "Have you learned it?" Shangguan said shamefully, "Only half." Half? Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. He had only practiced it once and this guy had already remembered half. This was an earth-grade sword technique. It seemed that this guy was quite talented. He practiced it again before letting Shangguan practice the sword by himself. Ever since he started following Zhou Xuanji, Shangguan did not go to the lecture hall anymore. It was not that he did not want to, but the lecture hall did not like him and found an opportunity to kick him out. That lady in the red dress never came again. Because of this, Shangguan was sad for a long time. He often cried in the middle of the night. He did not dare to go to the lady's residence to look for her because he was too ashamed. He was no longer the genius he used to be. Practice the sword well. When I'm satisfied, I will heal your dantian. Zhou Xuanji said this and returned to his room. After his rebirth, his cultivation would recover quickly, but he still worked hard to speed up the process. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji continued to grow from 74 years old. His height grew at a visible rate. Even Shangguan Jusu, who lived with him day and night, could sense it. He felt that Zhou Xuanji grew taller every day. Half a year later, he looked like he was 6 or 7 years old. At the same time, the Donghan Empire was massacred by the Heavenly Law Army. Blood flowed like a river, and the entire northern wilderness region was alarmed. Facing Spirit Sovereign Yan's brutality, the humans could do nothing. Zhou Xuanji could only hold it in. Another year passed. Zhou Xuanji was 76 years old, but he looked like he was 12 years old. In Shangguan Jusu's eyes, he was a devilish genius. The Great Shang Empire was destroyed. Out of the 7 empires, only 5 were left. In the 3rd year of his rebirth, Zhou Xuanji had grown up. Shangguan Jusu's dantian had been healed by the Holy Light Redemption Sword, and he had reached great accomplishment in the Vibrant Raindrops Sword. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji came to the courtyard. Not far away, Shangguan Jusu was still cultivating on a straw mat. Phew! Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and looked up at the night sky. He channeled magic energy into his right arm. He had already recovered his full cultivation, and so was the strength of his body. He was even more powerful than when he was alive. But he felt that it was not enough. Tonight, he was going to become a great emperor. Boom! Thunder boomed, and billowing dark clouds gathered. Shangguan Jusu opened his eyes in shock. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment and asked, "What are you doing?" Somehow, he felt that Zhou Xuanji's figure was familiar. Ever since Zhou Xuanji looked more than 12 years old, he had been wearing a mask so that Shangguan Jusu could not recognize his true identity. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. Staring at the thunderclouds, he mumbled, "After tonight, the world will worship me as the emperor. Spirit Sovereign Yan, you will die a horrible death." His words made Shangguan Jusu open his eyes wide. Spirit Sovereign Yan, the evil god of the upper realm, the mortal world's greatest enemy. He wanted to kill Spirit Sovereign Yan? Shangguan Jusu rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. He suddenly realized that Zhou Xuanji's back looked so familiar. Who is he? Shangguan Jusu was confused. At this moment, the thunderclouds parted, and a pair of eyes that were even brighter than the moon appeared. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 392. The gigantic eye was so sacred that everyone in the town could see it. What's that? Is Spirit Sovereign Yin coming to kill us? No, it's not moving. Such a horrifying eye. I feel like I'm being seen through. What's going on? Everyone in the town was shocked. Cries of shock sounded out and panic began to spread. In the courtyard, Shangguan Jusu was also dumbfounded. Because he was the closest to Zhou Xuanji, he felt it the most. He could sense an indescribable heavenly might, which made his hair stand on end. He wanted to kneel down and worship. He looked at Zhou Xuanji again and saw that Zhou Xuanji was glowing with a golden light. It was possible that only his figure could be seen. He had already defeated 10 great emperor candidates. There was no need for him to undergo a tribulation. He could become a great emperor directly by pouring fate into him. A wave of majestic fate rushed into his body and tempered his soul. His soul was transforming. This feeling. Zhou Xuanji looked down at his hands and mumbled to himself. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. He could clearly sense that he was becoming more powerful. The Tianxia map's image appeared above his head, faintly discernible. He looked up at the gigantic eye in the night sky and could not help but think about its origin. Is it the heavenly law? Hunyuan Royal City in the royal study. Yang Di, who was writing, suddenly looked up at the night sky outside the window. He frowned deeply and mumbled, "This heavenly might. He stood up and walked out of the study. The man in the woven rush raincoat appeared beside him and said in a deep voice, "Someone is becoming a great emperor." Hearing this, Yang Di's pupils contracted. Becoming a great emperor? He instinctively thought of Spirit Sovereign Yen and the Heavenly Law Army and calmed down. That's right. Many great emperors had already been revived. The man in the woven rush raincoat pinched his fingers and divined. He vomited a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward, slamming into the palace wall. How can it be? First-class great emperor supreme talent. He cried out in shock. He looked terrified, which made Yang Di frown. Outside the sea, Dao Seeker stood on a small boat amidst the raging waves. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the northern wilderness region. Someone is becoming a great emperor? Could it be those heavenly law puppets? Dao Seeker's expression was unsightly. 3 years ago, when he heard about Zhou Xuanji's tragic death, he almost fainted. He had high hopes for Zhou Xuanji, but he failed at the last moment. Now that another person had become a martial monarch, despair surged in his heart. Was this tribulation really unbreakable? At this moment, a meteor streaked across the night sky and fell towards the horizon. Dao Seeker did not notice. He was still in a daze. Juadi Cliff. Spirit Sovereign Yin sat on the peak of the mountain and comprehended the power of heavenly law. Looking down, he saw that the entire mountain was filled with heavenly law puppets. There were over 300 of them, and they were all great emperors or great emperors. Every one of them was shining brightly like a deity. Suddenly, all of the heavenly law puppets turned to look in the direction of the Ba Han dynasty. Spirit Sovereign Yin opened his eyes and said in bewilderment, "This heavenly might." As the owner of the heavenly pathstone, he could feel the northern wilderness region's heavenly might the most. At this moment he could sense an extremely terrifying heavenly might descending upon the mortal realm, and it was more powerful than any of his heavenly law puppets. He could not help but furrow his brows when he noticed the abnormal behavior of the Heavens Dao puppets. He stood up and prepared to fly towards the Ba Han dynasty, but he thought of something else and sat back down. Although that heavenly might is powerful, it is not enough to threaten me. I have to think of a way to deal with the heavenly palace first. Spirit Sovereign Yen mumbled to himself with murderous intent in his eyes. Ever since he killed all the heavenly guards, the heavenly palace had sensed that something was wrong. Half a year ago, the heavenly palace sent an envoy who was killed by his heavenly law army. He understood that the heavenly palace would send even more powerful beings down to the mortal realm. However, the northern wilderness region was the mortal realm. After those from the upper realm descended, their cultivation would be suppressed to Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. As long as they did not surpass Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal, he believed that his heavenly law army was invincible. To prevent the heavenly palace from sending too many powerful beings, he decided to continue creating heavenly law puppets. Creating heavenly law puppets did not come without a price. After coming to the mortal realm, his lifespan was no longer immortal. Every time he created a heavenly law puppet, his lifespan would be consumed. If this continued, he would die sooner or later. Unless he ascended back to the heavenly palace or became the ruler of the mortal realm and controlled the fate of the world. In the entire mortal realm, everyone who reached Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal could sense the heavenly might when Zhou Xuanji became a great emperor. It was boundless and filled everyone with awe. Zhou Xuanji bathed in the heavenly law fate, and his cultivation broke through to 7th Tribulation Scattered Immortal straightaway. Somehow, he felt that the world had become so small in his perception. He looked up and could see through the night sky to another world. That world was shrouded in celestial mist, and there were many palaces and pavilions. Many celestial beasts circled in the sky, and many fairies flew around. Each of them was as beautiful as a flower and had an otherworldly aura. If he guessed correctly, that was the heavenly palace. At this moment, in a massive palace in the heavenly palace, hundreds of people with extraordinary auras stood in the palace. The men looked majestic and mighty, while the women were beautiful and noble. The palace was brightly lit, and silver pillars supported the massive palace. It was grand and exquisite, like the pillars supporting the sky. Sitting at the main seat was a man dressed in a luxurious silver emperor's robe. He wore a jade crown and looked majestic. Although he looked lazy, He gave off a domineering aura as if he was in control of the world. He was the lord of the heavenly palace, Sage Yutian. Spirit Sovereign Yin betrayed us and has the heavenly law stone. Is there anyone who is willing to descend to eliminate him? Sage Yutian spoke slowly. His expression was calm, and he did not take Spirit Sovereign Yin seriously at all. In reality, this was the case. They had already finished discussing other important matters, and if not for a Spirit Sovereign mentioning this, Sage Yutian most likely would not have known. This subordinate is willing to descend to the mortal realm. This fellow is a dog of our Xinyuan family, and he dares to betray us? He must be tired of living. A man dressed in silver Qilin armor stepped out. A crimson halo of light floated behind him, and with his silver hair, he gave off a sharp aura that could pierce through the clouds. As soon as he stepped out, the people in the palace started to become restless. TSK, who would have thought that Xinyuan Shunhao would choose to descend to the mortal realm? With his strength, it's a waste of his talent to do such a thing. However, why does Spirit Sovereign Yin have the heavenly law stone? This is worth investigating. Spirit Sovereign Yin is seeking death. Back then, his son Jixian found out about the crown prince, and now he's committing a crime. How foolish. The Northern Wilderness is currently in the world epoch, and the Xinyuan family most likely has other plans. Hearing the discussions around him, Xinyuan Shunhao's expression did not change, and he calmly looked at Sage Yutian, waiting for orders. Boom! At that moment, a powerful gust of wind rose up from the ground, causing everyone to look down in shock. They saw that the ground had become transparent, and they could see a golden figure in the stormy night, but they could not make out his appearance. Sage Yutian frowned and said in a low voice, "Great Emperor? Someone in the current Northern Wilderness can become a great emperor?" The Northern Wilderness belonged to the Heavenly Palace, and whenever a great emperor expert appeared, they would immediately sense it and try to rope them in. However, most great emperors did not choose to join the Heavenly Palace, and they would instead roam the world by themselves. The Heavenly Palace could not forcefully control a new great emperor, or else they would suffer the wrath of heaven. Chapter 393. All the experts of the Heavenly Palace stared at the golden figure, curious as to what kind of person he was. Most of the great emperors in the Northern Wilderness region were very powerful. 10,000 years ago, the Hegemon Sword Emperor ruled over a region, and even the Heavenly Palace did not dare to offend him. Before, when Shi Shunzong had ascended, the Heavenly Palace had wanted to forcefully take him in. After all, Shi Shunzong had not become a great emperor yet, so he was not protected by the heavenly law fate. However, they had never thought that the Hegemon Sword Emperor would personally come to ask for him. "Your Majesty, such a genius has appeared in the Northern Wilderness region, and I'm willing to head there personally. After killing Spirit Sovereign Yin, I'll subdue him." Xinyuan Shunhao cupped his fists again, his voice forceful and filled with confidence. Sage Yutian muttered to himself, "Go." Xinyuan Shunhao did not reveal any joy. He just calmly nodded. It was not only the Heavenly Palace. Back in the Netherworld, Judge Cui and the other Hellguards could also sense the heavenly might of becoming a great emperor. In the Magistrate Palace, Magistrate Cui put down his brush and looked out of the palace. He mumbled, "Someone in the Northern Wilderness region has become a great emperor so quickly. Becoming a martial monarch would allow one to obtain the heavenly Tao's karmic luck, shocking the world and making the gods weep." He understood the Northern Wilderness region. The human bloodline was not pure, and it was impossible for anyone to become a great emperor. Could it be that other races were going to rise? After all, this was a heaven and earth epoch. He thought of Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes flashed as he muttered, "Brat, don't die or else you will let me down." He had invested so many great spirit pills on Zhou Xuanji, and did not want to waste them. Within the heavenly law fate, Zhou Xuanji was still becoming a great emperor. He was originally observing the Sky Hall, but an extremely strong force suppressed his spiritual will down to the mortal realm, and he could no longer observe the sky. He didn't think too much about it, thinking that the heavenly Tao didn't allow it. Boom! The deepest part of his soul suddenly exploded. A strange energy flowed through his bones and finally gathered in his heart. Dong! 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 His heart beat like a war drum once again, strong and powerful, causing his blood to boil. The heavenly law great emperor was above mortals and was on par with immortals and gods. It could enter yin and yang and traverse the 5 elements. Detected that the sword owner has become a heavenly law great emperor. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Celestial Shaker Dream Devouring True Martial Devil Rinsing. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Another Celestial Shaking Sword. The Celestial Shaking Sword was very strong. With the Sun-Devouring Tiango Sword, no one among the Great Tribulation scattered immortals was a match for him one-on-one. Now that he had obtained the Celestial Shaking Sword, how could he not be happy? In these 3 years, he had obtained a total of 5 Amethyst Divine Swords. That's right, they were all Amethyst rank. They were the Screaming Sword, the Perseverance Sword, the Dragon Perishing Sword, the Clamoring Sword, and the Flying Swan Sword. Information about the new godly sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Dream Devouring True Martial Demon Sweeping Level. Shocking immortal description: the true martial divine force can devour dreams and exterminate demons. Demons howl as soon as this sword is used. Be careful when using it. The description was not detailed enough, but it seemed to be very impressive. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think about even higher grade legendary swords. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god-slaying Armageddon. Could the god-slaying sword really slay gods? The Armageddon divine sword could destroy a world with one strike? He was looking forward to it. At that moment, the gigantic eyes in the night sky suddenly opened wide. A halo of light descended from the sky and landed on Zhou Xuanji's body. Boom! The area within a radius of 300 meters was flattened. Shangguanjutsu and some commoners were knocked unconscious. This is fate? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He could sense that his fate had doubled. However, this was only the beginning. Numerous halos of light descended and fused into his body. There were 9 halos in total, which made his fate reach its peak. The entire human race's fate added together could not compare to his. The main thing was that the human race was about to die. Faintly, he understood the true meaning of this. Heavenly law great emperors were divided into 9 grades. 9th grade was the weakest, while 1st grade was the most powerful. Great emperors had the emperor's might that could suppress mortals. The higher the grade, the more powerful the emperor's might. A 1st grade great emperor could suppress an 8th grade great emperor. Emperor's might was the signature divine ability of a great emperor. Those heavenly law puppets were not their true bodies and did not have the emperor's might. Otherwise, Zhou Xuanji could not have killed so many great emperor candidates. The powerful radiance dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji revealed himself. His mask had already turned into ashes. His eyes glowed with a purple light, which looked devilish and oppressive. The purple Tai Chi diagram on his forehead changed. 9 tiny patterns appeared at the edge of the Tai Chi diagram. They were like 9 tiny swords with their tips pointing outwards. He levitated in the air, and his body gave off a faint silver radiance. Under the night sky, he looked like a lofty god. He looked up and activated his emperor's might. Tonight I, Zhou Xuanji, will become a great emperor in the name of the Sword Emperor. The human race will regard me as the emperor, and the northern wilderness will regard me as the leader. Spirit Sovereign Yan, you are dead for sure. His voice resounded across the northern wilderness region and beyond, stunning everyone in the night. The world was in an uproar. The Sword Emperor did not die, and he became a great emperor? How could it be? Under the night sky among the waves, Dao Seeker opened his eyes wide. His body trembled, and an unprecedented joy surged into his heart. He became a great emperor. How could it be? How could it be? He mumbled. He suddenly raised his head and laughed out loud. Even the thunder and lightning could not scare away his excitement. He was not the only one who was excited. The entire human race was in an uproar. Countless commoners got up from their beds, and countless cultivators were roused from their meditation. The Sword Emperor was not dead, and he became a great emperor. The destruction of the Southern Han Empire and Great Shang Empire had caused the human race to fall into despair. This time, Zhou Xuanji once again brought hope to the human race with his domineering ways. The sword emperor became a great emperor. Ha ha ha. Am I dreaming? I knew it. He couldn't have died. He's the top cultivator in the world, the most powerful human. How could he die? Screw Lu Wuji. From tonight onwards, Zhou Xuanji is the most powerful human in history. Did I hear wrongly? Really? The heavens have eyes. They did not kill the human race. Everyone in the world cried tears of joy, and even overseas were discussing this. Ever since Spirit Sovereign Yin descended, the humans overseas had it even harder. They were surrounded and attacked by the other races, and their despair was far greater than the humans in the northern wilderness region. They did not expect the most powerful human to become a great emperor. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui Daoya Old Man Zhou Xiaoxian Xian Xianghua, and the others were overjoyed. Cheers came from the foot of the mountain, and even the sea of clouds could not block them. Mom! Father became a great emperor. Zhou Xiaoxian cried out in excitement, as though she had become a great emperor. Xiao Jinghong gripped his sword and said with admiration, "Revered teacher's talent is unrivaled. Becoming a great emperor in just 3 years of rebirth." Xian Xianghua was in awe. She had been reborn so many times, but why had she not become a great emperor? She sighed, but she felt even more proud. This was the man she valued. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and sighed in amazement. Xianer, if you knew this in the underworld, how happy would you be? I'm sure you did not expect your son to achieve such great things. While everyone in the world was exhilarated and overjoyed, but Juadi Cliff was extremely silent. Spirit Sovereign Yin stood on the peak with his fists tightly clenched, and veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes almost spat fire. Why was that brat not dead yet? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 394. So what if you're a martial monarch? My heavenly law army will tear you to pieces. Spirit Sovereign Yin said as he gnashed his teeth. No wonder Zhou Xuanji's corpse did not have a complete soul 3 years ago. What a good trick. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The heavenly hall's threat was imminent, and Zhou Xuanji the cockroach had become a great emperor, making him feel quite annoyed. He looked up at the stormy sky and murmured, "Looks like I have no choice but to create you." He raised his right hand and continued to create heavenly law puppets. At the bottom of the mountain, Wang Ho's body suddenly trembled. The other heavenly puppets were like wooden pillars, not moving at all. Wang Ho was very eye-catching. Spirit Sovereign Yin was filled with rage. He wanted to create even more powerful heavenly law puppets, so he didn't notice Marquis's abnormality. 3 years had passed, and his absolute control over the heavenly law puppets had already blinded his heart. On the other side of Juadi Cliff, Bai Hao Isin stood up and paced back and forth, continuously cursing. All kinds of vulgar words came one after another, could be summed up in one word. F***ck. He was already surprised that Zhou Xuanji had not died, and he had never thought that this fellow would become a great emperor. Becoming a martial emperor was extremely difficult, not to mention that the current human race's bloodline was not pure, making it impossible for them to become a martial emperor. Why? He refused to accept this. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was the child of fate, the child of heavenly law. He had become a great emperor before his 80th birthday. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and jealousy grew in his heart. In the end, all his emotions turned into a sigh. Maybe he can really defeat Spirit Sovereign Yin? Bai Hao Isin thought to himself. He did not want to stay humiliated by Spirit Sovereign Yin. Shangguanjusu woke up from his dream. He had a dream. He dreamt that the Sword Emperor, whom he worshipped the most, had actually taken him as a disciple and imparted him sword techniques. Every day, he would be able to admire the Sword Emperor's grace and was truly blessed. He reluctantly opened his eyes and saw a blue sky instead of the familiar straw hut. He suddenly recalled the memory before he fainted. He did a carp flip and jumped up. Where am I? He looked around in confusion and found himself in the middle of a forest. Not far away were the corpses of 6 demonic wolves. He was shocked to find that he was holding a token in his hand. The word Emperor was engraved on it. At the same time, there was a note with a sentence written on it. With this token, you can enter the Emperor Sword Court. As if struck by lightning, he froze on the spot. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that he is?" His eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He was so excited that it was like he was on steroids. Hunyuan Royal City. Standing on the top of the palace, Sunlight Emperor looked at the vast universe and remained silent for a long time. Zhou Xuanji becoming a great emperor had a massive impact on his heart. He fell into an unprecedented state of confusion. All along, he had thought that he was the most powerful in the world. The battle before Zhou Xuanji's death had made him doubt himself. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji had died. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to make a comeback in just 3 years. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Juadi Cliff. His eyes became determined. As the former #1 in the world, he had never fought with Spirit Sovereign Yan during the human race's calamity. Even the Hunyuan Empire was full of complaints about him. This time, he intended to burn his boats. Either I die or I become a great emperor. Sunlight Emperor murmured to himself. He turned into a golden light and leaped into the sky, disappearing into the horizon of the imperial city. While the northern wilderness was shocked by Zhou Xuanji becoming a great emperor, an uninvited guest came from overseas. A red-haired lady walked out from the sea and walked toward the beach. She wore a white dress and was drenched from head to toe. Her figure was perfectly outlined, and her face was cold and beautiful. Her eyes were indifferent. This is the northern wilderness region? The place where he was born? It's just so. She mumbled to herself with a slight frown. The spiritual chi is ordinary, but the fate here is chaotic. It's more chaotic than any mortal realm. Seems like it's a wonderful time. Interesting. But I must find your corpse. She raised her hands, and they turned into countless blood-colored bats that flew everywhere. After she left, the ocean turned blood-red. It was a horrifying sight. In the faraway Juadi Cliff, Spirit Sovereign Yan opened his eyes suddenly. He frowned and mumbled. Who infiltrated the northern wilderness region? Their aura is so strange, and I can't predict their fate. It shouldn't be the Heavenly Hall. This isn't their style. The Heavenly Hall was domineering. They had always been high profile in the mortal realm under their control. He turned to look at the Heavenly Law puppets below with a proud smile. 500 Heavenly Law puppets, and all of them had the potential of a great emperor candidate, especially the two at the front. The human race's first human emperor, Emperor Xia. The demon race's supreme ruler, Great Emperor Wuwang. The two of them stood at the front of the Heavenly Law army, their auras suppressing the crowd. Seeing them, Spirit Sovereign Yan's heroic spirit was reignited. No matter who came, they had to die. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky, breaking through the rumbling thunderclouds and landing on the peak of a mountain hundreds of meters away. It caused the mountain to shake, and dust flew into the air. Cracks extended down the mountain, covering the entire mountain. You must be Spirit Sovereign Yan. I am Xinyuan Shunhao. Either I kill you or you die here. A cold voice came from within the pillar of light, and a domineering aura shook Juadi Cliff. In the distance, Bai Hao Isin opened his eyes and said in shock, I never thought that the Heavenly Hall's second-class Great Emperor would come. Xinyuan Shunhao was a famous genius of the Heavenly Hall, and he was also a divine weapon of the Heavenly Hall. He came from another mortal realm and inherited the Xinyuan clan's bloodline. He had been invincible for 20,000 years, and he had ascended after becoming a great emperor. He had obtained Sage Yutian's love. Spirit Sovereign Yan's expression was somewhat unnatural. As a subordinate spirit sovereign of the Xinyuan clan, Xinyuan Shunhao was like the heavens to him, an unreachable existence. He never thought that the Heavenly Hall would send such a peerless genius to kill him. However, he did not panic. He stood up and loudly laughed. Xinyuan Shunhao? You don't understand the situation? 500 Heavenly Law puppets rushed into the sky and surrounded Xinyuan Shunhao. The pillar of light dissipated, and Xinyuan Shunhao appeared. He held a halberd and stood proudly. He swept his gaze over the Heavenly Law puppets and instantly frowned. There were so many great emperors. Even the weakest had the talent of a great emperor. Before he could speak again, the Heavenly Law army attacked him. Boom! Half an hour later, Spirit Sovereign Yan stood on the peak of the mountain with a disdainful smile. At the foot of the mountain, Xinyuan Shunhao half knelt on the ground. His armor was covered with blood, and he was surrounded by heavenly law puppets. Emperor Xia stood behind him, grabbing his hair. He gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Xinyuan Shunhao, you didn't expect this, did you? Spirit Sovereign Yin smiled disdainfully. Great Emperor Wuwang stood behind him, protecting him in case he suffered a sneak attack. Xinyuan Shunhao said coldly, Insect, you only borrowed the power of the heavenly law. Do you think you can overthrow the heavenly hall with just these few puppets? If he had not descended into the mortal realm and his cultivation had been sealed, how could he have lost? Ha ha ha, you won't be able to see the day I overthrow the heavenly hall. Spirit Sovereign Yin smiled disdainfully. Spirit Sovereign Yin laughed in disdain, feeling extremely good. So what if he was a second-class great emperor and a peerless genius? He was still kneeling in front of him. You won't even live past today. A cold voice resounded through the sky, as if countless people were shouting at the same time. Spirit Sovereign Yin looked around in shock. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 395. Zhou Xuanji, get out here. Spirit Sovereign Yin furiously roared. Just from the voice, he knew who this person was. However, he could not sense Zhou Xuanji's aura, so he did not know where that fellow was. Xinyuan Shunhao frowned. He could not find this person either. Could it be that this person was the mortal who succeeded in becoming a great emperor not long ago? 1,000 meters away, Zhou Xuanji appeared on a mountain. He held two swords in his hands. They were the sun-devouring Tiango sword and the dream-devouring true martial devil-sweeping sword. The dream-devouring true martial's devil-vanquishing sword was a broadsword. Its blade was bright red, as if it had been forged with fresh blood. His tri-sun flame chi robe was no longer there. He wore a white robe and his black hair casually draped over his shoulders. Under the thunderclouds his white robe fluttered. The aura of a sword Dao Great Emperor shook the wind and clouds. Sensing his gaze, Spirit Sovereign Yin turned around abruptly. When he saw Zhou Xuanji clearly, he laughed furiously and said, Brat, you really did not die. Very good, you came to me again. Enraged, he immediately ordered 100 heavenly law puppets led by war god Xiling to attack. The 100 quasi-emperors and great sovereigns moved at the same time, stirring up a terrifying gale that shook the mountains. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He raised his eyelids and his violet eyes looked incredibly devilish. A 9-sword violet Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead, and an indomitable aura exploded out from him. Spirit Sovereign Yin, I will let you feel the terror and despair of all living beings. He said softly, but his voice was like thunder that resounded throughout Juadi Cliff. War god Xiling punched out, causing the air to explode with a deafening sound. 9 sword souls appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Sky-dominating divine sword Soul Eater / Tempest / 100-mile flying sword, vibrant raindrop sword, moonlit wind sword dance, 10,000 ultimate steps, tri-source vein severing sword, 36 paths jade shao sword art. Each of the 9 sword souls had their own postures and auras. One of the sword souls disappeared into thin air, and then condensed again. Puchi, war god Xiling, was directly cut into 2 halves, turning into countless sparks that drifted away, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji started to walk down the mountain. He did not walk quickly or slowly, and his gaze was fixed on Spirit Sovereign Yin. This scene caused Spirit Sovereign Yin's heart to jump. So powerful. Many great emperor candidates and great emperors leapt at him, and the sword souls behind Zhou Xuanji continuously shot out. Sword light continuously flashed, and an icy coldness filled the heavens and earth. He didn't lift his sword with both hands. With just his sword soul he was a sword emperor. Not a single heavenly law puppet could withstand a single strike from him. After taking 10 steps, the 100 heavens path puppets were all destroyed. Silence. The world was silent. Spirit Sovereign Yin and Xinyuan Shunhao were both given a big fright, and they looked at Zhou Xuanji in a daze. This was especially true for Xinyuan Shunhao. He knew how powerful the war god for spirits and the heavenly law puppets were. Previously, he had fought 30 heavenly law puppets alone and was defeated. This person actually killed 100 venerables in 10 steps. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful existence in the mortal world? Could it be that he is a true god that has descended to the mortal world? He swallowed his saliva, and his heart was in turmoil. If he was at the peak of his cultivation, he could easily do it. The key was that this was the mortal realm. The heavenly law would suppress one's cultivation. Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Spirit Sovereign Yin roared furiously, and 300 heavenly law puppets blocked in front of him. In the distance, Bai Hao Isin hid behind a hill and carefully watched. This is too ridiculous. He couldn't believe his eyes, he thought with trepidation. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change as he slowly walked toward the foot of the hill. With both swords in his hands, his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were so indifferent, filled with absolute confidence and a domineering aura that looked down on all enemies. The sun-devouring Tiango sword and dream-devouring, heavenly martial devil rinsing sword were both immortal-shaking legendary swords. With the world's power, no great tribulation scattered immortal could withstand them. After becoming a great emperor, he was reborn. His speed and reaction were much faster than before. Together with the sword soul's sharp attacks, it was not difficult for him to kill the heavenly law puppets instantly. 18 heavenly law puppets appeared in all directions around Zhou Xuanji simultaneously. They cast their divine abilities and prepared to kill him. Zhou Xuanji smiled with extreme disdain. Countless sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and tore the 18 heavenly law puppets into pieces, turning them into ashes. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. The Sword Soul's Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow covered a huge area, and its destructive power was just as horrifying. The 9 emperors of the Sword's Way followed. Countless sword chi pressed toward him from all directions, and the hill under his feet was pulverized immediately. But he did not hesitate. He continued to walk in the air. The 9 sword souls flashed and blocked all the sword chi of the 9 emperors. At the same time, he charged toward them with an even more domineering aura. Instant kill. 9 emperors of the Sword's Way disperse. One after another, the heavenly law puppets were killed and exploded like fireworks. It was a magnificent sight. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the violent gale. He walked forward elegantly without raising the swords in his hands. His sharp eyes never blinked, and his murderous intent was locked onto Spirit Sovereign Yen. How can it be? How can he be so powerful? Spirit Sovereign Yan's face was dark. His body trembled slightly, and his heart was filled with fear. Xinyuan Shunhao's expression was complicated, and his mind was blank. This person was already so powerful in the mortal realm. If he went to the upper realm, he did not dare to imagine. Zhou Xuanji, he remembered this name. He would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. Before a cliff in the east, a figure was watching the battle in silence. It was Yang Di. Yang Di's face was livid, and he clenched his fists in his sleeves. The man in the woven rush raincoat appeared beside him and sighed. This boy has already soared into the sky. He is no longer on the same level as you. The heart-wrenching words made Yang Di's body tremble. Can one become so powerful after becoming a great emperor? He mumbled to himself, his tone filled with reluctance. How could he defeat Zhou Xuanji? The man in the woven rush raincoat shook his head. He wanted to say that Zhou Xuanji could not be so powerful even if he became a great emperor. Because Zhou Xuanji was a first-class great emperor. The number of first-class great emperors in the human race could be counted on one's fingers. Even a first-class great emperor should not have such battle power. Zhou Xuanji, who are you? Spirit Sovereign Yin gnashed his teeth and roared furiously. His face was hideous and he was extremely furious. He did not believe that an ordinary person could have such power. Even if he became a great emperor, he could not be so powerful. Could this guy be the reincarnation of a powerhouse from the upper realm? Although Bai Hao Isin was in such a sorry state, there were many people more powerful than him in the upper realm. Could he be the reincarnation of a true god? At the thought of this, the fear in his heart grew even stronger. I'm Zhou Xuanji, the one and only Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. The murderous intent in his words froze the heavens and earth. After 100 steps, the 300 heavenly law puppets were all destroyed. The Tianxia mat provided him with magic energy madly. The power of the world surrounded his body, forming a visible gale. The 9 sword souls were still standing proudly behind him, looking majestic and mighty. Spirit Sovereign Yin was furious. He sent Emperor Xia to lead 50 heavenly law puppets to kill Zhou Xuanji. Xianyuan Shunhao escaped from danger because of this, and he collapsed onto the ground pathetically. Emperor Xia raised his right arm, and a radiant sun appeared on his palm. It had a diameter of 3,000 meters. He swung his right hand, and the majestic radiant sun smashed toward Zhou Xuanji. The sword flashed. The radiant sun was extinguished, and Emperor Xia was killed. He could not even withstand a single blow. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly as he got closer and closer to Spirit Sovereign Yan. He was not in a hurry to kill Spirit Sovereign Yan. He wanted Spirit Sovereign Yan to experience the helplessness of death. Why is it like this? Why? Spirit Sovereign Yan panicked completely. Even Emperor Xia could not defeat Zhou Xuanji. He did not have many heavenly law puppets left to rely on. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 396. Zhou Xuanji took 8 steps in the air, and the 50 great emperors and great emperors all dissipated. No one could block a single strike from him. The wind and waves were like dragons, and the thunder and lightning were mighty. His white robe was not damaged, nor was there a speck of dust on it. Spirit Sovereign Yin was so scared that he felt like his guts were going to explode. He immediately used his hands to continue drawing the power of heavenly law, to create heavenly law puppets. You overestimate yourself. The current you is no match for me. No matter how many puppets you hire, you will not be able to escape death. Zhou Xuanji looked at Spirit Sovereign Yin condescendingly as he laughed. He had not even used his full strength, and Spirit Sovereign Yin was already afraid. How boring. He crossed 30 meters with a single step, increasing his pace. Seeing this, Spirit Sovereign Yan's heart thumped, and his scalp turned numb. Heavens! Please bestow me with tyranny. Spirit Sovereign Yin roared furiously. He couldn't care less about the loss of his lifespan. He had to escape this calamity. Great Emperor Wuwang and Lu Wuji led the remaining heavenly law puppets and charged at Zhou Xuanji ferociously. They did not know fear and only knew how to obey orders. Only Marquis did not move. Seeing Marquis's abnormality, Spirit Sovereign Yan's heart trembled, but he didn't have time to think. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning descended. Next, numerous heavenly law puppets flew out and swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji. With the 9 sword souls, Zhou Xuanji was extremely domineering. He walked forward step by step without looking back. The heavenly law puppets were destroyed one after another. Their divine abilities could not even touch Zhou Xuanji. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the ground below shook violently. Billowing dust swept into the distance like a sandstorm, connecting with the thunderclouds and covering the sky. Seeing this berserk scene, Bai Hao Yisin gulped. 2F** King Strong. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to become sworn brothers with Zhou Xuanji. With Zhou Xuanji, did he still need to self-destruct in the northern wilderness region? No. I am the heartless great emperor. You can't be such a coward. How could he have the idea of joining him just because he couldn't beat him? Zhou Xuanji, you and I can work together. The Sky Palace is your true enemy. Spirit Sovereign Yin said with gritted teeth. Seeing that the heavenly law puppets could do nothing to Zhou Xuanji, he was extremely afraid. Even his soul was trembling. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said calmly, I want to kill you. There's no point in killing me. The heavenly hall will still come down. I just want to kill you. Can you be a little more rational? I can be your helper. It's impossible for you to stop the Sky Palace. But I still want to kill you. Are you crazy? Do you know how many experts are hidden in the Heavenly Palace? I still want to kill you. Spirit Sovereign Yin almost collapsed. Was there such a huge grudge between them? Up until now, he had not killed anyone by Zhou Xuanji's side. He had only slaughtered humans. However, he neglected one point. He had killed Zhou Xuanji. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After the Heavenly Path puppets landed on the ground, they quickly charged forward. Spirit Sovereign Yin aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he had no choice but to hold on. After killing 800 heavenly law puppets, Spirit Sovereign Yin was no longer as domineering as before. His hair was white, and his skin was wrinkled. He was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Damn it! Spirit Sovereign Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and his body felt cold from head to toe. Zhou Xuanji was less than 300 meters away from him. Their eyes met, and he could see the murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. An unresolvable killing intent. Your trump card can't even block one slash from me. You are such a piece of trash. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly, which made Spirit Sovereign Yin so furious that he almost exploded. Just when he was about to speak, a figure dashed toward him. It was Bai Hao Yisan. Let this emperor kill this guy. Bai Hao Yisan roared furiously. His eyes were sharp like an unparalleled war god. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This dog wanted to kill him? Just when he was about to send Bai Hao Yisan flying, Bai Hao Yisan was already 100 meters away from them. He raised his arms and roared furiously. Damn! Zhou Xuanji could not help but curse. Wasn't this guy too direct? Boom! Bai Hao Yisan self-destructed, and a powerful radiance engulfed Zhou Xuanji and Spirit Sovereign Yin. Marquis quickly dodged. The ground crumbled from the impact of the explosion. The thunderclouds were blown away, and everything turned into dust. The powerful radiance illuminated the entire Juedi cliff, and countless ghosts hid in fear. Yang Di and the man in the woven rush raincoat flew into the sky, away from the explosion. Other than self-destructing, what else does this guy know? Yang Di said with gritted teeth. He had fought Bai Hao Yisan before, and this guy self-destructed when he could not win. He did not expect this guy to self-destruct again to kill Spirit Sovereign Yin. He looked forward to it. Could Bai Hao Yisan blast Zhou Xuanji to death? The man in the woven rush raincoat sighed. The great Emperor Heartless has fallen to such a state. A long while later, the powerful radiance dissipated, and the shockwave from the explosion subsided. Amidst the billowing dust, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air. The dream-devouring heavenly martial demon destroyer in his right hand pierced through Spirit Sovereign Yan's chest and lifted him into the air. At this moment, Spirit Sovereign Yan was covered in blood, and his bones could be seen on some parts of his body. He looked extremely wretched. Zhou Xuanji was not injured. With world reincarnation activated, how could Bai Hao Yisan's self-destruction hurt him? Staring at Spirit Sovereign Yan, Zhou Xuanji said with a disdainful smile, Now a passerby wants to commit suicide, or should I kill you with my own hands? What are your last words before you die? Spirit Sovereign Yen was already at the end of his rope when he created the heavenly law puppets crazily. After Bai Hao Yisan's self-destruction, he lost all his combat power. At this moment he was no different from a dead dog. Spirit Sovereign Yen gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Xuanji, you will regret this. One day you will understand that my ambition was right. The Northern Wilderness region humans should not have been saved. The bloodline of the Northern Wilderness humans is impure because of that senior's mighty power. With your power you should have ascended and left the human race, but you chose to be involved in this. The Northern Wilderness humans have produced so many powerful cultivators. Have you seen any of them return? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he coughed up blood continuously. Who is that senior? Zhou Xuanji asked expressionlessly. Spirit Sovereign Yen did not reply but said with gritted teeth, I am the chosen one, protected by the heavenly law. I cannot. PFFTT. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with his left hand and decapitated Spirit Sovereign Yen. Boom! Spirit Sovereign Yan's body radiated with a powerful rainbow radiance and soared into the clouds. A rock leaped out and flew to the top of the sky. The heavenly law stone. Zhou Xuanji wanted to grab it instinctively, but a sense of danger came to his mind, and he stopped instinctively. He trusted his instincts. So he watched as the heavenly law stone flew into the sky. The thunderclouds parted, and a gigantic black hole appeared. Looking at the hole, Zhou Xuanji felt a chill in his heart. At this moment a silhouette came from afar. It was Yang Di. He chased after the heavenly law stone. Soon, he caught hold of the heavenly law stone and was brought toward the black hole by it. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji with a calm expression and determined eyes. Zhou Xuanji, you have not truly fought with this emperor. This emperor is the top cultivator in the world. It was like this in the past, now, and in the future. He said proudly, regaining his domineering attitude. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Little brother, you are playing with fire. Even he felt threatened by it. How could Yang Di resist? Shortly after, under his gaze, Yangdi and the heavenly law stone disappeared into the black hole. You were smart to not grab the heavenly law stone. A cold voice came. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw Marquis looking at him. Yes. Chapter 397. This heavenly law puppet can speak? It has its own consciousness? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He stared at Marquis and asked, "You have your own consciousness?" Marquis maintained his silhouette and replied calmly, "Back then when I became a great emperor, I played some tricks, but I did not expect to use them. The other great emperors and great emperors might have them too, but they allowed it silently. If those ancient powerhouses were still alive, their cultivation must have reached a horrifying level. How could they not sense that someone created their heavenly law puppets? After all, the heavenly law puppets and the original body were connected by fate. Allowed it silently? Could it be that what Spirit Sovereign Yin said was true? The northern wilderness humans have an unspeakable secret? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Those powerhouses allowed Spirit Sovereign Yin to slaughter the humans. It was really disappointing. The image of the sages in his eyes was like a dream. Marquis nodded and said, "The humans today are not the descendants of Emperor Xia." Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He had heard about this before. Back then, Lu Wuji ascended out of anger because of this. The current human ancestor of the northern wastelands is still alive, but he has already fallen into the evil path, and is now a source of bad luck. His existence will affect the destiny of his descendants, and as time goes by, everyone will follow him into the evil path, and harm the many heavens. Do you understand? Marquis's words made Zhou Xuanji fall into silence. A while later, he said, "The sins of the ancestors must be cleansed by the blood of the descendants? This is just an excuse for your helplessness. You are afraid. Why should the current human race be responsible for their ancestors from more than 100,000 years ago? They could not choose their birth. Could this be fate?" Marquis smiled and said, "You are right. That's why I'm here. I wanted to wait for an opportunity, but I did not expect you to rise so quickly. You really impressed me." Zhou Xuanji raised his brows slightly and felt warmth in his heart. Marquis was indeed the most powerful person in the history of the human race. Daoyi old man was right. This guy was indeed the most domineering existence in the history of the human race. To be honest, I wanted to save you when you were fighting back then. But I saw that you knew the celestial devil rebirth technique, so I did not help. The person who created this energy technique was my old friend. It's a pity that he fell into the evil path because of love and was doomed eternally. Marquis sighed endlessly as he spoke. He lamented, "Only those who are deeply in love can master this technique." Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of Xian Xianghua. Who is that person? Who tampered with the human bloodline? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Marquis. He felt an unprecedented interest in human history. Those seemingly dead people were actually controlling this world. Wang Ho replied. That northern wilderness human's ancestor was called the demonic emperor. As for who tampered with the northern wilderness human bloodline, I'm not sure either, only that his surname was Roan. The demonic emperor. Could it be the master of the demonic emperor bloodline? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. As for the person with the surname Ran, he had no way of contacting him. From what he knew, there didn't seem to be anyone with the surname Ran who was particularly strong. The heavenly palace is not scary. The scary ones are those who want to kill the humans of the northern wilderness. I also belong to the northern wilderness, but I have already broken through the restrictions of my race, so I don't have to worry about anything. However, you are different. Your path of growth will be filled with difficulties. Are you ready? Wang Ho continued. His tone was solemn as if he was passing on his last words. Zhou Xuanji replied, I've already prepared it. Along the way, he had already encountered a lot of difficulties. What's your plan? He asked instead. Spirit Sovereign Yin was dead, and the heavenly law stone had disappeared. Wang Ho regained his freedom. Wang Ho said with a smile, I'm just a remnant soul. My life and death have nothing to do with me. I plan to investigate some things in the northern wilderness region. The appearance of the heavenly law stone has already caused great chaos in the northern wilderness region, and the heavenly law has taken it back. That guy overestimated himself and chased after the heavenly law stone just now, so he will be in a miserable state. However, I'm curious who gave him the heavenly law stone. With Spirit Sovereign Yan's capability, he could not have obtained the heavenly law stone. There are too many mysteries in this mortal realm. You're on your own. After that, he turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. He looked at the direction in which Wang Ho left and was in deep thought. The thunderclouds dispersed, and the black hole disappeared as well. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and channeled his magic energy to draw upon the power of the heavens and earth to send a message to the world. Spirit Sovereign Yan and the Heavenly Law Army have been killed by me, Zhou Xuanji. All races should stop fighting and rest. The crisis is not over yet. The heavenly palace behind Spirit Sovereign Yan will descend soon. Hearing this, the world was shocked. Immense joy exploded in every corner of the world, including overseas. Without Spirit Sovereign Yan, what was the point of the other races fighting for the position of the main character? The entire world began cheering the Sword Emperor's name. Countless people cried tears of joy, and some were bawling for their dead relatives and friends. Bahan Empire. In a city, Shangguanjusu and the woman in the red dress stood in front of the gate of a residence. The surrounding streets were in a frenzy. Countless people were roaring, cheering, and crying. Shangguanjusu and the woman were stunned. The love between a man and a woman was not greater than life and death. He did it. Shangguanjusu's expression was complicated. He was not surprised, because he had long felt that Zhou Xuanji had a chance to win. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was invincible and omnipotent. He had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's rebirth, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. The world is at peace now. You don't have to work so hard to cultivate anymore. I won't force you anymore, the woman in the red dress said. The woman in the red dress had a complicated look in her eyes. The two had been in love for many years after all. Recalling how high-spirited Shangguanjusu was, she could not help but fall into a daze. Shangguanjusu gave a brilliant smile and said, "No, I will work even harder than before. Thank you for taking care of me for the past 3 years. I will not come back anymore. I hope you can find a good partner." After that, he turned around and left. The woman in the red dress was stunned. She took 2 steps forward and asked, "Where are you going?" Shangguanjusu held onto the sheath and waved it. He did not speak or look back. The past had been severed by his sword. After spending 3 years with Zhou Xuanji, his heart had become broad-minded and changed. He was no longer obsessed with love. He wanted to become someone who could support the heavens and earth like Zhou Xuanji, supporting the world with the sword, saving the world with the sword. Looking at his determined back view, the woman in the red dress fell into a daze. She suddenly felt a little regretful. All her emotions could not be turned into words to ask him to stay. She felt like there was a fishbone stuck in her throat. At Juadi Cliff, Zhou Xuanji came up to Xinyuan Shunhao and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal him. He could sense Xinyuan Shunhao's great emperor aura. This brat was a second-class great emperor. Although he was not as good as him, he was still a devilish cultivator. "Why did you save me?" Xinyuan Shunhao sat up and asked with a complicated expression. Before he descended into the mortal realm, he promised Sage Yutian that he would subdue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stood before him and looked down at him. "I just wanted to save you. Do I need a reason? A second-class great emperor as a sword slave? Was that cool? Come. Wonderful book house." Chapter 398. He just wanted to save her. Did he need a reason? Xinyuan Shunhao listened silently, not knowing what to say. After a while, Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and was prepared to leave. "Aren't you going to ask about my background?" Xinyuan Shunhao could not help but ask. Zhou Xuanji's casual attitude made him feel humiliated. Am I that unbearable? One had to know that in the heavenly hall, he got whatever he wanted. Even Sage Yutian had to treat him with respect. Zhou Xuanji stopped and asked, "You are from the heavenly hall, right?" "I know." Xinyuan Shunhao didn't give up. He said, "I came to capture you and put you under heavenly hall's control." Zhou Xuanji looked back at him indifferently and said, "You are not a match for me." His heart was pierced. Xinyuan Shunhao was so angry that he coughed up blood. He struggled to stand up. "If I can defeat you, will you come with me?" He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked with determination. He had personally witnessed how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. It was the first time he had seen a seventh tribulation scattered immortal with such power. He must rope in such a prodigy for the Sky Palace. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. What if you lose? Xianyuan Shenhao fell silent. From the looks of things, it was impossible for him to defeat Zhou Xuanji in the northern wilderness region. You're a second-grade great sovereign. Is there anyone in the heavenly palace with a higher talent than you? Zhou Xuanji asked. Hearing this, an arrogant expression appeared on Xianyuan Shenhao's face. He said proudly, No. Apart from me, the most talented person is only a fourth-grade great sovereign. Experts who had surpassed the fourth-grade great sovereign realm looked down on the heaven palace. Follow me. I'm a class 1 great sovereign. When I ascend, even the heavenly palace will have to submit to me. Zhou Xuanji said as he raised his brow. His words were domineering and did not take the heavenly hall seriously at all. First-class great emperor. Xianyuan Shenhao fell silent again. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and left swiftly. He wanted to subdue Xianyuan Shenhao, but he wasn't in a hurry. This kind of heaven's chosen would definitely not go back so easily, because he had been defeated too badly earlier. This fellow would definitely challenge him again in the future. There was still a long way to go, so he had to loosen the reins only to grasp better. No hurry, no hurry. Zhou Xuanji, who are you? Xianyuan Shenhao muttered to himself, clenching his fists. The previous battle was too shocking. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. After leaving Juadi Cliff, Zhou Xuanji stopped. Come out. Just as he finished speaking, the man in the raincoat appeared out of thin air in front of him. This kid. The man in the woven rush raincoat felt quite startled. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji's perception would reach such a level. He opened his mouth and said, Sunlight Emperor is stubborn and doomed. I want to follow you and assist you. What do you think? Zhou Xuanji said with interest. Oh? What do you want and how can you help me? Weren't you very arrogant before? When I fought Huangquan Drake King, you said that I would definitely die. What about now? He was secretly pleased, but he didn't show it. After becoming a great emperor, he no longer cared about the man in the woven rush raincoat. It was not an exaggeration to say that he did not care about anyone in the entire northern wilderness region. Only his wife was an exception. I just want the human race to prosper and maintain its position as the main character of the world. I can do whatever you want me to do, but as a tribulation executive, I can't attack the people of the world. I can't even have physical contact with them. The man in the raincoat said honestly. He was still very confident. Compared to Dao Seeker, he knew more about the northern wilderness region. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought and did not give an answer immediately. The man in the woven rush raincoat took a deep breath and said, I can reveal a shocking piece of news to you now. A person from the upper world who doesn't belong to the heavenly palace has already infiltrated the northern wilderness region. Her strength is at 9 tribulations scattered immortal, the peak of the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, Who is she? The man in the raincoat did not hide anything. This person from the upper realm was called Xiao Hongjun. She was an evil woman with a lot of sins. Even the heavenly hall could not do anything to her. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not know the reason why she descended into the mortal world. However, according to him, Xiao Hongjun was a greater threat than the heavenly hall. It was said that no matter where this devil went, he would bring misery and suffering. His father was a leading figure in the upper realm's devil path, and was as powerful as an immortal. Alright, you can follow me from now on. I want you to investigate the whereabouts of the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline. As for Xiao Hongjun, he did not want to care about her for now. At least for now, Xiao Hongjun did not act recklessly. He didn't want to create enmity for no reason. The hatred between the heavenly palace and the ancestors of the human race was already deep enough. Alright. The man in the raincoat was straightforward and left immediately. After he disappeared, Zhou Xuanji remembered something. I forgot to get this guy to show his true colors. He's always acting mysterious and acting like a villain. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. After that, he flew towards Skyfall. At the same time, the human sanctums and empires began to take action. Previously, because of Spirit Sovereign Yen, they could only hide. But now they had to regain control of their territories. The restless demons all returned home in fear, and did not dare to harass the humans. The human race had a great emperor. Every time everyone thought about this, they would be shocked. In the past, they could only listen to legends. But now there were existences that surpassed legends. The entire world was discussing Zhou Xuanji. He defeated Lu Wuji, Wang Ho, the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way, War God Xiling, Emperor Xia, Great Emperor Wuwang, Buddha Ghost Emperor, and so on before he ascended. Those who had shaken history could not defeat Zhou Xuanji even if they all worked together. This was too horrifying. No one doubted it because Spirit Sovereign Yan had already died in Zhou Xuanji's hands. 3 days later, Songhai Ziggurat began publishing a biography, The Era of the Sword Emperor. This book recorded all of Zhou Xuanji's deeds since he was young. It described Zhou Xuanji as the most powerful great emperor in history. To suck up to Zhou Xuanji, Songhai Ziggurat distributed this book for free. They distributed millions of copies every day, and it quickly became popular among the humans. On Skyfall, the disciples were scattered all over the mountain to practice their swords. As they practiced, they discussed excitedly. They had been excited for a few days, waiting for Zhou Xuanji's return. Zhou Xuanji becoming a great emperor made Emperor Sword Court the most powerful sect in the northern wilderness region. In the future, when they traveled the world, they would be very proud. Little did they know that their grand teacher had already returned to the summit. Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone together. Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang had also returned. Other than Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man and Xian Xianghua, everyone knelt before him, each more excited than the last. Zhou Xuanji sat on a stone bench and said with a smile, "Get up." Everyone was shocked. Just by sitting there and doing nothing, he gave them an immense pressure. He was more majestic than anyone they had ever seen in their lives. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and smiled. He was also shocked in his heart. "This is a heavenly law, great emperor? Tell me about Emperor Sword Court's situation first." Zhou Xuanji asked first. Everyone fought to answer first, which made him laugh. In these 3 years, Emperor Sword Court had lost some disciples, but it did not affect its foundation. It continued to develop steadily. After chatting with everyone for a while, Xian Xianghua called him to a place with no one else around. The two came to a forest. Xian Xianghua turned to look at him with a serious expression and said, "These days I have been dreaming of you. I dreamed of being devoured by countless blood bats." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 399. Bloodbat. Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. He had already become a first-class great emperor. Who else in the mortal world could kill him? He immediately thought of the demonic emperor in Xiaohongjun. Xian Xianghua sighed and said, "That's right. Blood-colored bat. Initially I thought I was too worried about you, which was why I had a dream. But later on the dream became more realistic. With our cultivation, how can we dream so easily? Great tribulation scattered immortals cultivated day and night. How could they have time to sleep?" Zhou Xuanji comforted her. "Don't overthink. I'm no longer the same as before. Do you still think I'm weak?" Xian Xianghua thought about it and realized that it was true. Many people said that this brat would surely die. But he did not. Moreover, he knew the celestial devil rebirth technique. He could be reborn after death. She smiled proudly. "Of course, with my celestial devil rebirth technique." Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "It's because I'm powerful. Or else, how could I master the celestial devil rebirth technique so quickly?" The two began to bicker. Next, Emperor Sword Court began to reorganize itself. Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples and brainwashed them. All the disciples worked hard on their sword techniques, as though they were injected with chicken blood. The other factions in the northern wilderness region also began to rebuild and recuperate. Zhou Xuanji's legend was still being spread. He was quickly deified. After Yang Di's departure, no one in the world could be compared to him. The Sword Emperor ruled the world. The era of the Sword's Way had arrived. Overseas. Boom! A mountain on an island was split in half. Dao Seeker fell into the rubble and was in a sorry state. Dust flew up, and his face was covered in blood. He looked up. A red-haired lady in a white dress levitated in the air with a mocking smile. "Who are you?" Dao Seeker asked with gritted teeth. His heart was filled with shock. He was a tribulation executive. Mortals could not hurt him at all. How could this lady? Remember, my name is Xiao Hongjun. From today onwards you will serve me, tribulation executive. The red-haired lady smiled arrogantly. Although she was beautiful, she gave off a terrifying vibe. Xiao Hongjun. Dao Seeker's pupils contracted. He swallowed his saliva and got up with much difficulty. Why did you come to the northern wilderness region? Was it the Heavenly Hall's will? Xiao Hongjun heard him and laughed disdainfully. Heavenly Hall is nothing. When I broke into the Heavenly Hall back then, who could stop me other than Sage Yutian? Qiu Dao was not surprised. Instead, he became even more terrified. In other words, the Heavenly Palace was not the only enemy of the northern wilderness region. Xiao Hongjun stared at Dao Seeker and asked, "Do you know where the tomb of great Emperor Wuwang is?" Emperor Wuwang. Dao Seeker frowned. He instantly thought of many things. At this moment, an invisible force lifted him up and brought him before Xiao Hongjun. "Tell me the truth or I will kill you," Xiao Hongjun threatened. Countless bloodbats emerged from her back and surrounded Qiu Dao. Dao Seeker sighed and asked, "Great Emperor Wuwang has been dead for 110,000 years. Where can we find his tomb? Even if there is one, it would have been dug out long ago." Xiao Hongjun frowned and a murderous aura appeared between her brows. Where did that Zhou Xuanji come from? She changed the topic and asked. She had observed the battle at Juadi Cliff through her spell when she was overseas, and it left a deep impression on her. Such a prodigy should not exist in the mortal world. She suspected that Zhou Xuanji had obtained great Emperor Wuwang's legacy, or else how could he be so powerful? Moreover, she knew that the current northern wilderness humans could not become great emperors. Dao Seeker's heart trembled. He did not want anything to happen to Zhou Xuanji, but facing Xiao Hongjun's powerful might, he could not resist. Zhou Xuanji has no background. His fate was changed when he was young, so it's impossible to predict his fate. Dao Seeker replied, hoping to dispel Xiao Hongjun's thoughts about Zhou Xuanji. Xiao Hongjun narrowed her eyes and laughed coldly. "I will give you time. You must find great Emperor Wuwang's tomb. Also, the Heavenly Hall's genius Ji Xian has already reincarnated. His name is Su Han, and he's at the coastal area in the east of the northern wilderness region. Draw him over to your side. After that, bring him to me with information about him and great Emperor Wuwang's tomb. Within 3 years, if you can't do it, I will kill you. Not only you, but I will slaughter the entire northern wilderness human race. After that, the human ancestors will probably thank me. You should understand." Dao Seeker was covered in cold sweat and could only agree. He was extremely afraid of Xiao Hongjun. It was his first time encountering someone who could hurt him. Tribulation executives did not have physical bodies in the northern wilderness region, and ordinary objects could not invade them. But when Xiao Hongjun attacked him, she could solidify his physical body. He shuddered at the thought of it. After that, Dao Seeker left pathetically. Xiao Hongjun stood among the swarm of bloodbats and began thinking. The demonic emperor's son, the violet demon monarch's heart Ji Xian. Interesting. I did not expect 3 matchless fates to gather in the same mortal realm, and in the same era. She mumbled to herself with a smile that was bewitchingly beautiful. The Heavenly Hall. Sage Yutian sat on the throne with a deep frown. Everyone below him was silent. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the legs of those standing at the back were trembling. Some of them could not bear the pressure. When Sage Yutian was enraged, a powerful aura would wreak havoc. Those with weak cultivation could not bear it. Your Majesty, Xianyuan Shunhao is the top genius of the Heavenly Hall. He will not fail. A muscular man stood up and said. He was the clan leader of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Zhengzun. His face was solemn, but his heart was filled with guilt. If Xianyuan Shunhao really failed in the mortal realm, it would be a great humiliation. This brat was so confident just now. What if he really fails? Sage Yutian asked with squinted eyes. He had invested too many resources and expectations on Xianyuan Shunhao. He could not allow Xianyuan Shunhao to fail. Xianyuan Zhengzun wanted to say something but hesitated. Eventually, he chose to keep his mouth shut. As a second-class great emperor, he cannot dominate the mortal realm. What a joke. Your Majesty, it seems like you cannot indulge the geniuses of the Xianyuan clan anymore. A white-bearded old man stood up and said. He wore a long white robe and had an extraordinary demeanor. Xianyuan Zhengzun's face darkened in anger. Sage Yuqian snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. The atmosphere in the palace fell into silence again. Late at night, on the peak of Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji sat by the cliff and cultivated. Even though he had already become a great emperor, he did not slack off. After becoming a great emperor, his cultivation grew tremendously. Compared to before, he progressed at a tremendous pace. However, the amount of spiritual qi required for each stage of heavenly law great emperor was much more than before. Zhou Xuanji, come and meet me. A voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes in shock. He frowned and scanned with his divine sense. Soon he locked onto the other party. It was 250 miles away. Under the moonlight, a blue-robed man stood on the cliff and looked up at the bright moon. It was none other than Sage Yuqian. He appeared in the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Sage Yuqian and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" He could not see through this person. Impossible. He was already invincible in the mortal realm and was a first-class great emperor. There was only one possibility. This person did not belong to the mortal realm. Sage Yuqian turned around and looked at him expressionlessly. I am the Lord of the Heavenly Hall, Sage Yuqian. I control a dozen mortal realms and am immortal. Do you know your crime? Baidu read the latest chapter of I Have Countless Legendary Sword Claw Bookhouse for free. Chapter 400. The Master of the Heavenly Palace, Sage Yuqian. Zhou Xuanji looked at him calmly and asked, what crime? If Sage Yuqian wanted to kill him or could kill him, he would have done so a long time ago. Their eyes met. He was calm and composed, without the slightest fear. Sage Yuqian narrowed his eyes and said, You obstructed the will of heaven, are you not guilty? Zhou Xuanji smiled. I have your mother's sins. He said bluntly, Xianyuan Zhou forced me to become Tian. I was unwilling, so he wanted to kill me. Can't I resist? Your heavenly palace slaughtered the human race. What do you have to say about that? He did not have a good impression of the Sky Palace. He even wanted to start a war. However, considering that the northern wilderness region was still recovering and could not afford to fight a war, he could only suppress his anger for now. Sage Yuqian shook his head and said, If it wasn't for me, the northern wilderness humans would have been wiped out long ago. This time I couldn't protect them, so I sent the Xianyuan clan to wipe them out. You've already become a great emperor, so you can escape this calamity and enter the heavenly hall. I'll nurture you. What do you think? Zhou Xuanji frowned. This turn of events made him fall into silence. No wonder the ancestors of the human clan wanted to exterminate the human clan of the northern wilderness so much, but they did not do so. So it was because the heavenly palace was resisting? He did not feel grateful because the heavenly palace had already massacred 2 great empires. Next, they were going to massacre the entire human race. Emperor Sword Court would also encounter a calamity. If I agree, can you protect the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not want to join the heavenly hall and was just testing the waters. Sage Yuqian waved his hand domineeringly and said, No, apart from you, everyone else must die. He didn't lie because he was the master of the heavenly palace, and he needed his subordinates to obey him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. People of different paths cannot make plans together. Sage Yuqian didn't get angry. His gaze was calm as he stared at him and said, If you aren't willing to enter heavenly hall and ascend, you will die. It isn't that I want to kill you, but there are too many experts pressuring me from behind. Marquis should have already told you the truth. This guy actually knew about the Marquis. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt pressured. Could it be that those ancestors were watching him from the upper realm? Sage Yuqian saw through his thoughts and said, That's not the case. I can't enter the mortal world and can't pry into it unless my cultivation surpasses that of a true deity. True God. Was it his status or his realm? Zhou Xuanji had heard of this term before, but he did not have the chance to know the answer. He did not ask. Instead, he was thinking about how many almighties wanted the northern wilderness humans dead. Very soon, an army from the upper realms will descend. The heavenly palace will not be merciful. You will regret it. Although you have become a great emperor, you are still too young." After saying this, Sage Yutian left. He admired Zhou Xuanji's talent, which was why he came down to recruit him. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, then so be it. Zhou Xuanji looked at the bright moon and did not immediately return to Skyfall. He thought for a long time. In the end he sighed. It's still not enough. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Spirit Sovereign Yan's death. The northern wilderness region had recovered quite a bit, and the number of war-torn areas within the human race had been greatly reduced. However, because the southern Han royal city and the Great Shang Empire had been destroyed, they had become places where bandits roamed. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, Chan Bantian, Ning Zifeng, Meng Tianlang, and Beixiao Wangjian. Everyone sat cross-legged together, exchanging their understanding of the sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji listened most of the time and gave some pointers occasionally. His pointers were always accurate and enlightening the others. First class great emperor, seventh tribulation scattered immortal. His understanding of the sword Dao was far beyond that of Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others. After their conversation, Zhou Xuanji told them about his encounter with the Heavenly Hall, the demonic emperor Wang Ho and Xiao Hongjun. These trusted aides were already the mainstays of Emperor Sword Court and could rule over a region. Zhou Xuanji was nurturing them to train their courage and knowledge. After he finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. A long while later, Beixiao Wangjian asked, "Xiao Jinghong, what's your relationship with Xiao Hongjun? Their names are so similar." Xiao Jinghong was speechless and stared at him. Ning Zifeng muttered, "If so, even if we destroy the Heavenly Hall, it won't be a good thing. We might be faced with a catastrophe. The northern wilderness humans could even destroy the Heavenly Hall. How could those powerhouses be at ease?" "Yeah, but we're not afraid." "Master, don't be afraid. These ancestors are really ungrateful. Forget about the ancestors before Lu Wuji. What's the meaning of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way? Especially the Hegemon Sword Emperor. He's so disgusting. I will never respect him as an ancestor again." The group began discussing among themselves. Lin Changge was the most indignant one. Zhou Xuanji said, "There will be a lot of trouble in the future. I don't want you to just talk about Emperor Sword Court's purpose. Cultivate well, strengthen Emperor Sword Court, and protect the northern wilderness region. Okay?" "Of course." Zhao Tsongjian patted his chest and said. The others followed suit, each more righteous than the last. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. After that, he ordered to continue recruiting disciples. This matter was handled by Xiao Jinghong, Lin Changge, and the other elders. The next day, the news of Emperor Sword Court recruiting disciples spread to the human race. After Zhou Xuanji gave the order, he no longer paid attention to it and began to focus on cultivation. Occasionally he taught Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian had already grown up. She was youthful and talented. Her cultivation had already reached inner pellet level 6. Among the second-generation disciples, she was the eldest. The eldest senior brother of the second generation, Su Yang, was her #1 follower. As Zhou Xuanji's daughter, no male disciple in Emperor Sword Court dared to touch her. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji was not around. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were around. Who would dare to court death? Even if they accidentally touched Zhou Xiaoxuan's shoulder, the male disciples would be in fear. Although Zhou Xiaoxian was a young girl, Zhou Xuanji's influence on her was too great. Unless there was a man more powerful than Zhou Xuanji, she would not be moved. She only wanted to become more powerful. Regarding this, Zhou Xuanji suspected that she was influenced by Xian Xianghua. She was too eager to be powerful. Don't be like Long Proud Hua, who was single for 10,000 years. This day, Emperor Sword Court began recruiting disciples. The entire Skyfall was bustling. Zhou Xuanji, come out and fight. I'm Xianyuan Shunhao, the great emperor of the upper realm. If you lose today's battle, return to the heavenly hall with me. A loud cry resounded across the sky, and countless people looked up in shock. Xianyuan Shunhao, who looked like a god of war, appeared in the sky. Millions of people were in an uproar. The great emperor of the upper realm? The heavenly hall came so soon? The sword emperor cannot be defeated. This person is seeking his own death. Bulsh * T Great Emperor. How come I've never heard of the name Xianyuan Shenhao? Most people snorted disdainfully. After the tribulation of Spirit Sovereign Yen, Zhou Xuanji was invincible in the eyes of the northern wilderness. Even if the heavenly hall came, they would not be able to defeat the Sword Emperor. Xianyuan Shenhao stood proudly. But when he heard the discussions below, his mouth twitched and veins popped on his forehead. He was in an extremely bad mood. A bunch of mortals. If not for the fact that this was Zhou Xuanji's territory, he would not allow these mortals to make noise. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 401. Xianyuan Shenhao, if you lose, you'll have to become my sword slave. Do you dare? Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded out from Skyfall, and millions of people cheered. With the Sword Emperor present, whether it was Emperor Sword Court's disciples or the cultivators who had come to pay their respects, they all felt a sense of security and did not fear Xianyuan Shenhao. Xianyuan Shenhao was so angry that his expression became dark. He would rather die than become Zhou Xuanji's disciple. He shouted angrily, "Cut the crap and come out!" A malevolent and mighty halberd appeared in his left hand, and an exaggeratedly long blade appeared in his right hand. With a halberd and a blade, his aura erupted, silencing the heavens and earth. Everyone stared at him dumbfounded. What a terrifying pressure! Xianyuan Shenhao controlled himself very well, or else just the might alone would be enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people. He did not do this. After all, he owed Zhou Xuanji his life. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the sea of clouds. It was Zhou Xuanji. He wore black clothes and his black hair casually scattered down his back. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows were sharp like swords. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing an incomparably confident smile. He didn't fear Xianyuan Shenhao at all. He stared at Xianyuan Shenhao and said with a smile, "Is half a year enough for you to make up for the gap between us?" Xianyuan Shenhao frowned, the anger in his heart rising once more. If they were in the upper realm, even 100 Zhou Xuanjis would not be a match for him. This child was too savage. He immediately raised his divine weapon and walked towards Zhou Xuanji. The millions of people on Skyfall held their breaths and watched nervously. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and the true Lord Xianxing sword appeared in his hand. He stared at Xianyuan Shenhao, his gaze becoming sharp. "Father! Defeat him!" Zhou Xiaoxian stood on the cliff and shouted. Just when she finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji moved suddenly. Xianyuan Shenhao's pupils shrank. What incredible speed! Just as he was about to make a move, a terrifying pressure enveloped him, causing him to be unable to move. What's going on? Emperor's might? Impossible! Xianyuan Shenhao revealed a look of horror. Waves surged in his heart. Puchi! True Lord Xianxing's sword pierced through his throat and blood flowed out from the back of his neck. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of him with a cold expression. "You have lost." Xianyuan Shenhao's eyes widened and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body slightly trembled. All the spectators were stunned. He had thought that it would be a fierce battle. He didn't expect it to be an instant kill. The Sword Emperor was ridiculously strong. Thunderclouds rolled and countless bolts of lightning interweaved. A stone tablet that was thousands of feet tall stood in the middle of the thunderclouds. Many names were engraved on it, and from the bottom to the top, the characters grew larger and larger. The stone tablet shook violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Two black-robed men stood in front of the stone monument, looking up. A new name will appear on the Great Emperor Stele. I wonder what this person's ranking is. The two of them conversed softly. At the top of the All Heaven's Great Emperor Stele, the top 100 names were arranged in a row. The stone tablet suddenly stopped shaking. The 12th name suddenly dropped, causing all the names below it to drop as well. Then a new name appeared in the 12th place. Zhou Xuanji. The two black-robed men were frightened and cried out in alarm. Number 12. First grade Great Sovereign. Even the peerless Hegemon Sword Emperor 10,000 years ago was only number 53. Where did this person come from? The two of them could no longer remain calm. They cast their spells and spread the news. The All Heaven's Great Emperor Stele was a manifestation of the heavenly law. It recorded the talent rankings of all living beings. The names on the stele were all great emperors. The top 30 were all first-grade great emperors. Xianyuan Shunhao was ranked 54, just below the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It had been 50,000 years since a first-grade great sovereign was born. On the peak of Skyfall, ever since he defeated Xianyuan Shunhao, Zhou Xuanji forced him to stay to accompany Haoyan Sect's Thunder Demon sovereign Zhang Quanglan. On this day, Zhou Xuanji celebrated his 78th birthday while cultivating. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 78 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Gold Brilliant Soul Sword. God Slay 9 Flame Chimera Demon Sword. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. God-slaying legendary sword. They were finally out. The information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Brilliant Soul Sword Grade. Gold description: a brilliant light that can suppress ghosts. A magnificent sword, a swordsman's favorite. Sword name: 9 Flame Chimera Demon Sword Grade. God-slaying description: the 9 Flame Chimera Demon is an ancient giant demon that contains 9 types of intense flames. It is extremely domineering and invincible. Its soul is transformed into a demon sword, and only great emperors can wield it. Only great emperors can wield it? Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He was now a first-class great emperor. Didn't that mean he could wield it directly? He immediately took out the 9 Flame Chimera Demon Sword. In that instant, a fiery light shone on his face, and his pupils dilated. It was a crimson flame longsword. The blade was 4 fingers wide, and there were flame runes carved on its edges. The entire blade was burning with intense flames and had 3 colors. The bottom was white, the middle was red, and the outside was crimson. The hilt was covered with scales, and holding it he could feel a cool sensation. Kill! 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 A low roar sounded in Zhou Xuanji's ears, shaking his mind. He immediately stored the sword in the supreme storage. Such a domineering god-slaying legendary sword. Holding this sword, Zhou Xuanji felt an intense desire to destroy, as though everything in the world could not withstand a single blow. Fortunately, with the suppression of the supreme legendary sword system, this desire to destroy would not devour Zhou Xuanji's heart. Very good. With this sword, I will kill as many as the heavenly palace comes. Zhou Xuanji smiled in satisfaction. However, other than the heavenly palace, he had many more enemies. He still had to work hard on his cultivation. At this moment, Liuwu Demon Wolf's voice came from the foot of the mountain. Master, Great Shang's Emperor Yang Xindi has brought thousands of merchants to pay his respects. Should we accept them? Yang Xindi, Zhou Xuanji replied with squinted eyes. Make the necessary arrangements. Do not be negligent. Yes. After Liuwu Demon Wolf left, Zhou Xuanji fell into reminiscence. Yang Xindi recognized him before he ruled the world, and the 2 of them were old friends. It was a pity that Great Shang was already destroyed. He suddenly thought of Great Shang's top beauty Su Xianxian. He wondered how she was doing. He did not feel sad and continued to cultivate. 3 days later he met with Yang Xindi and the others. The collapse of the empire caused Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian to become much older. After some discussion, they officially joined Emperor Sword Court. Yang Zhongtian's strategy was unparalleled, and he was famous among the 7 great empires. He was just like Guojia and Jiasu in the 3 kingdoms in his previous life. Daoya old man admired him very much, so he personally made arrangements for him. Yang Xindi was once the son of heaven, and could help Emperor Sword Court develop. However, Emperor Sword Court was a sect of the Way of the Sword. If they did not have outstanding Way of the Sword cultivation, it would be hard for them to convince the masses. Time passed. Half a month passed. Daoseeker suddenly looked for Zhou Xuanji, and the 2 of them came to a place where there was no one around to talk. Zhou Xuanji noticed that he did not look well, as though he had just experienced a huge setback. Just as he was about to speak, the man in the woven rush raincoat appeared out of nowhere and spoke first. Something bad has happened. If you want to know what kind of godly swords there are, you can pay attention to it. There will be an update on the godly swords at 6 p.m. More story power rankings and Easter eggs can also be found in the WeChat. Com. Wonderful Bookstore. Com. Chapter 402. Is your business more urgent than mine? Daoseeker glared at the man in the raincoat and said angrily. He was not surprised at all why the man in the woven rush raincoat was looking for Zhou Xuanji. The man in the woven rush raincoat said angrily, "Aren't you just Xiao Hongjuan's matter? I have already informed the Sword Emperor." Dao Seeker ignored him and said to Zhou Xuanji hurriedly, "Ji Xian has already reincarnated and turned into someone called Su Han. Xiao Hongjun forced me to look for him, but I could not find him. However, I discovered something. Ji Xian descended to the mortal realm under the orders of a powerhouse, and his goal was to exterminate the human race. Ji Xian is not simple. He is very famous in the upper worlds. Even Xiao Hongjun wants to subdue him." Zhou Xuanji frowned. "Su Han. Why did he feel like he had heard this name before? Why do you know these people from the upper realm so well?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He felt that these two were hiding many things from him. Dao Seeker explained, "We are tribulation executives. No matter who descends to the mortal world, we will be able to sense it. Over the years, we have met many acquaintances who have descended to the mortal world. We have talked about Xiao Hongjun and Ji Xian." The man in the raincoat interrupted him. "Ji Xian's reincarnation will take several hundred years for him to mature, so there's nothing to worry about. I've divined that the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is related to you, because his fate is constantly changing and disappearing. In this world, only your fate cannot be divined." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You mean that the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline is by my side? It's very likely that he's from Emperor Sword Court?" The man in the raincoat nodded. After learning of this possibility, he was also very shocked. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? However, now that Emperor Sword Court had become stronger, such a situation was indeed possible. Dao Seeker snorted coldly. The descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline needs time to rise. Moreover, how could he be a greater threat than Ji Xian? You should know who Ji Xian is. He is a first-class great sovereign with unparalleled talent. When Sage Yutian banished him to the mortal world, I already felt that something was wrong, so it was to deceive people. First-grade great emperor? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He felt that Dao Seeker's words did not hold water. Was there a need for such a cover-up? Or did Sage Yutian have a deeper plan? Dao Seeker and the man in the woven rush raincoat began arguing, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. Rumble, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out, startling the three of them. Rumbling thunderclouds gathered above Skyfall. Looking out, the sky was also filled with thunder clouds, covering tens of thousands of miles and perhaps even further. A terrifying heavenly might descended, causing everyone to tremble. Qiu Dao's expression changed and he said in shock, "Could it be? Heavenly Palace?" Zhou Xuanji looked at the sky, his gaze cold. The day had finally come. The Heavenly Palace would definitely not give him the time to grow after he became a Grade 1 great sovereign. As expected, in less than a year, the Heavenly Hall descended to the mortal world and started the war. At the foot of Skyfall, Xianyuan Shunhao, who was dressed in simple cloth clothes, looked up with a grave expression. Zhang Quanglan, who was chopping wood at the side, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, "Brother Shunhao, stop looking. The court lord has probably made a breakthrough again. Follow me and chop wood properly. You'll find that this kind of life is quite interesting." Watching the grass grow in summer, watching the leaves fall in autumn, watching the snow fall in winter, watching all living things grow in spring. Isn't life like this? Living from death, going around in circles, fighting for a lifetime. Who can escape death? He smiled like an old man who had seen through the world of mortals and returned to his native land. Xianyuan Shunhao ignored him but stared at the billowing thunderclouds in the sky. "They're here," he mumbled. He had stayed in Skyfall for some time and found this place quite interesting. Moreover, he had not defeated Zhou Xuanji yet, so he did not hope for the Heavenly Hall to descend, because he knew that once the Heavenly Hall invaded, Zhou Xuanji and the Northern Wilderness humans would die for sure. Other than the Heavenly Hall, there would surely be powerful cultivators from other factions. "Zhou Xuanji, I'm the great commander of the Heavenly Hall, Li Min. I want to see what you can do to stop the Heavenly Hall." A loud cry resounded across the clouds. The thunderclouds on the horizon parted, and beams of golden light shone out. Many majestic figures appeared above the sea of clouds, all of them wearing shining divine armors, looking mighty and domineering. At a glance, there were countless soldiers from the heavenly hall. A gigantic figure that was thousands of meters tall appeared on the horizon like a giant that created the world. He held a gigantic sword in his hand that was even larger than the mountains beside him. His back was facing the blazing sun, making it so that no one could see his true appearance. Anyone who saw such a scene would be afraid. Gather the entire court. Formation. Su Yang drew his sword and roared with all his might. He was not afraid but excited instead. I can finally show my power, Dao Seeker said with a solemn expression. The real catastrophe is here. Zhou Xuanji walked past him and leaped into the air, ascending into the sky. The sun-devouring Tiango sword and dream-devouring, heavenly martial devil rinsing appeared in his hands. The Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha materialized and rose from the ground with Zhou Xuanji on its head. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, all the disciples of Emperor Sword Court were excited. After a new round of recruitment, Emperor Sword Court had more than 1.5 million people. Most of them were odd job disciples. The Sword Emperor who transcends the past and present indeed. So domineering. Yang Zhongtian stood by the cliff and sighed in amazement as he stroked his long beard. Yang Xindi, who was beside him, was silent. His eyes were burning with passion. Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Xiao Jinghong, Meng Tianlang, Chan Bantian, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others drew their swords and landed on the thousand-hand sword Buddha's shoulder. Roar! A domineering dragon roar shook the heavens and the earth. Next, Fenyu Dragon King coiled around Skyfall and rose into the sky. The dragon's body was like a mountain range, majestic and majestic. Zhou Xiaoqi turned into a fire qilin. His shoulders were 500 meters tall, and his hooves were covered in flames. He levitated behind Skyfall. The heavenly hall is seeking death. What should Emperor Sword Court do? Zhou Xuanji said. His voice reverberated across the heavens and earth. Although his tone was indifferent, it made all the disciples of Emperor Sword Court's blood boil. Kill with the sword. 1.5 million disciples drew their swords and roared furiously. Their voices gathered together, and it was so majestic that it shook the mountains and rivers. Sword Qi soared into the sky and dispersed the thunderclouds around Skyfall. Blocking a chariot with your bare hands. Xianyuan Shenhao shook his head and mumbled. He noticed that Zhang Quanglan was still laughing and said unpleasantly, Trash, you are going to die soon. Why are you still laughing? Zhang Quanglan waved his hand and continued chopping firewood with a smile. Xianyuan Shenhao was silent. Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. But you are the only powerful person in the northern wilderness region. Can you protect everyone? Divine General Li Min's voice came again. His tone was filled with mockery. Millions of the Heavenly Hall's army have descended to every corner of the human race. Let's see how you will save the world with your sword. Boys kill. Divine General Li Min roared furiously. A few thousand meters tall, he charged over from the horizon with his sword. He was unstoppable, destroying mountains and splashing lakes. Kill. The Heavenly Hall's army roared as well. Like a torrential storm, they descended from the sky and charged toward Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Countless sword shadows appeared in the dark sky. There were so many that they were as numerous as the stars in the night sky. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 403. Millions of sword shadows levitated around the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The scene was extremely majestic, and everyone on Emperor Sword Court's side was in awe. What kind of mastery of the sword's way was required to cast such a sword technique? The sword shadows connected and gathered into mountains and rivers, forming a primordial chaos. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the primordial chaos sword shadow charged toward the Heavenly Hall's army. Swoosh! 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 The millions of sword shadows moved in unison with great momentum. The powerful gale that they generated was about to sweep up the forests below. The Heavenly Hall side was shocked too, but it was too late for them to retreat. Soon, the primordial chaos sword shadow charged into the Heavenly Hall's army. Explosions occurred one after another. The Heavenly Hall's soldiers were blasted into pieces by the sword shadows, and their souls dispersed. Powerful. Domineering. Emperor Sword Court's disciples' blood boiled. If not for the fact that they were in a battle, they would have knelt down to Zhou Xuanji immediately. Boom! Divine General Li Min charged over furiously, crushing the mountains along the way. He swung his giant sword and blocked the primordial chaos sword Shadow, giving the Heavenly Hall's army a chance to breathe. They made a detour and charged toward Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji merged into the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's body. Next, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden radiance swept across the land. Facing the ferocious Divine General Li Min, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha grew 1,000 arms and charged forward with its sword. The 2 peerless giants fought fiercely in the wilderness. The 2 forces clashed like 2 torrents, and people died in an instant. The Heavenly Hall's power was restricted by the heavenly law. But overall, they were still more powerful than Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji decided to end the battle quickly. He would kill Divine General Li Min first before destroying the Heavenly Hall's army. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha came up to Divine General Li Min and slashed with its 1,000 swords, forcing Divine General Li Min to retreat. His power was restricted to 9th Tribulation, scattered immortal by the heavenly law. Although he could still dominate the world, he was at a disadvantage against Zhou Xuanji. How can it be? This guy's power. Divine General Li Min's majestic face darkened, and he was horrified in his heart. Zhou Xuanji drew on the power of the heavens and the earth, causing his power to explosively increase. At the same time, he used universal attraction, sucking him in. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Divine General Li Min's shoulders were slashed, and the terrifying force forced him to kneel on the ground. The ground cracked and dust flew into the air. The heavenly halls of the divine. However, the people from the heavenly palace were shocked. Impossible. General Li Min is at a disadvantage? Damn it. No wonder he's ranked 12th on the Great Emperor Steel. Everyone be careful. The northern wilderness humans must be eliminated. Let's fight. Although the heavenly palace's soldiers were frightened, they did not show any fear. Instead, they erupted with even stronger willpower. The surrounding 10,000 miles had turned into a battlefield. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Court controlled their swords to fight, traversing the battlefield wantonly. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng were very domineering. Both of them wielded the ancestral dragon divine sword and transformed into ancestral dragons. Chen Bantian and Meng Tianlang weren't any weaker. The 10,000-year princes were getting stronger as they fought, and their eyes were filled with excitement and madness. Xiao Jinghong activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Although it was only a few dozen meters tall and was not as exaggerated as Zhou Xuanji's Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, it was still powerful. No one could stop him. Zhou Xuanji suddenly deactivated the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha state, and 9 sword souls appeared behind him. The sword souls slashed out continuously. Li Min instinctively raised his sword to block, but it was useless. The sword light flashed, and most people subconsciously closed their eyes. Li Min opened his eyes wide. His body was blasted apart and turned into countless sparks. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the true Lord Xianxing sword appeared above his head. Swoosh! Ranged sword propelling. Li Min's soul was hidden among the sparks. He could not dodge in time and was penetrated by the true Lord Xianxing's sword. How can it be? Li Min opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. He was defeated, and he lost so quickly. He still had many powerful divine abilities that he did not have time to use. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. Nothing is impossible. I'm more powerful than you, he said coldly. After he spoke, he absorbed Li Min's soul with the Tianxia map. He turned around, and all the legendary swords appeared around him. More than 100 legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi. 10,000 sword dragon incantation. Kill! He cried loudly. All the legendary swords dashed out with extreme speed, and killed the heavenly palace's soldiers one after another. No one could stop them. His soul had already transformed, and his mental control was extremely powerful. None of the Emperor Sword Court's disciples were accidentally injured. Hundreds of swords shot out at the same time, and the sound of air being torn could be heard. When the divine sword pierced through the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court and killed the enemy, it moved on to the next enemy. All of them widened their eyes in shock. So fast. Meng Tianlang couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the godly swords that were flying in all directions. He was too strong. Even if the upper realm's heavenly hall descended, it would not stand a chance against Zhou Xuanji. Was becoming a great emperor really that amazing? His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Run! The commander is dead. We've lost. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Could it be that he is not restricted by the heavenly Tao? Why is this happening? With Li Min's death, the legendary swords wreaked havoc. The heavenly hall's army collapsed in an instant. All of them fled in a hurry, but Zhou Xuanji would not let them go. The massacre continued. At the same time, the heavenly hall's army arrived in various parts of the northern wilderness region. The divine generals and spiritual venerables led their troops and slaughtered the humans wantonly. Miserable screams filled the desolate North's land, and blood almost dyed the whole country red. Although Zhou Xuanji won, it would be difficult for him to protect the human world alone. All the sacred grounds and the 5 great dynasties took action. The flames of war spread across the world. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of light descended from the sky and landed on the beach, splashing up the seawater. 2 domineering men walked out from the powerful beams of light. One of them wore a heavy and sinister-looking black armor. He had a pair of dragon horns in his black hair, and his face was covered in black scales. His eyes were green in color. The other man was dressed like a scholar. His blue robe danced in the wind, and he looked handsome. He held a folding fan in his hand. The blue-robed scholar shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect Li Min to die so quickly. The heavenly hall is useless indeed. The black-scaled man said with a deep voice. He's a first-class great emperor ranked 12th on the great emperor stele after all. From what they said, they were obviously not from the heavenly hall. Their words even seemed to belittle the heavenly hall. Qin Mahuai, the divine lord allowed you to maintain your cultivation at First Revolution Golden Immortal. Don't die. Within 3 days I want you to bring Zhou Xuanji's head to me. The blue-robed scholar instructed as he looked toward the horizon. Qin Mahuai frowned and asked, It's not a problem to kill him. What are you going to do? The blue-robed scholar waved his fan and laughed coldly. I'm going to settle the score with an old friend. After that, he turned into a series of afterimages and dashed toward the horizon. Qin Mahuai thought about it for a while before he turned around and walked toward the northern wilderness region. He smiled cruelly and mumbled to himself, First-class great emperor? I haven't killed a first-class great emperor before. Zhou Xuanji, I will let you die a painful death. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 404. Skyfall. Smoke filled the air for tens of thousands of miles. The forests around Skyfall were in ruins, and the mountains and rivers were in ruins. There were corpses everywhere. There were disciples of the Emperor's sword court and soldiers of the heavenly palace. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword. In less than 20 breaths of time, he had used the 10,000 sword dragon incantation to kill millions of the heavenly hall's soldiers. Even though there were some who managed to escape, they were no longer a threat. He looked back at Skyfall and frowned. He was hesitating. Should they go and help the human race? If he left, would enemies launch a sneak attack on Skyfall? Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Chang'e, and the others began to clean up the battlefield. Daoya old man suddenly flew in front of him and said with a serious expression, The calamity that we predicted might be coming soon. He was reminding Zhou Xuanji. He was not afraid of his own death, but he was worried about Jiang Shui and her mother. Zhou Xuanji's talent was incredibly powerful, and if he became demonic because of his wife and daughter's death, that would be terrifying. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant but was still a little hesitant. What should I do? Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Daoya old man fell into silence. Decades ago, Zhou Xuanji would often ask him all sorts of questions. After he became number 1 in the world, he no longer asked him such questions. Daoya old man sighed and said, Gather everyone and discuss. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Half a day later, all the elders of the Emperor's Sword Guild gathered in the pavilion at the top of the mountain. Emperor's Sword Court had lost nearly 100,000 disciples in this battle. Even though Zhou Xuanji had acted quickly, so many of them had still died. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. After Zhou Xuanji expressed his hesitation, Everyone fell silent. He looked at Jiang Shui. He was most worried about her. No lofty sentiments or lofty ambitions could make her a worry-free life. Zhou Shaoxian clenched her fists and said, "Father, don't worry about us, go and save the humans. The disciples of Emperor Sword Court definitely have relatives outside. If the human race is destroyed and only Emperor Sword Court is left, how long can they last? Don't worry about me. I'll take care of myself." She was not sad but excited. In her heart, her father was an indomitable hero who took on the responsibility of protecting the human race. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "Can you protect your mother?" Zhou Shaoxian immediately patted her chest and said proudly, "Of course I can." The next second her smile froze. "Wait a minute. Protect my mother? What about me?" Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and said with a gentle smile, "Go, we must unite the human race, or else our situation will only become more and more difficult." The others nodded. Although they did not want to die, they understood the stakes. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and turned into a stream of sword light, disappearing into the horizon. Xiao Jinghong swept the others with his gaze and said, "We must be prepared for battle. We can't distract Master, and we can't disappoint him." Chan Bantian clenched his fists and chuckled. "This is a great opportunity for the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline's 10,000-year princes to rise." Ming Tianlang glared at him, meaning to say, "With me around you want to rise?" The others had their own thoughts and did not respond. Zhou Xuanji relied on the power of the heavens and earth to directly soar into the human race's territory. The sounds of killing, crying, fighting, cursing, and so on, all kinds of sounds entered his ears. He opened his eyes. The city in front of him was filled with the flames of war. There were people fighting everywhere. To be more precise, it was the heavenly palace that was slaughtering the people of the northern wilderness. He immediately summoned all his divine swords and turned the tide of the battle. He didn't even look back as he flew deeper into the human territory. 10 breaths later, the legendary swords returned to his side. In the ruined city, the survivors were stunned. "It's the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor saved us. I knew the Sword Emperor would not abandon us. Damn, why didn't he come earlier? We can only blame ourselves for being too weak. The Sword Emperor has shouldered too much. Don't push the blame to him. Damn heavens, I want to go against the heavens." The night passed. When the sun rose, Zhou Xuanji had already saved 73 cities. He encountered many dead cities along the way. In just one day, the northern wilderness's human population was reduced by at least 30%, or even more. Zhou Xuanji's heart was heavy. He could only try his best to save them. Soon he came to Great Zhou. Great Zhou had already lost 2/3 of its territory, and there were countless casualties. He rode on the 100 or so legendary swords as though he was riding on a river of swords. Everywhere he passed, the Heavenly Hall's army perished. Fortunately, Zhou Qingxin and the royal family were not in danger yet. In the eyes of the Heavenly Hall, the royal family was just an ordinary person, and there was no need to target them. In fact, the Heavenly Hall did not suffer many casualties in the battle against the northern wilderness. Zhou Xuanji did not stop and continued flying toward Great Chun. Suddenly he stopped, because he bumped into 2 familiar faces. It was Bai Haoisin and Feng Yule. The two were resting by the riverside. Bai Haoisin was as elegant as ever. However, Feng Yule looked very strange. His body was wrapped in white cloth, and only his head was exposed. The two saw Zhou Xuanji and the majestic river of swords. "Oh no!" Bai Haoisin's expression changed. He looked away instinctively and did not dare to look at Zhou Xuanji. Feng Yule snorted coldly, looking quite displeased. Every time he saw Zhou Xuanji, he regretted it. He regretted not trying to capture Zhou Xuanji instead of this useless great emperor in front of him. Zhou Xuanji looked at Bai Haoisin and said, "Did you descend to the mortal realm to destroy your descendants?" Having heard this, Bai Haoisin was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He jumped up and cried out furiously, "You dare to question this emperor? If this emperor was so cowardly and heartless, why did I descend to the mortal realm? Have you seen this emperor kill anyone?" Zhou Xuanji thought about it and realized that it was true. This fellow had never killed a mortal before. Even if it was an enemy, he had never killed them. Bai Hao Isin harumphed and said, "This emperor advises you to give up. Don't waste your time. You should have limitless glory and should not be dragged down by these mortals. You've already done well and are not inferior to those famous figures." Boom! A terrifying figure descended from the sky and landed on the other side of the river. His body burned with demonic flames and his aura was incredibly majestic. He was 15 meters tall and his thick black armor made him look like a demonic beast, giving off formless roars. Bai Hao Isin's expression fell and he cursed. As expected, nothing good comes out of encountering this boy. Even this fellow came. He did not say anything and turned to run. Swish! A black demonic arrow landed in front of him, giving him a big fright and causing him to quickly stop. Feng Gyul asked anxiously, "Who is he?" Bai Hao Isin turned and sighed as he said, "Qin Mahuai, are you really going to act against this emperor?" Qin Mahuai cruelly laughed and said, "Great Emperor Heartless, it's best if you don't go anywhere. Someone wants to see you, but before that." He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and coldly laughed as he said, "You're Zhou Xuanji? You don't look like much, but since you have the talent of a first-class great emperor, I'll do my best. Are you prepared to suffer?" A look of jealousy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. "Did I kill your father? What a bad temper." Chapter 405. True God. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had heard this term again. He looked towards Qin Mahuai. This fellow has a strength that surpasses a great tribulation scattered immortal? What was above a great tribulation scattered immortal? Qin Mahuai flipped his right hand, and then an enormous blade appeared in his hand. This blade was 15 m long, like a crescent moon, completely pitch black, and suffused with a cold glow. He slowly rose into the air with a sinister smile on his face. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more jealous he became. "Don't you know what's above a great tribulation scattered immortal?" Qin Mahuai laughed coldly and said, "Then I'll tell you. Above the 9th tribulation bodiless immortal is the 10th revolution golden immortal. Even though you possess the aptitude of the first grade, it's a pity that you haven't seen a vaster sky. Qi nurturing foundation establishment, enlightening, inner core, spirit spring, nascent soul, astral projection, spirit refinement Mahayana. 9th tribulation bodiless immortal. 10th revolution golden immortal. Next would be the true gods? Or could it be that there was a gap between the realms? Zhou Xuanji thought about it and felt a little displeased. This guy's tone was really arrogant. He stood on the Sword River and looked down at Qin Mahuai. "You are a 10th transformation golden immortal?" Qin Mahuai smiled in disdain. "Do I need to be a 10th revolution golden immortal to kill you?" Boom! He charged toward Zhou Xuanji and slashed with his saber. The two were less than 100 meters apart. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword instinctively. Dang! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying and landed on a mountain 1,000 meters away. His body was embedded into the mountain, and his swords fell to the ground. Bai Hao Isin covered his face and said, "As expected, the difference between a great tribulation scattered immortal and a first revolution golden immortal is insurmountable." He had personally witnessed how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. It could even be said that he surpassed great tribulation scattered immortals. Unfortunately, he was still no match for a first revolution golden immortal. Feng Gyul was dumbfounded. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too great? Qin Mahuai's demonic flames billowed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji, a look of arrogance and disdain on his face. A first-grade great emperor that had yet to mature was only SOSO. Compared to that person, this kid was not worthy to be a first-grade great sovereign. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji slowly stood up from the cliff, and 9 sword souls condensed behind him, giving off a powerful light and giving off a divine and domineering aura. His face was expressionless, and a 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. His eyes also turned purple, and his black hair fluttered slightly. His entire aura suddenly changed. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! One divine sword after another flew in front of him, but Qin Mahuai did not stop them. Zhou Xuanji twisted his neck and said, "You black gecko demon! Did anyone tell you about the consequences of angering me?" "Oh no, because they're all dead." He held the sun-devouring Tiango sword and the dream-devouring true martial devil-sweeping sword in his hand, and he stepped on the river of swords as he approached Qin Mahuai. So what if he was a first revolution golden immortal? It was only one level higher than a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flashed with battle intent. His body turned golden as he charged out with the 9 sword souls. Qin Mahuai raised his saber and slashed out. In that moment, an eerie wind blew, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji from all directions. It turned into countless wind blades, and each wind blade was dozens of feet long, looking as if it could tear the sky apart. Zhou Xuanji used the Trisource vein-severing sword ferociously. His sword qi exploded and shattered all the wind blades around him. He took 5 steps in succession to arrive before Qin Mahuai, and then his swords danced about violently while his attacks were fierce and overbearing. Moreover, his sword was swift to the point it created countless afterimages. Qin Mahuai easily blocked each of Zhou Xuanji's swords, seeming to be at ease. Boom! A bolt of lightning blasted down, landing on the ground and blasting open a scorched hole. Rocks flew everywhere as heavenly might spread throughout the heavens and earth. As Qin Mahuai's aura became more and more powerful, the heavenly might also became stronger. The mountains trembled and the earth trembled as countless cracks covered the ground. Bai Haoisen and Feng Qiu both retreated. Looking at this apocalyptic scene, Feng Qiu gulped and asked, "We're not going to run?" Bai Haoisen bitterly laughed and said, "We can't run. A first revolution golden immortal can see through the entire mortal realm. Rather than suffering, it's better to just surrender." Feng Qiu looked at him in confusion and asked, "He wants to capture you. Wasn't this fellow very arrogant and did not submit to anyone?" "That's right, capture not kill," Bai Haoisen said as he shrugged. Hearing this, Feng Qiu's eyes widened, and he asked carefully, "After you're captured, what will happen to the northern wilderness human race? We'll all die. What about me? You're not from the northern wilderness? You're not going to save me. This emperor has been captured. Damn you!" Feng Qiu almost went berserk, but he was punched to the ground by Bai Haoisen. He said disdainfully, "You dare to speak rudely to this emperor." He turned his gaze to the battle in the distance, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji had not ascended yet, and yet he could fight against a first revolution golden immortal. Just what was this boy's limit? Zhou Xuanji unleashed his dual sword wills, and the 9 sword souls behind him continuously shot out. His power and speed gradually increased. Qin Mahuai fought very easily and he noticed this. "Your talent is indeed incredible, but it's a pity that there's an insurmountable gap between you and a first revolution golden immortal." He condescendingly laughed, and the smile on his face became crazed. A first-class great emperor. If he could kill him, his name would definitely shake the upper realm. Zhou Xuanji did not stop attacking, but he slightly frowned. He immediately used the power of the heavens and earth, and turned into an ancestor dragon, as he slammed into Qin Mahuai. Qin Mahuai was caught off guard and was sent crashing into the forest. He charged along the ground with unstoppable momentum. They were incredibly fast and they smashed through mountains. Soon they broke through Great Qin's border wall and continued onwards. The cultivators and commoners along the way were all dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji had turned into an ancestor dragon, and his dragon body was nearly 3,000 meters long. He was incredibly massive and looked like a mountain range. He wantonly twisted and turned, looking incredibly domineering. Qin Mahuai bent his legs and stomped into the ground, using all of his strength to resist the ancestor dragon. His strength was not just a little bit stronger than Zhou Xuanji's, and he quickly suppressed Zhou Xuanji with brute force. The 5-clawed golden dragon dissipated, and Zhou Xuanji descended from the sky. He slashed out with his 2 swords, and the 9 sword souls behind him continuously slashed out. Sword light flashed under the sky, and a massive explosion sounded out. The ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters collapsed, trees were uprooted, and lake water flew everywhere. Clang! Qin Mahuai blocked 2 swords with his saber, and he arrogantly laughed. "Zhou Xuanji, is this all you've got?" A savage light appeared in his eyes, and the demonic flames on his body suddenly flared out, causing Zhou Xuanji to quickly retreat. Demonic arrows flew out from within the demonic flames, shooting towards Zhou Xuanji like a wild gale. He did his best to defend and was not injured. However, at that moment, Qin Mahuai suddenly appeared behind him. His left hand grabbed Zhou Xuanji's collar and threw him hundreds of meters away, smashing him into the ground. In the next second, Qin Mahuai spun and slashed out. Zhou Xuanji, who had appeared behind him, could not dodge in time, and a large gash appeared on his abdomen, from which blood spurted out. Too slow. Qin Mahuai savagely laughed. Seeing Zhou Xuanji in pain, he felt quite excited. He stomped down on Zhou Xuanji's chest and sent him flying. Despicable! Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and did his best to stabilize himself. However, Qin Mahuai's strength was simply too great. A palm suddenly pressed against his back, helping him dissipate some of the force. Soon he stopped on a hill 10,000 meters away. He looked back and saw that the person helping him was Devil Emperor Dugu. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 406. He's a first revolution golden immortal. You're not his match. Devil Emperor Dugu said expressionlessly as he stared at Qin Mahuai. Although he did not look at Zhou Xuanji, he felt extremely complicated. 4 years ago, he thought that Zhou Xuanji was dead. Who would have thought that 3 years later, this brat would become a great emperor, annihilating the heavenly law army in one fell swoop and killing spirit sovereign Yan. This was simply unbelievable. So this time he decided to protect Zhou Xuanji no matter what. He saw limitless potential in Zhou Xuanji. Back off, I'll help you repel him. Devil Emperor Dugu took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion and asked, You only have 6th tribulation scattered immortal cultivation. How can you defeat him? 6th tribulation bodiless immortal. How long has it been since he was resurrected? His cultivation base had almost caught up to him. The heavenly Tao was unfair. Zhou Xuanji was envious in his heart. Devil Emperor Dugu replied, I can't defeat him, but I can find some helpers. As he spoke, he raised his hands and prepared to form a hand seal. But Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand to stop him and walked in front of him. I haven't lost yet. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji stepped forward. What a joke! How could he allow more beings from the upper realm to descend to the mortal world? He didn't want to owe Devil Emperor Dugu too many favors. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the famous Devil Emperor Dugu. If the divine cliff knows that you're still alive, will they descend to the mortal world to capture you? Qin Mahuai flew over with his massive saber in hand. Not only did the devilish flames on his body not diminish, they burned even brighter. Devil Monarch Dugu was expressionless. Qin Mahuai, don't you think it's beneath your status to stir up trouble in the lower realm? Qin Mahuai grinned and said, You might not know this, but this kid's ranking on the Great Emperor Steel is higher than yours. Devil Emperor Dugu remained unfazed. He was indeed not as talented as Zhou Xuanji. This kid could probably be ranked in the top 20 of the Great Emperor Steel. Zhou Xuanji leaped into the air and raised his right hand. The 9-flame Chimera Demon sword appeared in his hand. The power of heaven and earth fused into his body, and his eyes turned purple again. The 9-sword purple Tai Chi diagram on his forehead burned with purple flames, as if it would fly out at any moment. Qin Mahuai glanced at the sword in his hand and sneered. You want to rely on a sword to defeat me? This sword was clearly extraordinary, but no matter how extraordinary it was, it could not give Zhou Xuanji power that surpassed the mortal realm. Zhou Xuanji held the 9-flame Chimera Demon sword and legendary swords appeared beneath his feet, forming a river of swords. The swords at the back flew to the front, and the cycle continued as he walked towards Qin Mahuai. This sword is called the 9-flame Nightmare. Have you heard of it? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly, his eyes cold and sharp. The flames on the blade burned fiercely, turning it into a flaming sword. Devil Emperor Dugu frowned, wondering whose legacy Zhou Xuanji had obtained. He had a certain understanding of Zhou Xuanji. This brat could always take out countless treasured swords and become more and more powerful. There weren't many sword emperors in the 9 emperors of the Sword Tao who had so many swords. The Hegemon Sword Emperor and the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor could be ruled out, as the two of them were not considered the cream of the crop in the upper realm. Could it be the first Sword Emperor? 9-flame Nightmare? Nameless sword. Qin Mahuai laughed disdainfully. The demonic flames on his body converged into a suit of armor, attaching to his heavy armor. Even the blade was wrapped in demonic flames. This fellow seemed disdainful, but his attitude clearly indicated that he was going all out. Shameless. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart, and his murderous intent grew. He was very excited. It was his first time using the god-slaying legendary sword. He hoped that it would not disappoint him. At this moment, Qin Mahuai moved. Like a ray of black light, he flew across the sky. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened, and he slashed with his sword. Sky-dominating divine sword soul. Roar. The nine-flame nightmare's thunderous roar shook the entire northern wilderness region. Even Zhou Xuanji's ears were ringing from the deafening roar. Qin Mahuai, who was charging toward him, was shocked, and his eyes widened. The sword flashed in his eyes. PFFTT. He was cut in half by the sword chi. The horrifying sword chi swept across hundreds of miles in an instant, cutting all the mountains along the way in half. Even the thunderclouds in the sky were cracked. The sword chi disappeared into the horizon, and no one knew where it ended. The heavens and earth were silent. Devil Emperor Dugu, Bai Hao Isin, and Feng Qiul were all dumbfounded. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. What did they see? Zhou Xuanji maintained his posture as he swung his sword, panting heavily. This slash had used up all the magic energy in his body. The instant he swung his sword, he felt dizzy, and his vision turned black. He looked at Qin Mahuai, who was cut in half. Boom! Qin Mahuai's body exploded into countless strands of black qi and dissipated. His soul did not escape and was destroyed by the slash. He died, and his Dao disappeared. Zhou Xuanji saw a valley in the ground in front of him. It was so deep that he could not see the bottom. It was hundreds of meters wide and extended to the end of the world. So domineering. His heart raced and he was very excited. This was the god-slaying legendary sword? Killing a first revolution golden immortal with one slash. Awesome. So awesome. How can it be? Devil Emperor Dugu was stunned. He mumbled to himself and began to doubt his life. Bai Hao Isin, who was far away, almost knelt down in front of Zhou Xuanji. This is a divine weapon. His face was filled with jealousy. When he thought of his own divine weapon, he felt like sh*t. Feng Qiul, on the other hand, was dispirited. He regretted it so much. On the blue ocean, two figures stood facing each other. They were Xiao Hongjun and the blue-robed scholar. Heavenly Lord Schemer, did the Divine Lord send you to do something shameful again? Xiao Hongjun said mockingly. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Heavenly Lord Schemer was the blue-robed scholar. Heavenly Lord was a position. Very few people knew Heavenly Lord Schemer's real name. Heavenly Lord Schemer waved his fan and said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, I came here to find Ji Xian and the descendant of the demonic emperor bloodline." Xiao Hongjun laughed coldly. Zhou Xuanji is a first-class great emperor. Aren't you going to rope him in? Ji Xian was also one of her targets. How could she give him up? Heavenly Lord Schemer shook his head and laughed. Zhou Xuanji has not ascended yet and is stubbornly trying to save the northern wilderness humans. He's hopeless. Why would the Divine Lord care about him? Qin Mahuai has already gone to capture him. Zhou Xuanji is most likely dead. Qin Mahuai. Xiao Hongjun frowned. She knew that this person was very powerful and had the protection of the Divine Lord. Zhou Xuanji would definitely die against him. What a pity. She was quite interested in Zhou Xuanji. Roar. The 9 flame chimera demons' roar suddenly sounded out, shocking the two of them and causing them to look in the direction of the northern wilderness region. They quickly calculated with different expressions. Xiao Hongjun was surprised, and Heavenly Lord Schemer was gloomy. Qin Mahuai was dead. Zhou Xuanji could kill him? He must have inherited Great Emperor Wu Wang's legacy. Xiao Hongjun's eyes flickered as she thought to herself. Heavenly Lord Schemer had to re-evaluate Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly remembered what the Divine Lord said to him. He looked up at Xiao Hongjun and said, "You want to find the tomb of Great Emperor Wu Wang, right? Let's work together. You help me find Ji Xian, and I'll help you find the tomb of Great Emperor Wu Wang." Xiao Hongjun asked mockingly, "Aren't you going to take revenge for Qin Mahuai?" Heavenly Lord Schemer shook his head and said, "My strength is about the same as Qin Mahuai's, and I'm only a first revolution golden immortal. Even if I go, I'll most likely be in danger. It's best to leave Zhou Xuanji to the Heavenly Hall and other factions." He changed the topic and said profoundly, Xiandeoya has also descended to the mortal world. This person will not be able